Audiobook title that time, an American was reincarnated into another world 01 to 274. By SB4 Depart 02. Almost like a dream. My thoughts reached a certain point, and with a realization, I came to understand that I was dreaming. After that, everything collapsed, and my eyes opened. I was frozen in my bed. I didn't know where I was, nor did I care. The only thing on my mind was that formation. I wanted to think about it more. It was all there in my mind, just waiting to be looked at and deciphered. But as I thought about it more, the more those feelings disappeared. It was like water in the palm of my hands, unable to be held or contained, constantly slipping away. And when it was all gone, and my eyes finally zoned in to see the roof of my room at the magisterium, I realized it was all gone. Shit, I cursed before shooting up. I reached into my spatial bracelet and took out a sheet of leather. This leather contained the formation for advancing to Authority 4. After thinking about the portion of the information I understood, I realized that it all came from this formation. And as I looked at it, feeling the changes in my mind, I realized that I had just comprehended an entire quarter of this formation in my sleep. I didn't even remember what the first quarter of the formation looked like. If you asked me to draw it out, I'd put down a few lines before giving up. It was too complex to memorize, but it had appeared in my dreams, in its entirety no less. Well, that was the power of the sleeping mind. Something about it made you feel like a savant, but as soon as you woke, all that would slip away. I was no stranger to lucid dreaming. Deliberately causing it wasn't an uncommon thing for me. I was pretty sure most people lucid dreamt occasionally, but it seemed that, with the power of Psyche, dreaming could invoke very real changes. It was actually beneficial if used in this way. Unfortunately, it wasn't something I could really control. It was like getting inspired. Things like that just came to you. You couldn't really force it. I suddenly wanted to go back to sleep, anything to go back to that state. But I had already woken, and my mind was feeling euphoric. That white orb of Psyche within my mind was there, acting like a core of energy for my thoughts. I could direct it like electricity. It was a level of control over my thoughts that I wasn't quite sure how to handle. It was like another mind entirely, almost separate from my own. I would imagine this was what growing an extra limb was like. It was a part of you, but separate until you assimilated it. Was this what powerful summoners had at their disposal? If this orb grew to fill my entire mind, how much faster would my thoughts be? I was already beginning to feel like a genius, but taken a dozen steps further, just how amazing would my mind be? No wonder summoners were hailed as the smartest among the magi. I couldn't imagine what would come later. I spent the next long while sorting myself out. It was hard to concentrate when my focus was on using the orb. In one moment, I had the orb focus on comprehending more of the formation before my eyes. But in another moment, I had it focus on scouring my dimensions for weapons and spirits to summon. Whenever I shifted its power, I felt my mind receiving all kinds of information. These were my thoughts, but they almost felt foreign. It wasn't uncomfortable, just disorienting because I couldn't turn it off. But after thinking about turning it off, I realized I could direct it in a more general way. Around the orb that was filled with chaotic shooting stars of beaming Psyche was the rest of my mind. It was like an ocean, one that moved in a slower, more idle current. And within that ocean were many more stars than what was contained within the orb. If I directed the power of the orb outward, it seemed to spread its power out toward the entire ocean. When that happened, I felt a small wave of relief as my thoughts, while still quick, weren't so unnaturally focused. It was hard to keep up with my own mind when it was moving that fast, as weird as that was. After doing that, I took another few minutes just to stew in silence, processing everything. But then I suddenly raised my arm. When doing so, I felt like I had greater control over even my body, as if I could feel the clusters of neurons activating and enhancing my mind-muscle connection. But that wasn't the point in doing so. I brought up my Ariel, calling my teacher. "What?" His dull voice echoed in my mind, seemingly not happy with my early morning call. I spoke anyway. "Hey." So I comprehended some of the authority for formation. "Congratulations and goodbye. Wait." I made him stay, throwing out what would interest him. I came to understand about a quarter of the formation all at once, and I did so within my dream. While dreaming, I formed an orb of energy within my mind. It's made things a lot faster. "I see." This time I heard his voice perk up with impression. "Seems you've been inspired. And to think you've had a dream at this stage. You're quite lucky." "Really?" "I don't really think it's luck. So you think it's skill." Until I reached Authority 9. I had only dreamt perhaps 3 times in my life. Dreams only become more frequent when a summoner gets more powerful. Pushing toward Authority 10, I had them rather often, perhaps once or twice a week. It's a known phenomenon. In fact, most people will never have a dream at all, unless they climb to the higher authorities. I was silent as I contemplated these sudden new facts. On Earth, dreams were common enough. Everyone had dreams. Dreaming every night was normal, even if you didn't remember it. But to never dream, was sleep really just a time of darkness and suspension for the people of this world? It was something I never would have thought of. Was that really one of the main differences between this world and Earth? Dreaming. It was fascinating. But if dreams were a time of inspiration that could help a person comprehend magical concepts, then the more I dreamt, the faster I would grow my power. It was a serious advantage, even if an odd one. When I thought about it more, though, I also realized it was kind of depressing. Dreaming was the great escape from the harsh realities of life. It made sleep enjoyable, besides being able to rest and recover. And nobody in this world was able to experience the bliss of dreaming about flying. Then again, many dreams were also indecipherable messes that made no sense. But that was beside the point. How sad, I thought. Well, just wanted to let you know. That little orb in my mind is rather amazing too. Yes, the fact that you've created your first spark is a great boon. Most summoners have to understand the entire formation before being able to start, but it seems you'll be able to cultivate throughout the process of understanding. It will accelerate your growth even further, depending on how well you use it. Wait, the first. There's more. When you reach Authority 9, you will have formed 3, each acting no different from an extra mind when completed. Your talent determines how powerful each spark is, and without enough power, you will be unable to cultivate the next. I don't worry about that with you, so long as you don't squander the gifts you've been given. So work hard, right? I will, then goodbye, and take care of yourself on the trip. Click asterisk with those words, Maxwell suddenly hung up. I could feel genuine care in those final words, making me smile a bit. Despite his usually cold attitude, I knew he cared. Otherwise, he wouldn't invest so much in me. Not that I ever planned on taking advantage of it. One day, I would pay back all those that helped me in this life. But that could only wait until I had the power to give them something of value that matched or exceeded their position. After letting out a long breath, I looked at the clock and saw that it wasn't long before I'd have to leave. I then turned my head toward the large chest next to my bed. It looked rough but unblemished, designed to blend in despite its rich and powerful construction. I got up and cleaned myself for the day before getting ready to leave. Opening the chest, I saw that it looked completely normal inside. It had a smooth wood finish that wouldn't damage anything within. But there was also a hidden button that looked like one of the many rivets that built the chest. I pressed it, and the inner walls fell down to reveal space that shouldn't be there. According to the shopkeep, this chest could contain 3 times its actual size. In order to utilize the extra space, you just needed to push that button, and place the items into the newly exposed area. It was no different from placing an item through an invisible wall, which made it disorienting but cool. Nodding to myself, I pushed the button again and the walls came back up, sealing the subspace and making it look normal. After that, I threw all my items into it. Every piece of clothing I owned went into it, along with some other miscellaneous items I had. Once that was done, I properly dressed myself in my standard attire: pants, a shirt, my overcoat, and some comfortable shoes. Then I picked up the chest. It was about time to report for departure. One more useful function of the chest was weight reduction. I could activate that feature at will, making it light enough to easily carry. And when it was time to hand it off, I could deactivate it, making it its normal weight. Anything to reduce suspicions. Like that, I hid it out. And I wasn't the only one. All fourth years were leaving for this trip, so the entire dorm was active. I passed by several people, all of them carrying chests similar to mine. We all exited the dorms before making our way out to the entrance of the magisterium. John. Along the way, I bumped into Tana and Yumara. Tana was lively as usual, but Yumara was quiet. She didn't seem like a morning person, and neither was I. So for the most part, we walked in silence, humming and nodding idly as Tana talked along the way. And so we arrived at the entrance to the magisterium. There, we found a dozen carriages and wagons already waiting for us, along with many staff and instructors. Come grab a name tag and attach it to your luggage. Everything will be loaded into the wagons before being taken to the rails for stowage. We were all guided through a process of logging our names and loading our chests onto the wagons. I attached a tag to my own chest with my name on it, before tossing the chest into a wagon with a dozen other chests like my own. After that, we were assigned carriages that would take us to the terminal for the rails. Before that, though, I looked around. As the minutes passed, more people began to gather. They were all the younger year students, and I suppose their powerful seniors had caught their eyes. It was no secret that the elites and fourth-year students were all famous in the magisterium. I hadn't really noticed because I was new, receiving little to none of that fame, but everyone else around me was more than well known. There was a leaderboard in the magisterium, and those on the leaderboard were known as elites. They were a group of people which had no defining limits. There could be hundreds or only 10, and each of the elites had earned their position through killing scourge beasts. And beside their name was a point counter. The elites earned points based on the number and strength of the beasts they killed. The top elites had a few thousand points. Unfortunately, I didn't know how points were assigned. That would be something I learned when I got to the base on this trip. But regardless, the people who I had been doing scenarios with under the puppet master were all elites at minimum. I was a major exception in their group, as only elites were actually allowed to receive his services, and not all fourth-year students were elites. In fact, last I checked, there were currently only 28 elites. For reference, there were around 140 fourth-year students. I had met most of these elites, at least those who did the scenarios. I heard that some of the elites did training outside the magisterium and never showed, so I had yet to meet all of them personally. But people like Tana, Yumara, and Hubert were all elites who I had gotten to know over a few weeks. Outside of classes, they were people I would occasionally stick with, like currently, and we attracted a lot of attention. Hubert wasn't here, so it was just Tana and Yumara by my side as we waited, and I couldn't help but notice and feel a lot of younger students staring. Chapter 35. Tana snickered as she noticed the attention we were getting. "Be careful, John. You might become famous if you keep sticking around us like this." "Well, I've never been famous before, at least not in a good way. So it might be fun. What's that supposed to mean? Are you famous in a bad way? I guess that's a matter of perspective." I thought about it for a second. My notoriety in the black markets had both good and bad points that kind of balanced each other out. but considering the threat to my life, I figured it was more bad than good if I had to lean one way. I shrugged and looked over at Tana. Hey, what rank are you again? Rank 15. So you're average, shut up. At least I'm an elite in the first place. Heh, just wait. How about you, Yumara? Rank 8. Hubert is rank 22. But the ranks don't mean too much, mainly because they rely on kill counts. Someone like Hubert, who specializes in defense and protection, shouldn't have his value measured by something like that. Very true. I nodded in understanding. Hubert was responsible for protecting his team, not killing, so his prowess couldn't be judged by the same standards as an offensive counterpart. But he was still an elite, which spoke to his ability and strength. Now Tana, on the other hand, was a purely offensive elite. That meant she could, for the most part, be judged wholly by her ability to kill, in which case she was average among the elites, and Yumara seemed to be higher among the hierarchy, which wasn't too surprising considering her great utility. That made me wonder how good the number 1 elite was, though. I hope to see them soon. It took a while to pack and organize the entire 4th-year class, so we got to hang out for a while and wake our bodies up. All the while, even more students came crowding over, all watching their seniors get ready to depart. There had to be at least a few hundred students all gathering around the gates. Asterisk beep beep asterisk. Suddenly, though, I heard a beeping sound in my mind. It was a sound I had never heard before, so I was curious and tapped my aerial. And I picked up a call. The name on it said Son. Hello, John. This is Son from Son Industries. I'm on my way, so I need you to stay put. Okay. Asterisk click asterisk. The call hung up, making me curious as to what this very famous man wanted to do with me. Then again, I still used his experimental aerial, so perhaps it had something to do with that. And about a minute later, a large carriage rolled up to our group. It attracted plenty of eyes because it truly was very large, at least twice as big as the carriages we were taking. The door opened, revealing Son, who I had met several months ago at that auction. He found me and waved. John, who is that? Tana asked, realizing that this was for me. I just sighed. Son, apparently. Hang on. I'll be right back. Hopefully. I left and walked over to the carriage, boarding and shutting the door behind me. And inside, I was baffled by the sight. Son sat behind a large table, on which were several devices that looked like both magical and scientific instruments which filled the entire carriage. No wonder it was so big. It was a mobile lab. He waved me over. Good to see you again, but I don't want to spend much time out here. Come, I need to add and activate some of the aerial's features for you. Just place your arm here. He pointed to a device, a cradle for the aerial. Taking a deep breath, I just sat down and did what he said. He explained as my arm was locked in, and a few devices went to work opening the aerial and tampering with it. I don't know if you've heard, but there's something we call the web. It's a service exclusively for the newer generational aerials, since only they can tap into it. It's basically this invisible information network between all kinds of people. Right now, only the kingdom and some other powerful individuals can open nodes which give access to different services. Anyway, I'm opening your aerial up to this web. I want you to access it as much as you can for data collection, and I want you to do so while you're at Calatrop base. I've set up nodes for the kingdom at every major military installation for easy information transfer. It's revolutionary, but it still needs refining, and your aerial is designed to act as a mobile node in order to test out certain functions. Son ranted for several minutes while working on the aerial, and as he spoke and described everything, I started to gain even more respect for the man. He was creating the internet and phones, and he was doing it all with magic. It seemed to me that, with magic as the hardware, all Son needed to do was figure out the software. Compared to developing physical computers and the like, this was far easier. But regardless, This man was bringing an informational revolution to this world. I couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. At the same time, it was rather surreal to be in the presence of someone with such genius and stature. I mean, if I equated him to someone from Earth, he was the head of a billion-dollar company that was changing the world. To even meet someone like that was an honor. It's good that you're leaving like this. I can collect more data. Also, be sure to test out the local communication function when you leave the range of the communication nodes, like while on missions. All right. Click asterisk with that. My aerial was reassembled and set back into place on my arm. Now it was a tad bit bulkier with new devices on it, looking a bit more futuristic. Then I suddenly spoke up, calling on the knowledge from my home world. "Hey Son, I have an idea." "Yes, what is it?" he asked while tampering with some more things on his desk, not even lifting his head. I spoke anyway. "Well, let me ask first. How do I access nodes using the aerial?" "You need their specific web address, which is basically their name, and you enter it into the web program that's newly installed. That lets you connect directly to their node and receive the information on it." "I see. Well, what if you created something like domains?" "These domains would basically compile the addresses of every node under it, allowing you to access them like names on a book. They can be divided according to their geographical area, like by city, and people can search these domains for the addresses of the node services, getting descriptive results instead of needing to know the exact address." Son went silent, stopping whatever he was doing to listen. I continued, "And there can be multiple levels of domains. There can be one domain for a city's nodes, and one domain for all the city-level domains. This would allow you to access every node regardless of location, as well as divide the traffic across different levels for more efficiency. Of course, you'd have to make a repository of every web address, assigning them rules for data transfer across these nodes. We have something like that." Son suddenly spoke, cutting me off. "We have these repositories for the web addresses, as well as a small system of what you've described as domains. It's in its infancy, but we're working on it before deploying it. We intend to make every web address accessible in some way in the future, using a tool for searching that can aim the user toward a specific node that will give them the data they want via descriptions. For now, however, we are stuck with simpler systems. There are very few nodes, most of them being used for the kingdom's operations, such as military communication and magical study. The magisterium has one of its own for their alchemical and other research programs, but that isn't enough to implement the systems we want or collect data to test them. On top of that, we have issues with data storage within these singular nodes, something we need to optimize and scale." "Oh," I nodded, realizing they were further along in the game than I thought. I remembered some details about how the internet worked on Earth. I didn't know many specifics, but enough to know how data moved from one place to another. There were many hierarchies and rules that a computer had to follow set by the Internet Protocol. So I thought that I could give Son an idea about it, but it seemed he didn't need it. "I guess you just need to make nodes larger and more accessible then." "Yes, more nodes, more aerials, more data and more functions. And that's exactly what your aerial is helping us work toward. If everything goes according to plan, the technology behind your experimental aerial will become the basis for the mass production and accessibility of nodes." "Right, it's impressive work." "No, what's impressive is that you were able to come up with ideas about something you hardly know anything about. What you've described is something the people at Son Industries have only conceived of after about 3 years of optimization and brainstorming. You're a smart kid. Perhaps when you're done with your career in the military, you can come work under me at my company. Summoners are always welcome researchers." "Perhaps. Thank you, Son. Sure. Now don't be late for your trip." With a goodbye, I left the carriage, stepping back out into the light. I couldn't help a smile as I arrived back at Tana and Yumara's side, thinking about how valuable Son's offer was. "What was that?" Tana asked, causing me to shrug. Not much. Just saying hi to an acquaintance." "So you're acquainted with Son of Son Industries, the creator of the Ariel?" "Well," I was quiet under Tana's scrutinizing eyes, scratching my cheek. Yumara muttered in thought. "I don't recall there being a noble household going by the name Cooper. I'm not a noble." "Then how did you get associated with Son? That man actually came to you personally as well." "It's not what you think." "Enlighten me." Yumara got in my face as well. Both were morbidly curious about my relationship with Son, which was understandable, but I didn't really want to tell them. I should have kept my mouth shut earlier. "I made something up. I just delivered some stuff for him once." "Right, you're a delivery man. And apparently you move cargo for one of the richest men in the world." "It's not like that. We just crossed paths one time and I happened to get the job." "Where could you possibly cross paths with a man like that?" I went silent, realizing I was only digging myself a deeper hole. Seriously, Yumara really liked to dig for dirt. I plead the fifth. "What? What does that mean?" "It means I refuse to talk." "Come on, you can tell me. I'm good at keeping secrets and digging for them. Please get off my ass." I put my hand on Yumara's face, pushing her away. She took a step back with a small laugh. At the same time, we all heard a shout. "All fourth-year students, please board your assigned transports. We depart for the central terminal in 10 minutes. That's us." Tana let out a breath. With that call, the three of us boarded the carriage we were hanging by. We weren't the only ones. Hubert didn't seem to be a part of our group, but there were a few others. 3 more people boarded with us. There were 2 benches within this carriage. So I sat between Tana and Yumara, who wanted to be by the windows. The ones who joined across from us were also elites, some I was familiar with. One of them was the only elite who was a summoner like me. He could summon a bear, serpent, and tiger, and we had done a scenario together. His name was Rudin, and he recognized me as soon as he boarded. "John, it's good to see you again." "You too." We shook hands as he sat down, chatting for a moment before another person boarded. It was a girl and a warlock, just like Yumara. In fact, they seemed like friends. "Hi, Yumara." "Good morning, Haley." Haley sat across from Yumara. She was a petite blonde girl who seemed lively, and she didn't hesitate to chat with the more reserved Yumara. Finally, the last spot was filled by a man. I didn't recognize him at all, making me curious, but the others went quiet at his arrival. As he boarded, he looked around before eyeing me for a moment. I nodded to him, which he returned with the same courtesy before taking a seat beside Rudin, looking out the window. Suddenly, Yumara lifted her sleeve and tapped her aerial, typing out a message and sending it. I received it momentarily. We had exchanged info a while ago, even if we didn't use it much. "That's Faden Desmus. He's a noble child of the Desmus Marquess household. He's a knight, ranked 2 in the elites. He's fast and strong, but his biggest asset is his insane spear technique. He's an authority 5, and has reached the enhancement stage where he can imbue weapons with his vigor beyond his body. He could kill you with no more than 2 fingers. Yumara's explanation caused me to realize that this man was a big deal. Not only was he nobility, but he was seriously strong. The enhancement stage of a knight was one of the levels that a knight could advance to, and it required skill to achieve, not authorities. Below the enhancement stage was the novice stage, and there, a knight could only utilize vigor within their bodies, doing nothing extraneous with it. Enhancement was the first stage where a knight could bring vigor beyond their skin and into another object. And beyond enhancement was the master stage, where a knight could release vigor from even their weapons, creating attacks that could strike from a distance with devastation. And going even further beyond was the king stage, where vigor went beyond merely being a destructive energy and gained unique properties. But because so few people ever reached this stage throughout history, and by extension, never studied it, not much was known about it. At least that's what was taught publicly. It seemed Faden truly was talented, if he had reached the enhancement stage so early. As far as I knew, none of the Tavern knights I had fought with on that trip were of the enhancement stage, except for the captain and that pugilist from the Yon Guild. His vigor was the reason I had a scar on the side of my head. For a while, nobody spoke in the carriage. Everyone seemed pressured by Faden for some reason. He just stared out the window, almost like he was used to this kind of treatment. After looking at him for a while, I suddenly spoke. "Faden right. Amazing work being second among the elites. Thanks." After turning from the window and facing me for a second, he nodded with a smile. "I've also come to hear about you." "John, correct. It's a pleasure." Likewise, we shook hands and I smiled now that the ice was broken. He seemed nice enough. Then I asked about something on my mind. "I've never seen you at the training grounds run by the puppet master. Do you train elsewhere?" "Yes, I train under a mentor from my family. Lately, I've been focused on advancing my use of vigor instead of combating scourge beasts." Understandable. Sheer power determines who you can even begin to fight. If you can't so much as damage their body, tactics and strategies are useless. Indeed, I can understand why. But many instructors at the magisterium believe more in teaching students combat tactics. It simply doesn't suit me right now, and besides, I've had enough practice against beasts over the years. Faden described some of his experiences. It seems that he was already well known for having a high kill count against scourge beasts from all the hunting trips he'd gone on, and at some point, learning to fight beasts simply wasn't as valuable as increasing his power and skill with the spear. And I understood his reasons. I myself had issues with the power behind my guns and bullets. At a certain level, they were useless against knights due to their tough bodies, so it didn't matter how amazing my strategies against an enemy were. If I couldn't pierce their bodies with my bullets, then I couldn't kill them no matter how hard I tried. If not for the fact that I had no experience fighting scourge beasts, I would also have been purely focused on advancing my authority. But because I was inexperienced, I spent all my time at the training grounds. Still, I intended to switch gears soon. After this trip, I should have enough experience along with the puppet master's training, so nothing would be more important than simply advancing my authorities and searching for more spirits to commune with. Chapter 36. Drunkard. As I contemplated the near future, Faden suddenly asked me a question, continuing our conversation. "How about you, John? I hear you're a cold summoner. You made quite the disturbance when you entered. I heard all about you and how you directly entered the 4th-year class." "Yea, because of my age and how I was already Authority 3, I was placed into it. That, along with my summons, their pure lethality makes them capable of killing above their level." "Ah, that's impressive. So this is your first trip, correct? It's a big jump going straight to working with the military. Do you feel prepared?" "Well, if it's anything like the puppet master's scenarios, then I should at least be able to keep myself alive." I shrugged. It wasn't like I had to adapt a spear or sword technique to the behaviors of beasts. My guns were simple, point and shoot. The only things I had to worry about were my positioning in relation to the enemy, and how the sounds from my guns attracted attention. Faden nodded. "Yes, the puppet master is very good at preparing people for the scourge. If you can survive those scenarios, then you should be able to handle yourself on this trip." "Good to know. And hopefully, I'll be placed into teams I'm familiar with. I've only worked with the elites, so if I'm thrown into a group with normal 4th years, then I'm not sure how things will go." I wouldn't worry about that too much. The puppet master will be overseeing the placement and management of the elites. You'll be placed into a group that he's given you before, and with people that work well with you. They can't have us dying after all, so there's no way he'll put you with completely new people. Oh, well, thank goodness. I smiled, one of my concerns being taken care of. After that, Faden and I continued to chat for the remainder of the ride. Since we were heading to the outskirts of the city where the central terminal was, it didn't take too long, and once we arrived, we got off the carriages before entering the terminal. We were all herded toward one area where our rail was being prepared, and our luggage loaded. There was time to hang out. Most people just began talking, but I had my attention directed elsewhere. Looking around, it wasn't long before I spotted Rayla in the crowds. Our huge group was obvious, so she didn't have an issue finding me. Leaving the others, I walked over to her, who had a beaming smile. Hey, Rayla. We hugged, and for a moment I couldn't help but think that we no doubt looked like a couple. She asked once we separated. Everything packed? Yup. Most of what I own is in that chest. Good. How does your body feel? Have you recovered? For the most part. Still a bit sore? Light a cigar then. That rail ride is your last chance to really rest. You'll be busy for the next month. Right. You just need to worry about yourself. I know Maxwell probably gave you things to do, but don't let all that keep you from taking care of yourself. I'll be fine. I spoke reassuringly. Like with the Tavra trip, she was worrying again, and I could only speak to console her. And she let out a sigh. I know, but you know I can't help but worry. The scourge is dangerous. It's not like fighting people, and you haven't had much practice. I've been training against those puppets without rest, so I'm not completely unprepared. Besides, I'm good at staying alive, or I wouldn't have survived the trenches for as long as I did. Yay, you are good at what you do, but that only scares me more. She suddenly hugged me again. I could only respond in kind. And just worry about your life first. Nothing matters more than keeping yourself safe. Promise me that. All right. I promise. Only if you stop worrying so much. No thanks. That's my right as the one sending you off. I smiled as we continued to hug. It lasted quite a while, both of us simply taking in the other's warmth and comfort. All students prepared to board. Then there was a shout. It made me lift my head, and from within my arms, Rayla sighed. I'll miss you, John. I'll miss you too. When I get back, we should head to a restaurant. I doubt the food at a military base is any good. No, it's not like the delicacies of the capital, so I look forward to your return. She smiled at me while we separated. I stared at her for probably a few seconds longer than I should have, taking in the image of her deep red hair, lovely face, and mature body before finally turning away and walking. It was oddly difficult to leave, as if I were leaving her instead of leaving for a trip. I don't know why it felt like that, but it did. But those weird feelings faded when I got back to the group and saw Tana snickering. Who was that lover boy? A close friend of mine. That hug was 10 minutes too long to just be friends. Hey, she worries. Besides, she's pretty. I like hugging pretty girls. Ho, is that right? Yay, so don't come looking for me to hug. Ugh, rude. Tana stomped, causing Yumara to laugh as we boarded the rail. I glanced back one more time as we did so, seeing Rayla smiling and waving. I waved once before disappearing into the train, my smile fading before a sigh escaped my mouth. Afterward, we elites were led to one particular car. The place looked like a living space with rows of couches instead of basic chairs. Having been on one of these before, I simply slumped down into a seat. My hand then dug into my coat, pulling out the golden cigar case, slipping out one of the cigars. I cut the end with the cutter before sticking it in my mouth and lighting it. The lighter device was actually built around a small white crystal, one that heated up and could be placed against the end of the cigar to burn it. It was incredibly easy, but my mind wasn't on that. After lighting it and taking a few puffs, I let out a long plume of smoke which momentarily faded. After putting the case back in my coat, Yumara came over with a surprised look. "You smoke? It's not a drug type. It helps with physical recovery." "Oh, I didn't know they made recovery medicines in the form of cigars. Where is it from?" "Secret." I directly refused to answer, causing her to pout before taking a seat next to me. "The rail should take about half a day to arrive. This base is pretty far then. It's a frontier base, so yay." "Right. Is there a bar in this rail?" I asked while standing from my seat, the cigar making my body feel a bit better. Yumara looked at me weirdly. "Maybe. It's been a while since I've been on a rail." "Well, I'm going to look." Yumara went silent, but she still got up and followed me. I left the car, going to the others before finding a bar. I took a seat and ordered a drink. Yumara sat beside me, and it seems Tana followed since she arrived as well. And another unexpected guest was Faden. I looked at him with raised brows. "You drink on occasion." "I like to taste more than drink." "Oh, I like to drink more than taste." I shrugged as he ordered some wine. I got myself something that was similar to tequila, my favorite liquor, and Tana looked around, her eyes curious like a kid seeing something new. I raised my brow. "You gonna get something?" "Oh, I don't know. I've never really drank." "How old are you?" "Old enough. I'm not a kid." She snapped, causing me to raise my hands in retreat. In the end, she went to Yumara, who also ordered a drink, asking about what she should get. And when she finally got a glass filled with a brown liquid, she looked at it with anticipation. Then she took a sip, immediately coughing after while shaking her head. "Bleg, how do you drink this?" "In time." Faden chuckled and chimed while I smirked and tapped Yumara. "Yumara, get her something sugary." "Hee, okay." Laughing, Yumara ordered another drink for Tana. This time it was a purple color. Tana tasted it warily, and this time her eyes widened in surprise. "This is good. I only taste a bit of the alcohol. That's the point. Just don't drink too much. I don't need to be dragging you into the military base drunk off your ass." "I think I'll be fine." Tana smiled while downing her drink and asking for another one. I just shook my head. Like that, the four of us just hung out and chatted. But over time, more people came to find us. First it was Rudin the summoner, then Haley, and then Hubert showed up. And with so many coming over, more people came to check things out. I saw more elites who I had done scenarios with, greeting them all as they took a seat at the bar. Some ordered drinks, others just hung out and socialized. But for the most part, the car turned into a small party, everyone having fun. It lightened my downcast mood, that and the buzz from a few drinks. Well, we had half a day. It was enough time to filter the alcohol from my body. And Tana would surely need it. Hey, Yumara. "I'm pretty, right?" "Yes, Tana. You're very pretty. Thank you so much." "Hey, John. Fuck you, bahahaha." Faden burst out laughing, his face a bit red as he slammed the table. I sat there stunned. It seemed Tana was an aggressive drunk. Even the bartender couldn't help but chuckle, making me shake my head and ignore her as she went off to try and fight someone. I watched with a smile, letting out long plumes of smoke with my cigar. Makes me feel old. I laughed inwardly, pretending like I was some wizened old man with my glass of liquor in hand and a stogie in my mouth. Another good thing about these cigars was how long they lasted. They didn't burn through quickly. In fact, one cigar could burn for about 30 hours, and I had stocked up before leaving, meaning I had more than enough to last me through the next month. "Can I try?" Suddenly, I heard Yumara speak from the chair beside me. I looked at her for a moment before taking the cigar out of my mouth and passing it to her. "Just suck air through it. This really isn't a drug, is it?" "No. The only drug I use is alcohol." I said that while taking another sip, and after a few seconds of playing with the cigar, Yumara put it in her mouth and breathed in. "Goff, lug. It actually tastes good, but my lungs don't like it." Yay, mine didn't either at first, but it helped keep me alive, so I got used to it. My body feels good. This has some really good medicinal properties. She looked at it curiously before taking another puff. She held it in a bit longer that time, before coughing it back out and handing it to me. So what do you really do? She suddenly asked, causing me to laugh. I told you. I'm a delivery man. I don't know if I trust that. I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, I don't know what to say. I shrugged. I didn't care if she believed me or not. If anything, she was better off not knowing. She glared at me for a few more seconds, before gradually turning away. Still, she stuck by my side. I couldn't help but find her a bit cute. Yumara was a talented elite, hence why she had earned her position. And she was rather pretty. Her face was sharp, and her wit a bit sharper. Her hair was actually dark gray, like ash. And her signature warlock robes were often either black, purple, or a combination of both. Usually she also carried a staff, but right now it seemed to be stashed away. I couldn't see any obvious spatial accessories on her body, so they were either covered or integrated into her robes discreetly. Making a spatial device that couldn't be easily found wasn't uncommon, at least in the black markets. At the same time, I couldn't help but wonder about her own background. She tried to pry so often into mine, so I got curious. Are you a noble? Yes. Father, mother, title, Duchess Talaria. She resides over the city of Joffrun. I suddenly went silent, my eyes going wide, and then I laughed. Bahaja. Shit. No wonder I thought that look was familiar. What? You know my mother? Ha. Not personally, but I suppose you could say we're acquainted professionally. I thought back. I had met Duchess Talaria not long before leaving Joffrun, and thinking about it, she really resembled Yumara. She was sharp. The color of their hair and clothes were the same, and she enjoyed digging into people's business. We hadn't even met before, and the Duchess had asked all about me. It was like she couldn't go without knowing everything about someone, or at least enough to satisfy her curiosity. Like mother, like daughter. They were almost identical, and Yumara grabbed my arm, shaking it. How did you meet my mother? In what context? I was finishing a job and we bumped into each other. Heh, she snoops around just as much as you do. I swear you two are twins. What kind of job were you finishing? Was it that trip you were on? Why did it take you to Joffrun? Not telling. Do you know what kind of business your mother works in? Yes, but she works in several industries. Which one are you talking about? Heh, nice try. I chuckled, causing her to shake me harder. Tell me, if your mom hasn't told you, then I'm not. She'd kill me if she found out I did that. I won't tell. I can't take that risk. Tell me. No. I dodged Yumara's glare, refusing to give up the information. If you want to know, figure it out yourself. I'll follow you when we get back to the capital. That might actually be dangerous for you. Why? Secret. I hate you. She said that before snatching the cigar out of my mouth, putting it in hers before walking away. I only laughed as I heard her cough more. After that, the rest of the ride passed smoothly as I chatted up some new friends and avoided a drunkard, who we had to eventually pin down to keep her from drinking more. Chapter 37, Calatrop Base. We arrive in 10 minutes. Prepare to disembark. Shouts echoed through the train cars, spurring me from my sleep. After several hours of chatting, laughing, and playing small games, everyone had gotten tired and drifted off to sleep. The entire car with the bar was littered with unconscious bodies. Of course, we hadn't been sleeping for long. In order to pass the time, everyone found something to do. Besides the usual, there was a period when some of the knights sparred. In order to not damage anything, they did something similar to fencing. Over half the elites were knights in the first place, so many went up to challenge themselves and have fun. Even I went up, taking a light sword and utilizing my non-existent sword skill to try and poke the other knight. Even after 5 minutes of trying, though, I couldn't so much as touch them. It made for a nice laugh. And after that, the warlocks went up and let out displays of spell casting. Many of the spells let out were nothing more than parlor tricks, like little sparks of fire or little droplets of water being thrown at the opponent. It was funny seeing the reactions of those who got bit by a spark, only for the other to stumble when their hair was blown back by a sharp gust of wind. Things of that nature filled the ride, and I watched for the most part, a smile on my face. It felt like I was back in college messing around with some friends at a sporting event. And it all helped me realize that, in the end, these people were all just young adults who liked to have fun. The magisterium and the war against the scourge put a lot of pressure on them, especially the elites. But that didn't mean they didn't still want to kick back and let loose. They were only a couple of years younger than me, so I had no issue relating and getting along with them. Most would feel like these elites were unapproachable professionals, wholly focused on growing their strength. But what kid was interested in that? They knew how to have fun just like anybody else their age. They didn't suddenly lose their humanity with their talent. So the ride was refreshing for me. I feel like everyone had gotten closer. Just like me, everyone else also woke up with the shouts. We had slept for around an hour or two, a power nap sufficient to revitalize us for whatever was awaiting us at this military base. In the car, bodies littered the couches and floor, all of them slowly rising and stretching. I heard groans and moans, along with a few who didn't actually wake up and continued to snore, one of which was Tana, who I saw passed out in the corner of the room. When I thought back, I couldn't help the laugh. After a few hours of constant drinking, she finally couldn't hold it and left to go vomit. Yumara was stuck holding her hair back, but shockingly, after recovering for a bit, she was right back at it. She proclaimed that she needed to build her tolerance, but reality was cruel as she hurled again, not even an hour after trying to drink more. After that, we pinned her down and forced her to rest, which ended with her passing out. That was about halfway through the ride. Hopefully, she would be recovered enough to walk straight. I thought of that as I went over and shook her. "Hey, Tana." She didn't respond, even after I shook her harder and tapped her face. Then Yumara walked over. "I got it." Asterisk splash asterisk, she summoned some water, pouring it over Tana's head. And the reaction was violent. "Die. Stop. Please, wake up." Yumara was rather merciless with her words, but still gently helped Tana up. To my great surprise, though, she didn't seem hungover at all. Tana just got up and cracked her neck, before letting out a long breath. "Hey, how long was I out? We're here so you do the math. I don't like math." "Whatever. I need to pee." With a yawn, Tana walked out of the car in search of a restroom. I stood there a bit stunned, before connecting the dots. So knights can resist the effects of alcohol. No wonder she could drink so much. Tana had drank non-stop for hours despite her having no experience with alcohol. I suppose it was only her strong body as a knight that allowed her to do that. I sighed in slight envy. How lucky. They can't get hungover. Yes, their bodies are naturally resistant to poisoning. It's why I wasn't worried. Well, how are you doing? Fine, actually. Those cigars help your body filter the alcohol as well, so I'm feeling good. Oh, and here. Yumara suddenly handed back the cigar. It was barely a quarter burnt, so I took out my golden cigar case and stashed it for later. The sight of it caused Yumara's eyes to widen a bit. After that, everyone gathered in the main car we had first arrived in. There, the instructors were briefing everyone. The orientation will simply consist of the most basic things you need to know. Tomorrow is when you'll receive a tour of the base and get to know your daily routine. Just listen to the commander so he can quickly get you situated in your barracks. The puppet master gave those words, and not long after, we all felt the rail come to a gradual stop. I nudged Yumara with my elbow. "Hey, what are the military ranks?" "Oh, I was tested on those." "Hang on." She took a second to think before counting with her 10 fingers. Ensign, first ensign, corporal, sergeant, master sergeant, first sergeant, commander, chief commander, first commander, and brigadier. Oh, those are the infantry ranks in the military, and they go by your authority. The commander we're going to meet would be an authority 7, and the intelligence ranks have different names. All right. I nodded, and right after, the door to the car opened, revealing the terminal we arrived in. Unlike the one in the capital, this one wasn't fancy or very well kept. The floors were made of gray stone bricks, and across the way from all the rails, there was what looked like a large warehouse with tons of cargo in it, probably stuff that needed to be transported. There were also many troops moving about the plaza. I took a look at the standard uniforms, because this world's military wasn't facing a human or generally intelligent enemy. There was no need for camouflage. It was likely that such measures would be useless before a beast's senses. Plus, guns and bullets weren't the primary mode of combat. Therefore, entire sets of steel armor were much more important than cloth that could blend into the surroundings. So instead, the uniforms were sets of clothing that, in their most basic setup, were designed to be worn under armor. This meant that they were sleek and generally comfortable to wear. The fabrics of the shirts, for instance, seemed to be some variant of polyester derived from a plant. This made them flexible, smooth, and relatively tough. Some of my sets of clothing were polyester, in fact, and the pants were like jeans, but thinner and more flexible. They were belted and meant to fit nicely under a set of armor. If I had to describe it, they would be a heavy-duty pair of dress slacks. As for the colors, they went by the theme colors of the Kingdom of Dragon Tongue, which were black, white, and blue. The shirt was entirely blue, and the pants were black like formal slacks with blue lines running down their seams. Some were also wearing coats, ones that looked like wool jackets. And then there was the commander in front of us, who was wearing a formal overcoat with some medals and badges pinned on it. One of our instructors, a fourth-year teacher who I hadn't met before, went forward to greet him. "Commander Bosnan, Instructor Gresha, welcome to Calatrop Base." They shook hands before the instructor turned to us. "All right, students, listen up. Most of your arrangements will be handled by Commander Bosnan here. He is your leader for the duration of your stay here. You will listen to his instructions as if they were orders from us. Besides, in a year, you all will join the military and he will outrank you anyway, so act according to your position. Now I'll hand you off. Go ahead, Commander." "Thank you, Instructor." The commander stepped forward after we had all piled out of the rail. To the side, we could see all our chests and cargo being hauled out and into the base by some other soldiers. The commander looked over each of us before speaking. "You all will address me as commander. I have been given authority by the first commander overseeing this base to take care of you all while you are here. This means you are my responsibility, and my words will therefore dictate the next month of your lives. Failure to follow orders will result in suspension for the rest of your trip, as well as rigorous training designed to promote reflection and introspection. Am I clear?" "Yes, Commander." I spoke in response along with the rest of the group. They all seemed familiar with this kind of environment, and they had indeed been to these places plenty of times before. Starting in the third year, students would work alongside the military. That was because most students graduated after their third year, so it was designed to help them get familiar with working at a military base in advance. This meant that all these fourth-year students around me were no strangers to a military environment, responding and acting properly. Many backs had already been straightened, including mine. The commander also seemed to know this since he didn't yell and wasn't making a scream in response to his words. There was no need to drill these things into us. The third years, on the other hand, would likely go through a period of training designed to teach them the basics of operating at a military base. They would be yelled at, have to yell in response, and would need to move about in strict ways. I was glad I didn't have to go through that, skipping straight to the good stuff. Follow me and we will assign your rooms. The commander turned, the students all following without bothering to look at their instructors. Right now, this commander had the greatest authority. We walked into the base, and I took everything in as we went. The entire base was designed in a hemispherical way. The walls were arched in the front, with 4 sections separated by towers. At the base of the hemisphere, it tapered off and circled around a massive fort. The fort was built in the rear portion of the base, separated from the walls by 3 distinct fields. In the midst of these fields were all kinds of things separated by their purpose. For instance, in one field there was a bunch of training equipment. In another was combat equipment like armored vehicles and caches of supplies. And another was filled with structures attached to the walls, likely for extra security. And attached to the side of the fort were a few large structures, likely the barracks. During our walk there, nobody spoke a word, so I didn't either, even though I had questions I wanted to ask Yumara. Finally, we arrived at one of the buildings. The commander spun around and spoke. This is the male barracks. Just as a forewarning, any fraternizing between the men and women will result in suspension. I'm sure you all can keep it in your pants for a month, so please don't put us in an awkward situation. A few people chuckled, one of them being Yumara. Her weird smile made me snicker. Then we all saw some wagons roll over, their backs loaded with all our chests. All right, all the men, grab your luggage and head inside. Pick any room and bunk you want. Each room holds 2 people. And ladies, follow me. The commander waved all the women over. Yumara nudged me as she left, making my brows raise. We seemed to be getting quite close. After watching their backs for a moment, I turned and found Faden. With a smile, I smacked his shoulder. Hey, let's room together. Oh, all right. He easily agreed and we went to find our chests. I quickly found mine, grabbing it before heading inside. The entry door led into a long hallway, which I walked down with Faden behind me. Which one? I suggest the ones around the middle. Not too close to the entrance where the commander comes banging on your door, and not too close to the bathrooms where everyone is constantly coming and going. All right, middle it is. Picking a room in the center of the hallway, I opened the door and walked in. The small room I entered had 2 beds on either corner across the way, as well as a single bench, table, 2 chairs, and 2 dressers to store items. Everything was generally worn out. The floor was wooden, and there was a single light in the center of the ceiling. No luxury to speak of. I sighed, thinking that I had taken my extravagantly luxurious room at the Black Spider Hotel for granted. The only thing worse than this would be living outside or in a tent. As for the bed, when I pressed on it, my hand didn't sink down. It was pretty stiff, with a wood base and thin mattress filled with who knows what. The pillow wasn't much better, and there was only 1 sheet and 1 wool blanket. I was quickly figuring out that I packed light. Hell, I should have brought an entire bed. I might have if I knew this piece of crap was waiting for me here. And naturally, Faden was prepared. He had his own pillow and set of blankets that he draped over the bed. Seeing me glance over there, he turned to me and smiled. Would you like a blanket? No, that's fine. Live and learn, right? Haha, indeed. I remember my first time on a base. Stressful and unaccommodating was how I'd describe it. Sounds about right. I chuckled and took a seat on the bed. At the very least, it looked and smelled clean, so they weren't making me sleep in used sheets. Not long after that, we heard one of the instructors call all the men. Heading out of our room, the instructor let us know about some things for the following day. Things like where the cafeteria was, where the bathrooms were, where we needed to report the next morning and when. After that final briefing, we were all allowed to finally retire for the night. Tomorrow, there was a lot waiting for us. Chapter 38. Squad. The next morning, I woke up bright and early to an alarm from my aerial. And that wasn't the only thing I got. After rolling over and spending a few minutes to wake up, I tapped the device and saw that I had a message. It was from Rayla, and attached was an image. My brows raised as I opened it. The picture was from the auction that came at the end of every month. However, I suddenly remembered that not only was this auction last night, but it was the major auction accompanied by Vatsy's gala. I suddenly sat up. I missed the gala. Damn it, I cursed while palming my forehead. I obviously knew I couldn't go, but what a shame. I had only been to one gala before, and it was an amazing experience. Taking a moment, I started to count the months, and after some basic addition, I realized that I wouldn't have to miss the next one that would occur at the end of the year. I sighed in relief and slumped back down into my bed again. What's this gala? Then Faden asked with drowsiness. I had woken him up. I spoke while sighing. Just a party. It's pretty fun, but it doesn't happen very often. I see. He nodded and yawned before climbing out of bed. I suggest you use the bathrooms before everyone else does. It gets crowded and smelly. True. Following, I grabbed some items before strolling to the bathroom. It was a large tiled space with stalls, shower curtains, and lots of metal bowls. Basic but functional. And we weren't the only ones to wake up a bit earlier. The few male instructors, including the puppet master, along with some other guys, were already there and getting ready for the day. Everyone was quiet, just minding their own business. Nobody was in the mood to chat so early in the morning. I went through my morning routine, but as I was brushing my teeth, I suddenly remembered the picture Rayla sent me. I quickly pulled it back up, and I couldn't help the grin that surfaced. There were actually two pictures. The first was of Rayla and the others like Plex, Libitus, and Tovex. They stood stiffly in a group, everyone smiling except Plex, who was too busy drinking. And the second picture was of Rayla by herself, dressed in a rather sexy black outfit and blowing a kiss into the picture. I got a nice shot of all the goodies, by design. Well, isn't that something? I laughed before closing it, going through the rest of my morning with a smile. She sure knew how to cheer me up. Then, not long after finishing my routine, I heard some shouts that shook our building. Be ready in 15 minutes and assemble outside the barracks. It was our commander, and his shouts woke everyone who wasn't already out of bed. After that, the bathrooms and hallways were flooded as everyone rushed to get ready. On the other hand, Faden and I took our time and headed outside. I enjoyed the morning breeze cooling my face. My coat never allowed me to get cold or hot, so the wind felt refreshing instead of making me shiver. Seeing as how Faden and I were the only ones out, I grabbed the golden cigar case from my inner pocket. After lighting the quarter-used cigar, I took a few deep breaths of smoke, feeling the rejuvenating effects that washed away some of my drowsiness and woke me up. Not long after, people began filing out of the barracks, gathering outside. Not far from us, outside the building adjacent to the male bunks, we could see all the girls gather, the two sides peeking over at each other. Then the commander came, gathering both groups before announcing, "All right, listen in. We're going to guide you through your routine for the next month. I'm going to give you all a tour of the places you need to know and remember. We are also going to assign everyone their squads. These squads can change at any time, but likely won't unless there is good reason. So be prepared to get familiar with them. Now follow me." The commander waved, and everyone followed him into the command center of the base. Upon arrival, I looked around and saw various facilities and many officers carrying out their duties. To my surprise, though, not many of them were powerful. Some officers were completely ordinary. Well, I suppose it shouldn't have been surprising. Behind every soldier were a dozen logistical officers. It took no small amount of manpower to operate the war machine, and it couldn't possibly be entirely composed of magi. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was some kind of draft or mandatory service for everyone. After entering the command center, The commander briefed us on several of the facilities. One was an intelligence post, the officers within being responsible for gathering and analyzing the movements and patterns of the scourge near the base. They were also responsible for collecting intelligence gathered by squads that went on reconnaissance missions and making sense of it, compiling it all into actionable data. Then there was the office sector, a large area devoted to the bureaucratic side of the base. Here, many officers were busy filling out tons of paperwork and collecting mission reports from the various squads. Then there was an area that held several briefing rooms. Inside these rooms were magical projectors and devices that could display information pertaining to a mission. Before being sent out on a mission, we would come here to get a rundown. After that, we toured the rest of the base. We were introduced to the mess hall where breakfast, lunch, and dinner were served at regular intervals. We were taken to the medical building, a place many never wished to get familiar with. Then there was the armory where we could get supplies, some recreation centers for entertainment, a training facility for physical fitness, a maintenance facility for gear, and a storage area for miscellaneous items. There was even a chapel for the believers. The commander spent several hours giving us this tour, and we also met several key officers who would be helping us during our stay. We were barely done before lunch came around. At that time, the commander finally let us go to the mess hall and get some chow. Everyone flooded into the building, and I noticed that everyone was generally familiar with everything, and I had no issue simply following in their footsteps, getting myself food. It wasn't a buffet. There was a long line of pots and trays with various foods in them, and there was a limit to how much you could take of each one, but you could indeed go back for seconds and thirds. At first glance, I didn't recognize most of the food. It didn't look particularly appetizing, but I knew that was coming from my perspective as someone who almost always ate out at restaurants. Still, I grabbed from the trays that smelled better than the others, and soon had a full plate. I went and took a seat at an empty table. How sad, sitting by yourself. Yumara came up behind me, taking a seat on my right. With her was Tana, and Faden arrived not long after. I smiled at her and started eating. At the same time, I asked a question on my mind. What kind of positions do ordinary people occupy in the military? They are intelligence. There are 2 ranking systems in the military, one for infantry and one for intelligence. There are no power requirements for intelligence, unlike infantry, but they do have to be educated. The kingdom has several schools specifically for training and teaching those officers. That's what I thought. This is rather common knowledge, but you don't know it. Did you entirely skip the first few years of classes at the magisterium? But even then, you learned some of these things during school when growing up. Yumara looked at me from the side, going on another one of her deductive rabbit holes. Where did you grow up? Far from here. What city? It was a village called Ymir Village. Really? That's surprising though. You don't look like you've come from a village, and you're too educated to not have gone to a proper school, which only exists in cities. Look at you, sniffing around for more secrets. Am I that interesting to you? The fact that your origins are a secret does in fact make you very interesting. She gave me a grin, causing me to laugh. This girl really did like digging into my business, but I also couldn't help but notice the others nodding with thoughtful expressions. Seriously, Yumara was turning me into some kind of hot topic, as if my existence here was some kind of conspiracy. Well, it kind of was, but that was beside the point. After dodging more of Yumara's sneaky questions, lunch finished, and we were given some free time to explore. However, we were also given some sheets which informed us of our squads. Everyone gathered and read the lists, and chatter ensued. I quickly found my name, and read the names of those I was grouped with. Faden, Yumara, Vetsman, and Tana. HM, not a bad lineup, but I don't know who Vetsman is. I smiled. Besides this Vetsman, who I didn't know about, The group was perfect. Faden and Tana were knights who were skilled in handling enemies up close. The two of them would be able to keep everything away from Umara and me, while we supported them from behind. And Umara alone was a great partner to have by my side. She knew many utility spells, including some area spells and spells that compensated for the weaknesses of my guns, like their sound. Oh, Vetsman, it seems we have nothing to worry about. After reading it, Faden nodded from beside me, causing me to ask, "Who is that? Why don't you greet him yourself?" He pointed and I looked over. Hubert was a stocky man, tall and built like a football linebacker. I had thought he was on the bigger side, but this Vetsman almost put him to shame. Well over 6 feet tall, Vetsman walked over with a towering figure that looked down on even me. I could see his muscles through the white robes he wore, and his aura was awfully threatening. He was someone who I'd never met before, likely one of the topmost elites who we never saw much of. His skin was a deep brown, and he had long black hair that took nothing away from the sharp jawline and raging masculinity. It was like he radiated testosterone. He walked up to me, seeing as how my focus was on him, and being completely honest with myself, I felt a bit inferior in front of his hulking figure, but I still straightened my back to greet him, putting out my hand. "You're Vetsman?" "Yes." "John Wright. I've heard about you. Nice to finally meet you." He smiled, exposing his pearly white teeth while shaking my hand with his bare paws. I couldn't even close my grip, and my strength was naturally far below his. He was a knight through and through, but his robe reminded me of something else. Why did they resemble priest robes? Maybe I was just overthinking it, and this guy just really liked fancy white clothing. After our greeting, Vetsman went around to the others to exchange pleasantries. As a group, we would need to get familiar with each other. Trust was one of the most important factors of any team. It seemed Vetsman was a good guy. Nobody had any trouble talking to him. And while he was talking to the others, Umara came over to me and whispered in my ear, "He's rank 4, a knight specializing in defense and protection like Hubert. He's seriously strong, and with you, our group has basically no weaknesses. In fact, we could very well be one of the most powerful groups on this trip." Rank 4. The puppet master seems to think highly of me. I couldn't help but smile a bit. I wasn't even an elite yet, and I was being grouped with people in the top 10. Umara was 8th, Vetsman was 4th, and Faden was 2nd, while Tana was our weaker link. She was still ranked 15 out of 28 elites, and she specialized in speed anyway, not sheer strength, so she should be able to fill some gaps in our composition. For example, she would probably end up our scout. I couldn't help but think that despite not being an elite, the puppet master was treating me as one in the upper echelons of the group, and at the very least, I knew that I could pull my weight. After all, I had been training with all the elites for the past several weeks. If I couldn't keep up, I probably would have been kicked out a while ago. From the side, Umara smiled at me. "I can confidently say that you're one of the most powerful people in the elites. Your guns are amazingly lethal, making you too good at killing things. So if you're allowed to do as you please, only an overwhelmingly tough enemy would survive. This group is practically built to protect you. Well, even without me, it would be a powerful group. Yes, but with you, it's even more so." I hummed, glancing at Umara before nudging her with my elbow. She nudged me back with a stifled giggle. After that, we were called by the rest of the group, gathering together to discuss some things. I had worked with Tana and Umara several times, so I knew them and their skill sets well, but I didn't know much about Faden, despite the fact that we had become good friends recently. And Vetsman was still a mystery, even though he looked about as reliable as someone could ever be. So for now, we talked about each other's abilities, strengths, and weaknesses, quickly understanding everything our group was capable of. And in the end, we came to the conclusion that there wasn't much that we weren't capable of. Vetsman utilized a tower shield befitting his large body and strength, capable of going toe-to-toe with authority 5 beasts. His weapon of choice was a spear, but he could also use a sword for when he wasn't being weighed down by his shield, making him very versatile. And Faden was naturally a swordsman, who excelled in both speed and strength. He basically had Tana's strengths and none of her weaknesses while possessing amazing technique. And then there was me. I laid out my abilities and weaknesses clearly. After all, I needed to be protected to some extent. I couldn't let them think that I was perfectly fine on my own and then get killed out of carelessness. After describing my guns and how they worked in principle, Vetsman and Faden were able to come to an understanding, and with all our abilities on the table, everyone was able to come to a conclusion as to how we needed to operate. Suddenly, I thought of something humorous. Back on Earth, as a boy in the prime years of his life, I had played no shortage of video games of all kinds, and as I worked with more people, I couldn't help but recall my experiences in those games to help me with forming a battle plan in my mind. Some video games required you to engage in quick yet strategic decision-making, have good pattern recognition, and know how to use the skills, powers, and environment at your disposal to fight for the best outcome. All my training with the Puppet Master's scenarios had forced me to utilize all these things. But the fact that some random video games could help me with real-life battles was a funny concept. Anyway, after a bit more conclusive discussion, we determined that Vetsman would be the core of our formation. His direct support would be Faden, while Tana would drift between everyone. Yumara and I would be paired in the back. She was responsible for ensuring that I could operate at full capacity, and I would be responsible for protecting her, while also providing ranged firepower for the rest of the team. Of course, our strategies would have to change according to the enemy and terrain, but we knew our jobs, which was most important. Chapter 39. Sage, since we had our team and everyone got along just fine, we decided to move around together. We had been introduced to all the facilities of the base, but there were still some things we needed to know. For one, we had to know about certain protocols. For the most part, they were standard. After all, this was the military. There would be very few times when protocols deviated from what was in the book. Still, after we had some free time, the commander came back and gathered us together. For the next few hours after that, he went over all the necessary protocols. Specifically, he explained what we needed to do when missions arose. For the time being, we wouldn't be sent out by ourselves. Each squad would be paired with another soldier from the base, who would primarily be responsible for navigation and general oversight. After all, the soldiers here knew the lay of the land much better than us. When the time came for a mission, everyone would gather in the briefing room before being assigned a task that would involve us going beyond the walls and out into the wilderness. After our briefing, we would be given supplies for the mission. This included packs of food, water, medical supplies, and other equipment we would need. And after gathering everything we needed, everyone would meet at the gates for final preparations before heading off. Then, after returning, there was a process of taking damage reports, injuries, loss of equipment, expenditures, and other miscellaneous things would be logged before we could retire. That was basically the gist. I couldn't really bother to hear the extensive details, and it didn't seem like the commander cared too much about making sure we knew. After all, this wasn't our first rodeo. With that, the day gradually came to a close. Missions would be assigned in cycles. This meant that different squads would go out on different days. Also, not every mission would involve killing something. Sometimes it would be a perimeter patrol, and sometimes it would be a search and destroy mission. If things got really exciting, then this base would be raided by a wave of beasts, and we would need to help defend. But the chances of that happening were low since this base wasn't located on the true front lines of the war front. This place was merely here to fill in gaps and make sure that enemies didn't slip through. We also needed to clear anything that tried to nest and develop itself between the cracks, making sure our allies in distant lands didn't have to worry about being attacked from the sides or back, so there wasn't a whole lot of action. And while there were still frequent hunting missions, they would be split between all the squads, not leaving much for any single group. Well, I was completely fine with that. I still had yet to kill a real scourge beast. I didn't need to jump straight into a frontal battle. Easing my way in was preferable. Like that, we ended our second day uneventfully. The night concluded after everyone had eaten dinner and went back to the barracks. The next day, we were supposed to receive our first orders. A schedule would be given, and the puppet master had said that the elites were going to be some of the first to deploy on real combat missions. So I went to sleep with excited anticipation. I wasn't all that fearful, especially since my squad was damn powerful. I woke up at some point during the night, not to my aerial alarm but to a weird feeling. I didn't really sense anything other than a faint omen in the back of my head. My heart was also beating pretty hard, enough to send noticeable tremors through my bed. I sat up, remaining there for several minutes. And then I heard it. An ear-piercing alarm suddenly sounded through the whole base. Faden instantly woke, as did everyone else who had functional hearing. His eyes widened as he looked at me. That's not good. No shit. I frowned while jumping out of bed. I had a hunch as to what was going on. There was really only one thing that could send this entire base into high alert. Sure enough, I heard several shouts outside the barracks. Enemy attack. All hands to battle stations. I could hear a commotion outside as all the soldiers on base instantly jumped to the call, rushing out to get ready. I decided to arm myself for battle as well, equipping my standard gear for when I would train. The coat was the last thing to go on as Faden, and I ran out of our room with the others. All students gather here. I heard the puppet master shout, catching everyone's attention with a light that appeared over his head. Right now, the sun was just barely peeking over the horizon. It was dark, but just light enough to see clearly. Still, the beacon drew us to him. The girls and boys gathered as all the soldiers ran past us. He spoke with utter seriousness. This is not a drill. The base is about to come under siege, and all of you are about to become important defenders. It's time to step up. Find your squad and gather before the gates for further instructions. Elites stay behind. Everyone else get moving. With his command, a vast majority of the students ran off toward the gates. As for us elites, we stuck around as he gave out more commands. Listen up. I want all the warlocks to head up the walls. I will be up there and will be your commanding officer for this battle. So listen to my orders. As for the knights, you will report to the commander and get ready to engage in close combat. So if you haven't already, get your damn armor on and move. Go. With those words, everyone turned and ran off, including the puppet master. Before we got far, though, he shouted again. John, I'm giving you full autonomy, so get into the central tower and start raining hell. Yes, sir. Yumara, go with him. Understood. We both smiled and ran off. During our tour of the base, we had gotten familiar with the walls. They were designed to defend against sieges like this. And there were 5 primary towers spread evenly along the walls that acted as defensive shooting positions for warlocks. And in the middle was the largest central tower. It had several levels and overlooked the entire base. It was the perfect vantage point for someone like me. Yumara and I rushed up there, along with dozens of other soldiers. Many of them were yelling and screaming orders, and at some point we could hear explosions. After some time and squeezing through people, we climbed up the staircases and got to the top of the wall. That's when we took a second and looked over. In the distance, we could see a dark wave of beasts surging toward us. They were a thick tide that quickly covered any visible ground. It was a bit overwhelming, seeing that many beasts rushing toward us. I really wondered what I could do here. In situations like these, Warlocks who could cast area of effect spells were the most effective. But I knew I was still valuable. That was especially when I saw some of the much bigger beasts in that ocean of monsters. They would no doubt be my targets. My guns did a lot of damage, but only to singular targets. So they would be the best to focus on instead of just firing randomly into the crowd. Let's go. Yumara pulled me along, helping me focus. Like that, we rose to the top of the central tower. From there, I could overlook everything. Who are you guys? Where is your commanding officer? Not long after we got there, though, we were suddenly yelled at by a soldier. He seemed to be someone with a high rank, a powerful warlock from my guess, but I didn't know him and didn't particularly care right now, so I responded succinctly. We're students under the puppet master's command. He's ordered us to be here and give long-range support. Puppet master, fine. Just don't get in the way. Otherwise, I'm sending you down. Understood. Glad that this guy wasn't making things difficult, I moved with Yumara over to an empty window. The inside of this tower was built with warlocks in mind, so not only did it have a great vantage point, but the firing windows were large and plentiful, yet built in a way that would still protect us. There wasn't a single part of the battlefield that I wouldn't be able to shoot. Like that, we set up and got ready. Even as the monsters approached, I could see dozens of spells being launched into the distance. All of them exploded inside the monster tide, most creating flames and disrupting their momentum. Not only that, but there were special weapons used along the walls, cannons to be exact. Of course, these weren't generic cannons, but special ones utilizing magic. They were built with enchantments and could launch huge balls of fire that would explode like a bomb. Of course, it couldn't fire quickly, but they lined the walls and were operated efficiently. Like that, holes were punched in the advancing armies. Still, they blindly charged forward. Up above, I took out my sniper. Getting into a comfortable position and looking through my scope, I took a close look at the monsters, and they were grotesque. They looked like mutated abominations. Tigers with spines shooting out of their backs, bears with bone spurs jutting out of its body, lizards with irregular scales that made them seem like a bed of razors, and many other monsters I couldn't recognize. Of course, some looked more normal than others, but it was clear that the scourge really was just a monstrous collection of unintelligent creatures. They thirsted for nothing but destruction and human flesh. Some were more mutated than others, and these were the stronger creatures. Not only that, but a larger size generally meant more power, so there were many large monsters that stood a few heads above the rest. It was clear that the puppet master dialed down the grotesque looks for us in training, but otherwise, they looked and operated exactly how I'd known. Otherwise, what use was his special training? After finding the familiarity, I calmed myself and spoke. Yumara, yes. How long can you kill the sound? If I focus on nothing but that spell, I can do so for several hours. Could you? I asked, not doubting if she actually could, but if she was willing to do so. To simply cast a single spell for several hours was no doubt boring and tedious. It might be fine for the first hour, but after that, she would end up just sitting by me and doing nothing but supporting me. But without her spell, I would draw too much attention. It didn't matter how much was going on. My guns were simply too loud and pulled the attention of everything within a mile. That meant this tower would be attacked and I wouldn't be able to work. But if nothing could hear me, then I would be a silent killer. The battle would continue as normal, while I simply killed everything I laid eyes on. I felt bad asking her for this, but thankfully, she didn't seem to mind much. Sure, I'll support you. Just do what you're good at. Thank you. I smiled at her, and after getting a smile in return, I turned around and focused in. A moment later, I heard the surrounding noise turn muffled. This was the normal effect of her sound spell, especially when she confined it to a small space. After all, I was the only person she needed to muffle. The windows in this tower were placed nicely. I was actually able to lay down and aim through some windows near the floors. These windows were meant to provide a line of fire down toward the base of the walls. Steadying my weapon on the ground and pointing the barrel through the window, I took aim at one of the big enemies. It was several meters tall, towering over the others nearby, and making it a large but tough target. And without empowering any of my shots, I fired. Zip asterisk, my subsonic rounds produced untraceable sound as they pierced into the face of that behemoth. The massive beast had naturally tough armor that almost looked like rock, so I aimed for its only vulnerability. Several spells had already exploded on its body harmlessly, the beast continuing to truck forward. But as soon as the bullet landed, it recoiled in shock. Roar asterisk, it let out a pained bellow as the round scrambled its fleshy face, shattering what little armor it had around its eyes and mouth. However, it didn't do any real damage, that much I realized. So with that shot as the gauge, I empowered the rifle and corrected my aim just slightly. Zip asterisk scree asterisk this time. The beast let out a scream as the bullet accurately hit its eye. Blood exploded from the wound as it thrashed around in pain. I didn't let up, firing more into its face with increasingly powerful shots. And after around a dozen more bullets, the beast finally fell, crashing into its surrounding army and crushing several of its kin. I took a long breath after that, settling myself before finding another. As time passed, the army in the distance only grew. Even though I could see the end of it, there were still thousands of these beasts moving toward us, and among those armies were a few dozen massive behemoths. They marched alongside the smaller ones, giving off a grave presence. That one behemoth I killed took a good amount out of me, empowering that many shots, especially ones that could kill a beast such as that, consumed great amounts of my psyche. But after I had created the spark with my cultivation in Dreamland, I had gained a great amount of passive psyche regeneration. The spark, initially, only seemed to boost my cognitive power, but psyche was directly tied to the mind and its thoughts. This meant that, the more powerful my mind, the more powerful and plentiful my psyche. So the spark, which acted as an engine for my mind, afforded me greater power regeneration. I hadn't gotten the chance to really test it since I immediately left for this trip, but now I would be putting it all into action. Without much rest, I took aim and fired at another behemoth, working to bring it down, and without realizing, I happened to be helping this base much more than I initially realized. Chapter 40. Elite. Roar asterisk, another behemoth fell, marking the 13th that I had killed. Of course, doing so took hours and all the energy I had. What had initially been morning turned into afternoon. Now the sun was beginning to lower, bringing us into evening. I had only left twice during the day in order to eat once and take a piss. Otherwise, I had been laying inside the central tower the entire time, and Yumara had never left my side. Operating her sound spell, while tedious and boring, wasn't that difficult for her. If anything, she utilized this time as a training opportunity. At the very least, I was working harder, so I could confidently say that I wasn't wasting her support. But I was reaching my limit mentally. I had gone through my entire psyche pool a few times over, constantly regenerating and using any dregs of power I got when I got it. I had basically been running on empty for half the day, and it was when I hit my 13th kill that I finally couldn't hold on anymore. The gun disappearing from my hand as I could no longer maintain the communion. I grunted as I felt my head throb. Thankfully, I wasn't also focused on surviving. With the tower and this many warlocks around me, I didn't have to worry about getting hit even if spells were launched at us. I just laid there, and a few moments later, I suddenly heard the surroundings get louder. Now that Yumara wasn't muffling sound, I could hear everything clearly. Unfortunately, it also hurt my head to suddenly get an influx of sound. "Come on," Let's get you into the bunks. You've done enough. I heard Yumara mutter as she helped pull my body up. I initially wanted to refuse her help, but when I started to get to my feet, my headache multiplied until my vision blurred and the dizziness threatened to throw me off my feet. Yumara slung my arm over her shoulder as I became unsteady, using her body to prop mine up as I finally stood. Given several seconds, I started to acclimate and feel better, but my mind was still drained of all its energy. We left the tower, making our way down the walls, and as we did so, there was a sudden shout. "Damn, John! Where was that during training?" The puppet master appeared in front of us, marching over with a wide grin. It was uncharacteristic of him to be so excited. "Hey, do you know what authority those monsters were?" "No, Authority 5. You just killed a dozen of those things. Congrats on officially becoming an elite. Now go get some rest. Yumara, take care of him." "Yes, sir," Yumara shouted back before continuing to carry me back down. She spoke as we finally descended the wall. Killing an Authority 5 Scourge beast earns you the title of elite. It's usually done as an Authority 4. And is a sign that you're really talented since you can kill above your authority. Normally, you need to kill it by yourself, have witnesses, and there needs to be a consensus that you unilaterally contributed to its death. But since you just killed a dozen, there's no need for that. Yumara explained as we crossed the field, smiling at me as she finished. "I've only ever killed 7, so congrats on becoming one of the top elites in a single day. It's just another Tuesday. How humble of you." She giggled as we arrived at the male barracks, directly bringing me inside. I pointed her to my room. We entered, and I was laid on my bed. After getting comfortable, I seemed to become more aware of my headache as it shook my brain. I also felt like I was going to pass out any second. For a moment, I got worried, since this base was still being sieged by monsters. But I knew that I had contributed as much as I could. I just had to trust that everyone else would be able to hold on. Before I even realized it, my body shut itself down without warning. Everything went dark, and I no longer felt any pain. A magic formation filled my mind. At its center was a single orb of fleeting lights that spun fast in orbiting patterns, yet slower than they should have been. I recognized it almost instantly. Yet with some willpower and tricking my own mind, I maintained a suspended sort of awareness of what was going on. I focused on the formation. Its outer edges were all bright, indicating my comprehension. As for the dark parts that moved toward the center, I slowly started to analyze them as my focus moved along the lines. However, unlike the first time, my analysis now was far slower. It felt like I really had to focus on understanding it in order to make progress as opposed to last time, when it all just came to me. Not only that, but some parts were indistinguishable. I felt like I could see them, but when I focused on them, they simply slipped my mind. I moved on from those parts, focusing on what I could as I made my way around the formation. And over time, the stars of Psyche that filled my mind began to converge. A few stars made their way into the spark at the center, adding to its power. With every star, I felt the spark make my mind more sensitive. However, because of my recent battle, the spark was drained and begging for replenishment. This made things progress slower, but that was also an unexpected boon. If the spark replenished itself faster, then I would have less time in this dream to work on the formation. On the other hand, the less energy it had, the slower my thoughts were, and the slower my analysis was. It was an equal balance between energy and speed, both of which increased over time, and yet decreased the time in the dream. I quickly caught on to this as the spark continued to replenish itself faster and faster, my focus becoming sharper, yet my dream beginning to slip away. It got to the point where I even had awareness of my body, despite still being in the dream. Yet I hung on for as long as I could, and finally, I felt the dream shut down completely. Even with my eyes closed and my body unmoving, I knew that it had ended. My eyes fluttered open as I felt the changes. Before, I had comprehended a quarter of the formation. Now that was about 35%, and my speed of thought had been enhanced accordingly. Now it was 5 times faster. Everything else rose proportionally to that, like the amount of psyche I had and its passive regeneration. Plus, my mind now felt sharper than ever. I had recovered completely from that day of battle. Looking back, I really put everything I had into it. The monsters had been charging with undeniable momentum, so perhaps I felt afraid for both myself and those knights below me. But I didn't hesitate to pour out all of my power. Some behemoths were stronger than others. A few took an entire hour each to kill, while some were easier. But no matter what, I had reached and surpassed my limits. Turns out, that also helped put me into dreamland for longer periods. Unfortunately, it seemed that I would need to analyze the formation while awake in order to give myself material to work with while dreaming. I remembered those blurry messes blocking my progress, and it was obviously a lack of information. Dreamland wasn't omniscient. I needed to give it fuel to burn, but at least now I had some advantages to make use of. At some point, I opened my eyes and looked around. I could see light stream through the window of my room, making me think that it was the next day. I had passed out around evening when the sun was setting, so 12 hours of sleep would put me around morning of the next day. But when I stood and opened the raggedy curtains, I saw that the sun was actually setting. Oh, lifting my wrist, I activated my aerial and saw the time. I had slept for over 20 hours. Rumble at that moment, I felt my stomach churn. It was completely empty, and I was starving. I also felt my parched mouth. Quickly taking out a water container, I downed the entire thing. Ugh, I need food. I groaned as my stomach screamed for food, the water aggravating it. Leaving my room, I left the barracks and went over to the mess hall. Along the way, I saw people along the walls continuing to battle. The sight made me want to go over and fight, but I had to take care of myself first. My steps were hasty as I made my way by the kitchen, swiping a tray and filling it with whatever looked edible. I could barely even wait as I did that though, directly stuffing some smaller items like slices of bread into my mouth while grabbing more. Nobody said anything, so I didn't care much and turned around to find a nearby table. Then I heard a voice. "John." I froze and looked up with a face full of bread, finding Yumara sitting with the rest of our assigned squad. They waved with a smile. Unfortunately, my hands were too full to return the greeting, so I just walked over and sat down. Tana laughed as I did so. "I know you just became an elite, but did you really have to sleep for an entire day?" I stared at her silently while chewing my bread. This took several seconds, during which everyone waited for my response. Once I swallowed, I spoke. "How many Authority 5 have you killed?" "Ouch. Heh, he got you there." Faden and Vetsman smiled as they commented, making Tana lash out. "Hey, who said we were comparing scores?" "Nobody. He just asked you a simple question. But there was an implication. I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't play dumb. He. We all laughed as Tana refused to lose. Once she calmed down, Yumara nudged me with her elbow. "How are you feeling?" "Fine." I recovered fully. "Good. You pushed yourself a lot." She spoke comfortingly, making me feel a bit warm and fuzzy. Then Vestman chimed in with a nod. "You're really impressive, John. I fought one of those things today, and while I've killed several before, they don't get any easier. The most I've handled is 4 in a day. I have no idea how you killed a dozen in a single sitting. From the safety of the tower is how. Compared to you guys, I have it a lot easier. You're the impressive ones, going toe-to-toe with those monsters. I could never, don't say that. Given the same circumstances, I know you would perform just as well. You've got the determination and the heroic spirit, so don't belittle yourself. What you do is no less impressive than what anyone else does, no matter the position." I went silent for a bit, mulling over those words before nodding and sticking my hand out. Vetsman smiled and took it, the two of us shaking hands. "Thank you, Vetsman. It was nothing unobvious. After yesterday, I can confidently say that I would fight fearlessly knowing you're there behind me. I appreciate that. And with you guys there protecting me, I know I have nothing to worry about." I spoke my genuine thoughts. I was vulnerable in battles, so having someone like Vetsman who was trustworthy and reliable gave me great peace of mind. Knowing that he could fight an authority 5 head-on meant that the two of us could easily secure those kills. I would never have to worry about being overwhelmed. Then I suddenly looked over at Yumara, who was smiling while staring down at her plate. With a grin, I put my arm around her shoulder. "And let's not forget my favorite support warlock. How were you after an entire day of casting that spell? You don't talk about yourself much, so I forget that you can get tired too." "Oh, it wasn't too bad. I was tired, but not as much as you. Still, I couldn't have done it without you." I gave her a hug, patting her head once before letting go. Despite Yumara liking to snoop around my private business, she didn't talk much otherwise. She simply stuck to herself and silently worked hard. I had noticed that over time. I made a note to check in on her more, instead of just assuming she was doing just fine. "Look at these two." I heard Tana snicker, making me shrug. After that, we all finished eating before heading back out. The siege lasted into today as well, but by now it was close to ending. What remained was simply clearing out anything else that walked and taking care of the piling corpses. There were even some teams that came to claim loot. These people would cart out corpses before cutting them open and extracting the black crystals. These black crystals were poisonous to humans. Only after they were purified did they become white crystals. So in this raw form they were worthless. Every scourge beast had them as well, so they quickly piled up. I saw a large wooden crate filled with them. What was curious was how the crate gave off a faint black fog, like it was seeping that poisonous aura into the surroundings. I had never seen anything like that before, so I asked Yumara about it. Apparently, with enough crystals or a sufficiently powerful one, the magicka within them will manifest as a fog. A bunch of white crystals in a small space will do the same thing, except the fog would be white. That fog represents an increased density of magicka, and it's actually very beneficial to cultivate in, but doing so is naturally expensive. On the other hand, staying away from a poisonous black fog, such as the one around that crate, was generally advisable. Just being near it would make you feel sick, but figuring out how to counter that poison is also a form of training. After walking by, we all headed back to the wall. By now, things were calming down, but there was still work to be done. Deciding to help out while I was energetic, I went ahead up the wall and pick off some strays. On the way, though, I encountered the puppet master, who seemed happy to see me. Chapter 41, asked out, "Nice of you to finally wake up." The puppet master greeted me with a half smile. We shook hands on approach as he looked me up and down. "I see you've gotten a bit more powerful." "Good. As an elite, you have some catching up to do. So killing an Authority 5 is a prerequisite for becoming one." "It is. Just one is enough to get you on the list. You also earn points for each kill. I tallied you at 7 kills, so when we return the list will update to reflect that." "That's it." Tana suddenly spoke up in confusion. "I thought he killed 12. He technically did, but not all of them were his sole work. It was difficult to tell, and I wasn't watching the entire time. So after some talks with the other instructors, we settled on 7. In fact, they initially only wanted to credit you with 3, but I convinced them otherwise. After all, I know how your summons work the best. Well, the count doesn't matter that much. I'm just glad I'm actually an elite now. Do I get paid? No. Unfortunate. I clicked my tongue in playful disappointment, causing the puppet master to smirk. Then I nodded to the walls. I was going to pick off some more stragglers. Go ahead. By the way, you elites will be heading out soon. There are already several reconnaissance missions lined up to be completed. This recent siege was by no means natural, and we want to know why. So it's a perfect opportunity to put you all to work. Be prepared for that, but at least for the next 3 days, you all will be free to do whatever you want. Understood. We all nodded. After that, I went up the walls while the others went to retire. They had been working all day while I was asleep, so I couldn't expect them to accompany me. Heading up to the central tower, I got a good look at the entire battlefield. The dirt ground for the surrounding half-mile was stained entirely red with blood. So many monsters had died that it had soaked the mud. Not even the walls were spared, as the bottom half was covered in thousands of red streaks. Not only that, but the massive amount of corpses released a deathly rotten fog. The aura was so palpable that I felt suffocated even from the tower. I promptly took out my air mask, sealing it over the bottom half of my face before communing with a rifle and taking aim. Near the walls, there were squads of soldiers moving corpses into massive piles and burning them. They surely couldn't just let them rot, and spells made for easy disposal. But beyond, I could spot lots of scavengers and lingering beasts. Some were stalking the soldiers, while others were feeding on their dead kin. While there were guards making sure the disposal teams weren't attacked, they also weren't proactively attacking themselves. I was perfect for the job, so I didn't hesitate to pull the trigger and get to work. However, this time, I didn't have Yumara with me, so when my gun exploded with power, everyone on base heard it. Asterisk boom asterisk, the shockwave rang the ears of the soldiers in the vicinity and startled everyone else. All attention was promptly turned to the tower. Nobody came to stop me though, so I continued. Like that, shots rang out for the next hour or so. It was only when the sun set that I had to stop since I couldn't see anything. I took a deep breath after releasing my weapon, sitting up and propping my back against the wall. I sat there for a bit, stewing in my thoughts while taking out a cigar and putting away my mask. Taking a few puffs helped revitalize my body. Staying still for hours on end, especially in the positions that I was in, made my body incredibly sore and stiff. I still felt the remnant aches from the first day of the siege, and then I had slept for an entire day, not making it much better. It was lucky that my mind felt brand new, giving me some relief. All alone in the tower, I was able to get some good alone time. Thinking back, I realized that this was the first time I truly came into contact with the Scourge. I didn't really have the time to worry about first impressions, but perhaps the aftermath of the battle was better for that anyway. Just their mere presence was poisonous. In life, they sought nothing but the deaths of everyone at the base, and in death, they infected the landscape and spread their rotten scent. It would take several days of rotting for a normal animal to leave behind the horrid stench they did, but the Scourge did so in a mere day. Not only that, but I could sense the poisonous aura coming from all of them. Within each of those bodies was toxic magicka stemming from the black crystals, so it was spread in a subtle way that only those attuned to aura could make out. Where an ordinary person would merely want to vomit from the scent, a magus would feel like their soul was sickened from being near the terrible aura. They truly were a scourge. They were good for nothing, their only purpose to corrupt the world. At least animals were an integral part of nature, creating an irreplaceable balance. But this world would be better off without the Scourge. No, it was more accurate to say that the Scourge would need to be eradicated before this world could truly prosper. They were the nemesis of life itself. I now understood that fact, something I hadn't before, and I knew that there was far more to the Scourge than just this. This siege was a mere glimpse of what they were capable of, nothing more than a tasting. The kingdom of Dragon Tongue, backed by the power of several immense magical organizations and the church, containing multiple authority 11 magi, had yet to actually defeat the scourge. This meant that there were beasts and enemies that I couldn't yet fathom. It was likely that the only reason humanity had survived until this point was through their intelligence, something that the vast majority of, if not all, the scourge beasts lacked. But did the scourge also contain intelligent individuals? I thought back to the story about Rayla's late husband, who had been infected and turned into a scourge entity. Did he have or retain his intelligence? Although twisted, it was possible that he could still think with the capacity of a standard human. In that case, the scourge no doubt contained intelligent beings at the helm. It was the only way they could wage meaningful war against the humans, the only way to prevent the humans from systematically wiping them out. It went both ways after all. If humanity could find a way to fight back against the scourge, then they could find a way to eradicate them. The fact that hadn't happened yet spoke volumes about the depth of the scourge. In that case, what was the scourge? Was it a virus, like a zombie virus? Was it a special species? I was more inclined to think that they were like zombies, but it also wasn't that simple. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how little I knew about the situation. I had learned a good amount about the scourge, but it was all public knowledge. After all, it was known that the scourge could infect humans, but there were also no mentions of intelligent scourge beasts. Maxwell had spoken of royals and unique beasts when discussing crowns. I had no idea what those were. Not even the Academy spoke of them. My knowledge was severely limited, which oddly seemed to piss me off. But it became clear from today that the scourge was my existential enemy. For a while now, I had been questioning the reason for my appearance in this world. I was brought here with my knowledge and a power that allowed me to summon historical armament from Earth. It seemed perfect for dealing with the scourge. I was beginning to think that they were the reason I was brought here. Perhaps I was some sort of saving grace. But then again, I had a hard time believing that I would be able to become powerful enough to bring about any significant change. How could one man fight against an army? It was simply impossible, made only slightly less impossible through cold steel and explosives. Well, either way, I would do what I could. In this world, fighting in the war meant you were protecting all of humanity from ruin. There was nothing political about it. That made it really easy for me to simply accept what I was doing. I felt no remorse in anything I did here, only fulfillment knowing that I was ending a purely evil enemy. Heh, I need to get better. I chuckled a bit, thinking that I needed to focus more on cultivating my power. Everything went back to that. Just then, though, I heard the sound of footsteps going up the stone stairs toward the tower I was in. I looked at the doorway while letting out a smoke-filled breath, watching as Yumara walked through. We stared at each other for a moment before she spoke softly. "You didn't come down." I was brooding. "What about? Come sit with me and I'll tell you about it." She smiled at my words, walking over before taking a seat at my side. We sat shoulder to shoulder as I briefly explained some of my thoughts, and her response was empathetic. "Yes, the scourge is indeed mysterious, at least for us. Perhaps that's to protect us, though. I mean, if everyone knew just how terrible their enemy was, how many people would really volunteer to fight? On the contrary, making them seem like mindless beasts that could be easily defended against would inspire the false bravado of everyone who merely wants the glory of the battle without the sacrifice or horror." "That's a good way of putting it. My, how wise of you." I looked at her, slightly impressed. Coming from the perspective of naivety like myself, she displayed a great understanding of the possible unknown. She smiled a bit. "Those words come from my mother. Oh, you know her. She's powerful and naturally well aware of the threat the scourge poses. The things she tells me about them usually spare the more intense details. She protects me, even though I don't want that. I'm under the impression that I should be exposed to it now and have time to process it. That way I can stay ahead of the curve." I can see the logic in that. I shrugged in understanding, but then I sighed. Unfortunately, age is also important. That and experience. Experiencing something traumatic before you're fit to cope with it can be permanently debilitating. Your mind may not have the ability to process it yet, whether you like it or not. Basically, if you trust your mother's objective judgment, then don't rush it. I do trust it. That's the only reason. I no longer force the issue. But that doesn't mean I like it. But you're mature enough to understand it, I suppose. She sighed with obvious indignation, as if her maturity were a burden, and I understood her plight, even if not from the same perspective. It was amazing how much a person's mentality changed as they got older. Just a single year could flip your worldview. A single event could impart life-changing experience. I understood that from my time on Earth. It was the only reason I had entered college. I trusted the judgment of my parents who had more experience than I, along with the advice of other adults around me, several of which had expressed their regret over their own youthful ignorance. I knew that I was young and didn't know better, so I followed their directions instead of blazing a trail on my own. Well, I was also fearful of what would happen if I was truly cut off from them, who were my lifeline. But I knew I had enough self-awareness to see the truth. Sure enough, a few years later, my mindset had completely changed. I no longer needed their guidance to see that their advice was true. It was amazing to experience my own evolving way of thought, as if I were spectating my own life. It seemed Yumara was similar. However, after a few moments of silence between us, I could see her fidget and smile weirdly. She seemed nervous. My heart thrummed a bit harder, as if I could predict what was happening. In fact, I could sense her aura get a bit bolder, like she was about to do something big. She could hide little, my senses reading her like a book, only stopping short of being able to hear her exact thoughts. So I was wondering, MHMM, well, there really isn't anything to do here, but there is back at the capital. Anyway, I didn't know if you would be open to the thought of maybe going to a nice restaurant when we return. I was silent for a few moments while looking over, seeing Yumara almost shiver in nervousness. Of course, the fact that I had just been asked out had me a bit fluttery as well, but not nearly as much as her. It was like her life and death hinged on my answer here. Seeing her like this was extraordinary, like seeing an extinct species. I never thought she could get this nervous. All of our interactions prior had been completely cool. She was always rather monotone, almost stoic, except for when she occasionally teased me. Of course, she wasn't robotic. She was just really low-key. Unlike Tana, who wore her heart on her sleeve, she preferred to keep quiet and watch. So this was totally new, getting a glimpse of just how girly she could be. It was unbearably cute. I couldn't even think of anything else, as I barely stifled laughter. I felt gleeful. Oh Lord, I've never seen you this nervous. Don't laugh. Please, I'm sorry. I've just never been asked out on a date before. It's kind of magical. I chuckled, thinking that I've always been the one on the other end. Was this how girls felt? Seeing how Yumara looked like she was going to explode, though, I did my best to control myself and ease her mind. Ahem. I think a date sounds great. Are you sure? Look at you being all shy. I laughed as she tried to bury her face in her knees. After a moment, though, I nudged her with my elbow. But we'll only be back at the capital in 3 weeks. That's too long. What do you mean? I mean that I like you right now and don't want to wait 3 weeks just to go on a date. Granted, being on a military base does indeed make things difficult, but I'm sure we can figure something out. Who said we can't take a date to the recreation room? Oh. She let out a long, relieved breath at my words, causing me to laugh again. Just like that, I had started a new relationship. I could see her smile really wide, too. She even rocked back and forth like a kid who just got some candy. But then she rubbed her chin. I'm not sure about a date to the recreation room. We'll figure something out. For now, let's go eat." I stood before reaching out and grabbing her hand, pulling her up to her feet and out of the tower. We headed to the mess hall where they were serving dinner. Very few people were there, so we had some alone time while eating. During that time, Yumara seemed to calm herself down, returning to her usual quiet self. But as I sat across from her, I couldn't stop smiling, constantly thinking back to how she went about asking me out. I even laughed a few times, causing her to cover her face with her hands. Ah, how cute. Chapter 42. Bounties. The day after that exciting night, I met back up with my squad. Of course, seeing Yumara again was fun. It was like I was teasing her with every glance I gave her, just the two of us aware of what was different. I had a smile on my face all day, while she tried to remain as inconspicuous as possible. Part of me just wanted to go up and give her a kiss on the cheek, just to embarrass her, but I held myself back. Although I hadn't grown up in this world, enough time and interaction had made me understand that social customs weren't the same as America on Earth. Everyone was generally more reserved and modest, more so resembling 20th century America rather than the 21st century. This meant that there wouldn't be any sex after the third date. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if we barely started kissing by that point. I understood that everything would move slower. Not that this changed the way I thought about things. From my experience, I was used to things moving much faster. While I was willing to wait for things like sex, I wasn't sure if I had it in me to do something like wait until marriage, even though according to my own religious belief system, that was the standard. At the very least, I would be pushing our intimacy forward as best I could. That was simply the way I did things. Before all that, though, we would need to have our first date, which, considering the circumstances, wouldn't be easy. There really wasn't much to do on this military base, especially not alone. The recreation room always had people in it, and I wasn't interested in having our date in a room full of sweaty knights. There weren't any restaurants, clubs, or any other fun places to go either. In fact, the best candidate for a date, given the bare requirements, was probably the chapel. So unless we went AWOL, sneaking onto the rail and going back to the city, having a date would be close to impossible. However, after some thinking, I realized that not all hope would be lost. There was still one activity that could give us both alone time and a good location. Missions. After the sudden siege, a few days were spent simply recuperating. Shockingly, there were 0 deaths during that time, though there were a few critical injuries like some severed limbs. But it ended very well, all things considered. And afterward, the cleanup was taken care of swiftly. So I spent most of my free time with my squad, all of us just hanging out and having fun. We would also find other squads to play games with, and on the training grounds there was frequent sparring ongoing. I also spent a lot of time studying my formation. That alone took up 3-5 hours of my day, since I would get so engrossed. But eventually, we were put to work. When the second week of our stay started, there was a large list of missions suddenly posted. Like that, all the elite squads were called to report early in the morning. So the night before, we all went to bed eagerly. "You have your armor prepared?" Faden asked from across our room. I could see him preparing all his own gear with familiarity. Faden wore a full set of armor, but he also had some special items like recovery pills, similar to what I used to carry. Since I had very little to prepare, I just nodded. "Yay, I'm good. Do you even have armor?" "Yay, it's my coat." "That thing." He looked at the coat hanging on the corner of my bed with curiosity. It looked like a normal black coat, unless you inspected it closely and found the purple lines. So to most people, I just really liked the coat and wore it all the time. Not that it was a false assumption, but the main reason I wore it was for its protection. But I didn't need people knowing how amazing it was. Even I didn't completely understand how high quality it was. So I gave him a succinct answer. "I can't wear heavy armor like you guys, so that coat acts as light armor." "I see. What about your feet and head? I have boots. As for my head, I can't say I really have anything for it. Plus, I need my eyes for my weapons, so no helmets. Makes sense. Faden nodded. He had seen my weapons, so he generally knew that my sight was important when working with them. After that, Faden went back to preparing his gear. I, on the other hand, started messing with my aerial. Before leaving, Son had given me some special instructions. First, I needed to access the web, and second, I needed to test out the local communication functions. The second part was easy. With a press of the button, I could turn my aerial into a local node and allow anybody nearby to share communications with each other. Under normal circumstances, you had to be connected to a city's node in order to send messages. But since my aerial became that, I could act as the server for everyone in my group. It would be great for our mission. Not only that, but I could contact someone back at base if we were ever in trouble, since my aerial had a much longer range than normal one. It was the first part, accessing the web, that proved to be more difficult. Simply getting there was easy. There was the equivalent of an app on the aerial that brought me to a rudimentary browser. I could search for and access nodes from there. The issue was actually finding a node to connect to. There wasn't much of a search engine yet, so sifting through nodes was like looking through a phone book. I had actually started going through them during my free time. While doing so, I saw many interesting nodes. Most of them required some kind of authorization to access, but shockingly, this didn't prevent me from accessing them. I could only assume that my aerial had some advanced permissions, because I directly bypassed the authorization process every time. Because of that, I actually managed to view the Magisterium's node that held hundreds of research documents and information. I didn't go through it all, but did indeed stash the name of the node for later. There were many others just like it, including some shady private nodes that I didn't care to stick around in. But above all these, I kept an eye out for my main target, and while Faden went to bed, I actually found it. Black Spider Repository. I mumbled while clicking to access the node, and without delay, I was allowed access. A website appeared in front of my eyes, one with several different pages that ranged from forums to the big list of bounties. I went straight to look at the bounties, and sure enough, I found myself on there. Below my portrait was the 40,000 coin bounty, as well as my personal details. But below that was a page dedicated to information on my whereabouts. There wasn't much on that page, other than the fact that I had left the Magisterium for a trip. Beyond that, it was blank. It felt weird looking at a bounty for myself. Part of me was fearful, remembering just how dangerous my time in the city would be. I really couldn't let my guard down, but I wasn't sure how I was supposed to be eternally vigilant. Thankfully, there wouldn't be much attention on me when I went back, since I would have been gone for so long. I couldn't imagine that someone would risk their life to kill a supposed authority 5 for a mere 40 gold bullion. With a sigh, I scrolled past my portrait. There was no use worrying about that stuff now. I looked at the others, primarily the bounties with the highest payouts listed at the top, and I saw some interesting names. Anderson, an authority 11 paladin of the church. Luna, the head of the Polaris family, authority 10+. Gunson, headmaster of the Clockwork Association, authority 9+. Patriarch Tavaratu. Seems everyone famous has a bounty. I chuckled as I saw a name I knew. The topmost bounties had rewards of billions of coin. It was enough to live the rest of your life lavishly. But it was arguable that there was no amount of money in this world that could buy the death of some of these people. How many people could kill an authority 11? There were probably a handful of people within the kingdom, and even less who would be willing. So basically, these rewards were just trophies that those people could flaunt, like an ego boost. People like myself would be in far more danger, since we could actually be killed. After scrolling for a while, I no longer saw any names that I recognized. While I got a good read on some faces, some of which were very pretty women, I mainly just snooped around for the hell of it. However, when going through some of the other pages, I saw another interesting list. It was a bounty list, but instead of for humans, it was for scourge beasts. I looked at the link to the page for a bit before clicking it. I was morbidly curious, so I didn't hesitate to find the top of the list. And the number 1 spot made me confused. The 4 kings. I was a single bounty for 4 individuals. I scrolled through the details and saw their names. King of Anarchy, King of Despair, King of the Brood, King of Unholy Light. These were the titles of the 4 strongest beings of the Scourge. Each of them stood at the pinnacle of power, authority 12, and had lived for hundreds of years. They were each terrifying existences. There were no pictures of them, and there wasn't even a bounty posted, but there were some details about their power, or at least the consequences of their presence. The most eye-catching was the King of Unholy Light. It was said that all who stood within the light emitted by this king would be melted, where they stood and turn into an unrecognizable monster known as a flesh bug. These flesh bugs would then seek out the nearest human, and upon contact would melt the victim and turn it into an identical flesh bug. The most horrifying part about this wasn't the transformation, though. It was the fact that, when a flesh bug would seek out a human target, it would mysteriously acquire the memories of that human and begin speaking with the voices of those its target knew and loved. It would come to you with the voice of your lover, child, or best friend, and with your memories, it would try and tempt you toward it while hunting you from the dark. Because of this, there were accounts of soldiers going insane from the horror and trauma of encountering these flesh bugs, and it was said that a siege of these monsters would hail, an unholy symphony of screams that drowned out entire valleys. Simply reading about this beast made me shiver, and I quickly remembered that this was just one of the 4 kings. I didn't end up reading any information about the other 3, forcing myself to scroll past the bounty before staring up at the ceiling with my eyes wide open. To say that I wasn't scared was a lie, but I found comfort in the fact that the Kingdom of Dragon Tongue was able to hold its ground against these horrifying creatures and survive till this day. There were people out there so powerful that they could fight on the same level as those kings. They were keeping us safe. This was all I could tell myself to try and drown out the horror from those stories, because I knew that, if anything, those stories were watered down from reality. After several minutes, I finally regained myself, but I found that I wasn't able to close my eyes. So I pulled back up the site and started scrolling further down the list. The beasts lower down weren't nearly as terrifying. They had pictures, and there was much more detailed information. I read intently, compiling information on dozens of different beasts of different types and levels, before coming to a conclusion. There were in fact intelligent beasts among the Scourge, and those beasts didn't come from infecting humans. There were bloodlines within the Scourge, and there were different levels for these bloodlines. The ones most prevalent were the royal bloodlines. There were 4 of them, and each descended from the 4 kings. In fact, those with these bloodlines weren't really beasts. They were humanoid creatures with intelligence and special powers. They could cultivate power just like humans, but in general were more powerful at the same authority. An authority 6 royal wouldn't lose to an authority 6 human, regardless of type. It took very talented humans to fight on par with royals, and the only saving grace was that there weren't many royals. At least there weren't many worth concerning over. The limits of a royal was purely dictated by their bloodline density, which fell off with each generation. This meant there was a strict hierarchy that frequently cycled itself at the lower levels and almost never changed at the higher levels. Other than that, there were unique beasts. These were creatures without a royal bloodline that ascended beyond standard limits to attain both intelligence and strong powers. Some of them even birthed their own families and bloodlines. I saw many of both types of these creatures on the bounty list. Because of that, I now knew the identifying features of a royal and what to look out for with a unique beast. At some point, I logged out of the node and shut down my aerial. In the darkness, I stewed in my own thoughts, thinking about what I learned. It was a shock to know that there were obscenely powerful beasts out there, ones that could annihilate entire cities simply by being there. And then there were the royals and unique beasts, enemies that I would probably end up facing sometime in the future. Looking at them and hearing about their powers had me fearful. It was difficult to believe that I could actually rise to their level, let alone kill them. But my own powers gave me confidence. And when I thought about the threat they posed and the devastation they've caused, I became more angry than cowardly. They needed to be eradicated. Every last one of them were monsters undeserving of their life on this world. I was already sure before, but it seemed that with everything I learned, I was only becoming more certain of my conviction to fight these monsters. So for a while I laid on my bed, smoldering in hate that drowned out any fear I had for the scourge. And it was only late in the night when I finally managed to fall asleep. Chapter 43. Fortitude announcement. What happened to the chapter, so I'm just reposting it. Asterisk coup asterisk. A confused sound escaped my lips as I heard the echoing calls of a bird. The lush greenery around me didn't seem out of place, even though it wasn't there when I fell asleep. Or I thought it was greenery at first, but when I stepped forward to walk around a tree, I took a glimpse at the blue bark of the tree trunk and the purple grasses that rose up to my knees. I stared at it for a moment before drifting through the forest around me, making my way forward as if I knew where I was going and wasn't in a completely unfamiliar place. Or perhaps someone was guiding me. It felt like my steps weren't intentional, like a boat without sails being led by the currents underneath it. I was led out of the forest, the trees and brush coming to a halt all at once as I reached the end. The knee-high grass drew a perfect line across the landscape I gazed upon, going from tall to dirt. The mud I stepped in did nothing to dirty my shoes, but when I looked at it, I saw that it wasn't brown but red. And it wasn't mud. My vision focused, seeing a few brown patches where the blood had yet to coat. The scent of iron suddenly filled my nose, making me so nauseous that I fell to my knees and vomited. What I vomited I didn't know. All I knew was that I fell to the floor with a miserable feeling in my stomach. However, I could only remain there for a few seconds before everything suddenly changed again. The blood-soaked mud disappeared. What replaced it was a deep black filament, like the ground was made of metal shavings and gunpowder. My fingers could slip into it, but it also fell apart easily, coating my hands in ashy dust that couldn't be removed. For some reason, I wiped my face right after, smearing it all over my forehead, cheeks, and eyes. Some got in my nose as well, but I didn't feel like sneezing. Then I lifted my head. I saw nothing. No land formations like hills or plains, and no blue sky. It was night, but with no stars. The landscape I stood upon was a perfectly flat plain made of black filament. There wasn't even any wind, no humidity either. After only a few seconds, my mouth became dry. Then, as I stood there with no direction, I felt a small vibration in the ground. It traveled up the soles of my feet and shook my legs. At first, I thought it was similar to the purrs of a cat, a gentle and low vibration. But it didn't stop, and over time it jumped in intensity. It soon sounded like the growls of a tiger or lion. Then it got loud, sounding like a jackhammer that caused earthquakes. After that, all I could hear was screaming that shook the skies and ground, threatening to throw me off my feet. My heart rate skyrocketed. It felt like I was fighting for my life, even though I couldn't see the enemy. It felt like something was coming, yet just its mere presence in the area was sowing havoc and chaos. I got angry, irrationally so. It felt like I needed something, to appear in front of me so I could kill it. And then I felt something behind me, so I turned around with a twisted face, a low battle cry escaping my lips as I prepared myself for battle. But what I saw instantly washed away all feelings of wrath or battle. It was an ugly being. Its amalgamated torso carried 6 arms with no symmetry, as if they were sewn randomly across its body. It also had 4 legs, one of a lion, one of a lizard, and 2 hind legs with talons. And it had 2 heads, one of a human, and one of what I could only describe as a pile of flesh. The human head had no eyes and a mouth sewn shut. It only had 2 slits for a nose, and many more scars that twisted its visage. And the mound of flesh had 6 eyes and 3 mouths, each mouth having 2 tongues. It was a horrible sight, and just gazing upon it induced catastrophic fear that made my eyes bleed and legs shake in weakness. But I didn't buckle. That was because, just when I felt so weak that I couldn't so much as stand, a pair of arms reached out from behind. They hugged my chest, helping me stay on my feet and wash away the fear inside me. It felt so comforting, like the embrace of a mother. My mind turned clear with its power, and yet when I continued to stare at that abomination in front of me, I still felt deep fear. I knew that I couldn't kill it, despite the courage that I mustered to so much as face it. I knew that it was impossible to harm it. So I spoke to the being behind me. "My guardian angel, I need strength," I said, yet I knew I asked. And perhaps I wasn't surprised by its response. "You need fortitude," she told me in a sweet, unwavering, kind voice, and yet I laughed. I chuckled even while gazing at that abomination. But within me, I could already feel sorrow for something that hadn't happened. And then my eyes opened. "John." I looked up, seeing the ceiling as well as Faden's concerned face to the side. He turned away when he noticed me looking over. Then I felt a bit of moisture, lifting my fingers to my eyes to find tears. Part of me wanted to act confused, but I knew what I had just seen and felt. I couldn't deny it, even if it was a dream. So I just sat up, the room filled with an awkward silence I didn't care to acknowledge. I sat there for several minutes, as Faden dressed himself in his armor. I didn't move to do anything, simply thinking. That was until Faden finished and spoke. "Our briefing is in an hour. Are you coming to eat?" "Yay. I'll be right out." "All right. Take your time." I could hear the attempted comfort in his words as he left. Soon enough, I was all alone. After another several minutes, I suddenly took out a parchment, looking at all the complicated lines written on it. I had already comprehended a quarter of it, and now that I looked back, I hadn't even used the white crystal to power that advancement. It simply happened, but then again, what changed wasn't technically my overall power level, but how the power was constructed and utilized. Along with the parchment, I retrieved the white crystal Maxwell had given me. Then I began circulating it, closing my eyes and becoming aware of my aura. I cast Psyche into it and empowered it. Then blue lines started appearing in the air. They sparked, shooting across space and copying the formation in my hands. At first they drew short lines, but after only 3 tries, I managed to draw the entire first quarter of the formation in mid-air. I opened my eyes, seeing the partial formation before expanding it. The empty circle that was my unfinished formation began to fill up just a little bit more, and the spark within my mind grew that much more. The spark was entirely focused on building more of the formation, and with each second that the formation grew, the spark received more power to use for its focus, creating a positive feedback loop. I rode that wave, pushing it further and further, even treading into territory I hadn't yet gotten to, comprehending it on the fly. But then I suddenly stopped. Taking a long breath, I looked at the formation that was now 40% complete. In fact, I had stopped on purpose when I actually had more in me. I simply felt like I should. I felt like pushing these moments of inspiration too far would burn me out. Not only that, but it would tire me before the mission. It was great progress and almost effortless. With a small smile, I took my gains and went, stashing the parchment and crystal. I stood from my bed and wiped what remained of the dried-up tears on my face. After that, I cleaned myself up and dressed before heading out. John. After entering the mess hall, I heard Tana call me. She was sitting with the rest of my squad. So after going to grab food, I went over and sat with them. Yumara was sitting on one end, so there was an open spot next to her which I cleanly took. I had a feeling she did it on purpose. I tapped her with my elbow as I sat and glanced at Faden. He smiled at me, which I returned before focusing on eating. We were all silent for a while. After all, we didn't have much time. Time to go. After several minutes, Vetsman suddenly spoke and stood with an empty tray. I followed, stuffing the last of my food in my mouth. The others came behind us, and before long, we all headed toward the briefing room. At the entrance, the puppet master was waiting. I greeted him as we went through the door. "Good morning, Mr. Puppet John. I hope you're rested." We shook hands before I grabbed a seat at the table in the room. As soon as everyone had greeted each other, we all settled in, along with the puppet master. There was also our commander along with one other officer. "All right, listen up." The commander spoke as the room went dark. Then, the wall in front of us flashed before displaying a magical projection of a map. It was of the surroundings beyond the base. There were some markers, as well as indicators for geological features. "You are the first team we're sending out on a mission. This man here is Lieutenant Captain Hemet, an Authority 6 warlock. He'll be following you all and overseeing the mission. I'll allow him to explain the details. Good day, you all. You can just address me as Sir Hemet." The officer waved to us. He was an average height man, with a slim build dressed in some light armor. He seemed friendly enough with his combed back hair, so we all nodded back to him. Then he pointed to the map behind him. "Our mission today is to do some reconnaissance. These scourge tides are by no means random. There is usually an entity guiding them, usually using the tide in order to test whatever base they siege. Our goal is to find that entity, or at least its traces. If we can't find it or at least confirm its departure, then there may be a risk of another tide. Sir Hemet has come from the nearby frontier bastion Jevolda. Turns out they've also experienced a scourge tide, and not one on a level ours could compare to. It seems we caught its remnants, but that also means the leading entity could be around here, so he will be your guide and you will support him." Commander Bosnan chimed in after, giving us a little more context. News that we weren't the only ones to get sieged surprised me, primarily because I felt that we should have been warned. I figured it was safe practice to warn any bases in the vicinity of a scourge tide, just in case. While the alarm did in fact go off some time before the tide arrived, it definitely took longer than that for the tide to travel. Then again, perhaps I was thinking too much. It wasn't like a base that was getting besieged could keep track of every enemy, especially when the forces they faced were apparently so much greater than what appeared on our own doorstep. I guess we should just be thankful that we had any advance notice at all. Sir Hemet spoke. "We will take a crawler out to the entity's most likely location, which is this hillside right here. There are a few other places around there to check out if that doesn't give us anything, including a forest nearby. This operation will take an entire day. We won't be getting back until late at night, and depending on our results, we will continue tomorrow. Also, be prepared to fight. There may be small groups of beasts that continue to lurk, so this won't just be a sightseeing trip. Any questions? What supplies should we grab?" I raised my hand and asked. If we would be outside the wire all day, then we would at least need food. He nodded at my question. "I suggest grabbing some rations, enough for 2 days. Since we'll be in a crawler, there will be some cargo space to store packs. Otherwise, just bring anything you'll need to take care of basic necessities. There are no special requirements for this mission, and I will be bringing medical supplies just in case." "Understood. Then go ahead and pack. We leave in 15 by the gate." "Dismissed." With his word, we all stood to leave. All the rations were stored by the mess hall, so we stopped by there to grab supplies. I also grabbed a pack to store those items. I had never received one, so I simply requisitioned one from the armory. As for anything else I thought I needed, they were all stashed away in the spatial sack on my arm. With that, we all met up by the gates. In front of it was the crawler Sir Hemet spoke of. It was a vehicle that looked like an armored truck. Inside it had 2 rows of seats, along with a magic turret on top, and in the back it had an enclosed cargo trunk. We all threw our bags in the trunk before boarding. I couldn't help but smile as I felt the cold, hard metal of its construction. This thing was an inch of armor away from being an APC. The space given to us was nice too. Since people in this world tended to be taller, vehicles were accommodating for that. We wouldn't be cramped in a metal box. Sir Hemet was driving, and after we had all boarded, the truck rolled out of the base. The location for our recon was about 15 miles away. With this truck, it would take around an hour to get there when factoring in all the terrain. So I settled in, next to Yumara, of course. She hadn't spoken at all this morning, but we had made eye contact several times, which was more than enough to make both of us smile. But I was also sitting next to Vetsman, who was enjoyable to talk to. Right now, he was geared up in plate-armored pants. His chest plate was sitting underneath his seat, and his weapon was undoubtedly stashed in a spatial sack. His torso was covered in a fitted cloth shirt meant for wearing underneath armor, but because it was fitted, it made his muscles bulge. I had a good physique, but this man was simply built larger. A brick shithouse, if you will. He was a wall, and definitely knew how to use that to his advantage. I nudged him. "Hey, what did you do to get that huge? Do you eat entire cows for dinner?" "Haha, I'm fortunate enough to have a large diet, yes. I've also trained since I was of age. Most of that training wasn't for the spear or sword, but simple physical training. My family believes that endurance is even more important than weapon skill." "Your family? Are you from some kind of knight family?" I asked, curious more about the structure of his background rather than his personal origins. I had heard about families in several industries, and they seemed to be similar to entire organizations. Vetsman nodded. "It's something like that. My family is a paladin peerage of the church. We have a few branches, but I come from the main branch surnamed Virga." "Oh, a paladin peerage." I nodded, impressed. I had only ever heard of paladins in fantasy, but it seemed they were a real thing here. But I was still curious, so I inquired, "What does it mean to be a paladin, or a paladin peerage?" A paladin peerage is simply a noble family within the church that is headed by a paladin. And what is a paladin? All those who are authority 12 under the church become a paladin. Oh, so they are the strongest. I was enlightened and asked another question. "So your father is a paladin?" "Haha, no. My great-grandfather was, but he died in the last major war. But he was not the first paladin of our line, and thus we have retained our status as a paladin peerage, hoping to produce another one." "I see. Are you going to be the next?" "If the Lord wills it. Otherwise, I will simply do as I can. Paladins aren't the only people who can influence a war. Every soldier matters, so as long as I bring value to the church, I will continue down my path." "Ah, how noble of you." I nodded before suddenly smiling at him. "Now tell me how you really feel." "Hey now, why would I expose myself?" he responded cheekily, causing us to laugh. After that, we continued talking to pass the time. Tana and the others chimed in at some point too, spilling details about their families and origins. And soon enough, we started to approach our target area. Chapter 44. Contact. At some point the crawler rolled off-road. We tread through some plains before heading up a large hill and finally coming to a stop. Everyone disembarked and scanned the surroundings. There was no immediate threat, but we still had to be wary. The entity we were hunting wouldn't be alone. That much we knew. However, we also didn't know how powerful it was. Since we weren't going in with much intelligence, an extra layer of caution was warranted. But after several minutes of looking around, nothing was found. So we all settled while gathering around Sir Hemet. "All right, here's what we'll do." He took out his aerial, tapping a few times before bringing up a map. "From here, we need to move down the hill in that direction. While we don't see anything out of the ordinary now, this thing could be hiding in plain sight, so we still need to search some key landmarks. But since we don't have communications all the way out here, we'll all need to go together. I have a suggestion." I suddenly raised my hand, prompting Hemet to turn and stare at me. I spoke. "I'm good with long-distance attacks and observation, and this hilltop is perfect for someone like me. I was wondering if it would be better for me to stay here and provide some overwatch for the group. You're the summoner." "Yes, sir." I nodded, to which he went silent for a few moments. "Very well. You will stay with the crawler and watch us from afar." "Understood. I will also need Umara to stay with me for support." "The warlock. That doesn't seem optimal. If you get attacked you will need close-range support, so..." Sir Hemet looked around, finding and pointing at Tana. "She will stay back with you." "Are you sure, sir?" "Umara is already my designated support, and she's not a knight, so she may hold you back while traveling." I spoke back up. While staying back with Umara was partially driven out of my desire to have some alone time, it was also practical. Her auxiliary support was rather critical to ensuring I didn't attract every living thing within a 5-mile radius, including potential enemies. We complemented each other well, even if there was truth to Hemet's statement, but his only response came with a frown. "Please don't question my decision. I'm not a knight either, and I'll be walking just as much. Leaving you here is already enough of a risk. She will stay with you here, and neither of you will leave this position until we have returned. Am I clear?" "Yes," I responded dully, my mood having been quickly ruined. "I get it. He was military. I was just a school kid, and I was talking back. He didn't even need to explain himself. But he was being lenient and exercising some patience, even if it was thin. He sure wasn't like that in the briefing room. It amazed me how different he had become in just an hour. Perhaps he was just locked in for the mission, but it still pissed me off. I was glad I was taller, since I was able to look down on him as he tried to seem intimidating while exercising his authority. Eventually, he turned away. "Gear up. We're heading out as soon as possible." With those words, everyone else went to go and make final preparations. As they did so, though, I went up to them. It was time to test out my aerial's main function, the mobile node. With the built-in program, I was able to create a node on the fly and allow others to connect to it. This wasn't simply something like a website that gave information, but a transceiver that could send and receive data. The transmission range of this aerial was far higher than the standard ones, meaning I could connect to everyone even when they were miles away. And with myself as the medium, they could all maintain contact with each other. So I went over to everyone and helped them connect to my node. It took a few minutes, but before long, everyone was connected and could send messages to each other. I could even create a large group chat, which I did, allowing us to pool our messages. Of course, Hemet wasn't invited. My current mood could basically be summed up with the phrase, "Fuck that guy." Umara also came up to me one last time before leaving, giving me a wry smile. "You didn't have to talk back for me. It wasn't for you but for everyone. I work best with you, but since that's not happening, we better hope I don't need to step in. Otherwise, any nearby enemies will come flocking. Keep that in mind." "Right. I will," she nodded seriously. Such a thing was a very real possibility, and could end badly if not handled properly. With that, the group separated. Vetsman, Faden, and Umara left with Hemet while Tana and I stayed behind. We watched as they descended the hill. Their first landmark to investigate was actually the side of the hill itself. It was completely covered in scattered rock formations, including massive boulders and deep crevices. The entity could be hiding anywhere inside, and they would need to check. Of course, they wouldn't be searching blindly. That's why Hemet was here. Using detection spells, they could scan an area with pulses of mana, greatly accelerating their search speed. They wouldn't be going that far from us at the top. At the least, they would always be within my range. Before finding a rock to perch myself on, though, I went around the crawler, taking a peek at the driver's seat, and its layout surprised me. It looked similar to cars on Earth. There was a steering wheel, a key to start it, and pedals on the floor for acceleration and braking. Of course, Hemet didn't leave the key behind, so I unfortunately couldn't play around. Still, it was good to know that vehicles were similar to what I knew. Then again, the design was rather intuitive anyway. Not surprising that it was universal. It was only then that I found a rock, brought out a seat for myself, and got comfortable. Taking out my rifle, I could see the group gradually making their way down the hill through my scope. While doing that, I lifted my aerial and started speaking. "Come in, squad. Comms check. Can you hear me?" "I can hear you. Me too. Same here. Hey, what's that?" I smiled as I heard Hemet's voice through someone else's aerial speaking again. "Just another form of communication, sir. I'll inform you all if I spot anything out of the ordinary. For now, you're clear. Let me know if you need anything else." "Will do. Good to know my back is being watched." Vetsman smiled while looking back up the hill, waving once toward us before continuing down, and I could see Hemet's weird face, as he wasn't sure what to say. "Yay, that's right, asshole. You didn't get invited to the party." I smiled in petty victory. After that, though, we all settled in for the long haul. For me, I just had to hurry up and wait. And since I was watching, Tana decided to kick back and relax. My, how I wished Yumara was here. We could be talking and keeping each other company. But our asshole superior decided to get in the way. Well, I wouldn't neglect my job, but I still wasn't happy. And since they were all busy hiking, I couldn't really text her either. How depressing. For about 2 hours I watched them hike down. That was when they reached the bottom of the hill and spread out a bit more. Vetsman stayed with Yumara, going one way while Hemet and Faden went another. They searched all the dozens of crevices and hidden areas, but after an hour, nothing came up. At some point, noon started to come around and the sun started beating down. Thankfully, summer had already passed and it was getting cooler, so it was actually a really nice day weather-wise. It was sunny, making everything clear. From my vantage point, I could make out any and all abnormalities. As I looked between the two groups, Tana spoke from beside me. "You know, the missions on these trips seem cool for a bit, but then you're forced to sit around for hours, and suddenly, you wish you had just stayed back at the school. At least with the puppet master, we had constant battles. I think real danger tends to make things more exciting, even if most of the time you're just plain bored." I commented back while adjusting my seating position. I had learned over time that staring through an optic could fatigue your eye, so since I first sat down, I had been using my left eye to observe, saving my right eye for when I needed it. I also got nice and stiff when sitting in one position for so long, so I shifted between several different positions on top of my chosen rock. I also stacked my bag full of rations and supplies underneath me, providing some extra cushion. Doing that, Tana and I talked back and forth for a while. We laughed occasionally and simply passed the time. But then, the first interesting thing happened. It wasn't much, nothing more than a random rock suddenly shifting and falling down the side of the hill, but it immediately caught my attention. My sharp eye, having been trained by video games from Earth to pick out the tiniest and fleeting details in fast-paced shooters, spotted a momentary distortion heading down the hill. It was the slightest warp in light, but it was enough to make my heart thrum with adrenaline. Sure enough, only another second or so of observation, and I was able to see the distortion again as it headed toward my squad. I suddenly yelled into the open comms, "Enemy contact! Heading towards Vetsman, your right side." In my scope, I watched as Vetsman and Umara instantly turned with my directions, but I wasn't going to trust that they would spot the enemy and risk them getting hurt. So after taking a few seconds to aim, I pulled the trigger with an empowered shot. Asterisk boom, asterisk, asterisk screech. Asterisk everyone heard a scream as my bullet tore into the entity. Blood splattered across some rocks as the distorted light flickered even more, outright revealing the enemy. It was a gray beast that looked like a spiked wolf. It had sharp spines along its back and a sleek, thin body. Its abnormally long claws made it look even more vicious as it left streaks across the rocks it jumped along. My bullet had torn accurately through its torso, but it wasn't enough to severely injure it. Plus, after revealing itself, it went berserk. It started running and streaking across the hillside, heading down toward its prey. I couldn't land another shot, but now that they could see it, I had no qualms. Sure enough, Vetsman stepped forward with his tower shield and spear, meeting the beast head-on. They clashed before long, Umara supporting with some debuffing spells from behind that would provide him an advantage. And as that happened, I pulled away from my scope for a moment and looked around. At several other positions along the hillside, I could see some more distortions. More of those beasts came charging, but the more they moved, the easier they were to spot. I spoke into my aerial. "Faden, 3 more enemies coming in behind you. Umara, 1 more to your left. I'm taking my shot." "Roger," I heard her voice come back over. At the same time, I took aim at the moving distortion. It was moving slower, perhaps trying to sneak up while its kin was acting as bait. At that moment, though, I saw Tana step up. Should I go help? No. Asterisk boom asterisk I took my shot, hitting the beast and taking it out of stealth. I then looked at Tana. "Stay here and check the surroundings over there for me. Tell me if there are any enemies coming. This noise might attract attention." "Got it." She didn't hesitate to follow my orders, running off and scanning the landscape around us. While she did that, I continued to watch my squad. Despite having 3 enemies, Faden was fine since Hemet was right there. He cast large area spells to find the enemies, lock them down, and then kill them before Faden could even step in. And since I had shot both of the beasts going toward Vetsman and Umara, they were able to easily handle those fights and finish them off. But even that was less of a pressing concern. After all, they weren't the controlling entities. The boss was still out there, and it was definitely in control of those wolf beasts. Otherwise, they would have appeared sooner. Then, all of a sudden, I felt a chill go down my neck. I instantly responded as the powers of my coat actuated with a purple flash, spinning around while communing with a peacekeeper. Sure enough, I saw a beast running right toward me in slow motion, about to lunge forward. Its distortion faded as it jumped, its maws aimed right for my throat, but my pistol came up in time, my barrel only a few feet away from its vicious snout and blood-red eyes when I pulled the trigger. Asterisk bang, asterisk og. The body went limp as my empowered bullet tore straight through its skull, but the body continued straight toward me, falling on top of me. I felt its claws and spine stab me in a few places not covered by my coat. I immediately threw it off, but blood came out as I did so, staining my clothes. "Shit, these are nice too, John. Are you okay?" Tana came running over, sliding to my side with worry all over her face as if I was going to die. I waved her away. "I'm fine. Keep watching out for enemies. Are you sure? Let me get the med kit." "No, I got it. How could I not have my own medical supplies on me? I had been injured too many times to count in the trenches, so I had gotten pretty good at packing wounds." Taking out some gauze and wrap, I felt around and stuffed the wounds based on how much it bled. Anything that wasn't pouring was left alone. And after taking care of that, I went right back to work. Sending Tana off, I looked back down, seeing the finished battles. However, even though the wolves were dead, Hemet was still moving. I found the entity. It's running, so I'll chase. You all stay. Just like that, Hemet used magic to give chase. Right after that, I saw a figure running toward a hill opposite to us. I took aim at it, but it was too far to hit. It may only have been 400 or 500 meters away, but that was beyond the effective range of this weapon. This rifle was pre-World War, after all. It wasn't a modern sniper. Besides, Hemet could take care of it. And since he was gone, I took command. Everyone head back up here and regroup. John, right as I spoke, Tana suddenly shouted. I had a bad feeling. I see enemies coming toward us. There's a lot. Fantastic, I scowled. You see, Hemet, this is why you listen to me. You think you know how I operate better than I do. You think my judgment was just shit out of my ass. And now there's a horde coming. How wonderful. Everyone double time. Put that training to work. I shouted while changing positions, setting my sights on the small horde of stray beasts heading toward us from the bottom of the hill, and I opened fire, cursing our stupid commanding officer. Chapter 45. Alone time, Faden and Vetsman were quick to ascend the hill. Knights had it easy like that with their ridiculous strength, and Vetsman carried Yumara, so she didn't get left behind. So before long, we had all regrouped and prepared. Asterisk boom asterisk, the explosions coming from my guns echoed across the landscape. I was shooting as fast as I could, but although most of the beasts were weak, there were plenty of them. And after my squad assembled around me, I paused and took out a cigar, speaking while lighting it. Vetsman, Faden, you two will take point in front of us. Faden, support Vetsman. Tana, you're going to support them both. Take care of anything they can't. Understood. They all nodded and moved forward. There was a good amount of space on top of this hill, so they wouldn't have to fight on sloped terrain. But all that space left room for beasts to fill. If we weren't careful, we would get surrounded. Well, not like we hadn't faced these scenarios before with the puppet master. There were very few times that any of the teams I worked with ever failed, no matter the situation. More often than not, I took command. As the observation specialist, I tended to have a better grasp on the overall situation. Of course, finding people who would trust me in the first place was more of a concern. Thankfully, Vetsman and Faden took to my orders easily, despite this being the first real time we had ever worked together. Or perhaps it was just how irritated I sounded. Right now, I wasn't in the position where I would take no for an answer. After the knights moved up, I looked toward my trusty warlock. Yumara, you're responsible for crowd control. Don't let our vanguard get surrounded. Roger. She nodded and moved up, beginning to cast spells. As for myself, well, my job didn't need to be stated. Climbing on top of the crawler, I got a nice view of everyone's backs as well as the slope down the hill. A rough estimation yielded 100 or 2 beasts, and they weren't all coming in one large group. They were scattered and had no sense of unity, attacking in small waves. By the time I was ready, Vetsman had already made first contact. He greeted the first beast with the tip of his spear, outright skewering it and throwing it away, almost slicing it in half from that action alone. And Faden followed up by simply slashing a beast across the face when it lunged at him, killing it instantly. That's when I suddenly remembered. Vetsman and Faden were Authority 5. Only 6 people in the elites were Authority 5, and they were 2 of them. The rest were Authority 4, with myself occupying the bottommost rung. So those 2 had no issue dealing with beasts under their level. They could even fight Authority 5 head-on, those behemoths I had seen during the siege being some of them. So while an entire army of beasts could overwhelm a single person, that didn't mean the person would fall. It simply meant they would take a bit more time to clear them out. I understood quickly that Vetsman and Faden didn't need much help. Plus, they had the support of Tana and Umara, who would only make it easier for them to kill faster. And that wasn't to mention me, their Overwatch, who would pick off a few to keep their backs safe. The only issue was, beasts only continued to come. In the distance, I could see faint dots heading toward us. They were still scattered, but there were a lot of them. At least another few hundred by my count. I felt a headache come on, even as my cigar worked to alleviate my wounds. If that asshole had only listened. Now I was stuck cleaning up the mess. Taking aim, I decided I could work on my marksmanship here, picking off distant targets. My bullets sailed over the heads of my squad, some bullets missing, others finding their mark. Over time, as I communed with more weapons, I received the experiences of more people. Sometimes during my training, I would take a dive into the dimensions of my authorities and sift around for more weapons to benefit from. Of course, cursory communions didn't garner that much. I found that the more I used a weapon, the more I would deepen the connection and the more experience I would receive. And so far, I had used this Remington Lee scoped rifle quite a bit. My connection with it was deeper than any other gun I had, and the experiences I received from it were invaluable. I wasn't a marksman before coming to this world. Sure, I had some experience shooting guns, but nothing that would make me extraordinary. My aim was decent. That was all I knew. But the experiences from this rifle made me into a proper marksman, someone who could utilize his weapon with adept familiarity. That made this weapon's effective range of 300 meters truly effective in my hands. There was little I would miss, unless the target was moving sporadically or was smaller than normal. But I still had much to learn. I wasn't an expert yet, and since guns were my thing, I needed to get very good at them. That included these older variants, even though they may not be as precise or easy to use as the modern ones. And thankfully, I improved as I continued to practice, especially since my mind was improving as my spark grew more powerful. With a sharper mind, I indirectly strengthened my senses and dexterity. Being able to think faster was especially helpful, my reaction times shortening considerably, and my ability to make judgments jumping a magnitude. This was all to say that, even right now with only decent marksmanship, I was a damn good shot. Asterisk boom asterisk another bullet sailed beside Vetsman's body, instantly killing an incoming beast about 120 meters away. About 2 hours had passed, and right now I was wholly concentrated. Those 2 hours passed relatively easily. The beasts were constant, but they were never overwhelming. Our group worked well, supporting each other and efficiently killing monsters because of it. I was able to thin out some groups before they even stepped foot onto the hill, so by the time they arrived, they had no choice but to get caught in some of Umara's traps and finished off by Vetsman, Faden, and Tana one by one. Faden killed the most by far, while Vetsman was a close second, and Tana, although she didn't kill a lot, did her job very well. She was responsible for watching the surroundings of her allies, not simply finding as many enemies to kill as she could. Her job, like Vetsman's, was protection. She made sure that Faden could properly support Vetsman, who was acting as the tank, and prevented any beasts from pressuring Umara. So she was constantly moving, providing her extra power where needed to keep the battle favorable. I was beginning to see why she was in the middle ranks. She was fast, meaning she was a great scout, so she didn't kill a lot, but she was still vitally important to make sure things didn't go wrong. After all, if Umara was suddenly pressured, and her auxiliary support for Vetsman disappeared, then he would get overwhelmed and Faden would be taxed trying to help. It would lead to a catastrophic breakdown in formation, which would only spiral into dire consequences. So even without me here, Tana was enough to balance the battle. They didn't need me at all, but I was here, and the role I played could be described as such. Pure firepower. My job was to deal as much damage as possible without getting in the way. In fact, I didn't even need to observe much. That was technically Tana's job, and commanding the team could also technically be left to vetsmen. I was simply sheer killing power added on top of the team skill set. I knew that well, and wasn't under the delusion that I could do any more than that. So I wanted to get good at my job, because although I was technically only extra power, I could also dictate the flow of a battle. I could make victories absolute and turn losses into wins. I could save lives and dampen casualties, so I wasn't needed. But I was self-aware enough to know that my power would be desired in any team and all battles, and expectations would be placed upon me because of that. Expectations that would bear the weight of not just victory, but the lives of those around me. So lacking skill in the only job I wasn't allowed, I had to become a master at what I did as soon as I could do so. I had to improve at every step, using the experiences I gained at every level of power to better myself. Boom, I fired, catching a glimpse of the dead beast on the other end before shifting my sights to another. My hand chambered another round, the bolt sliding smoothly along its chamber and slotting in another bullet. My eye maintained visual through the scope the entire time, allowing me to quickly acquire my next target and fire again. And as my concentration peaked, I stopped noticing how much time had passed. I simply continued to fire, until at some point, there were no more enemies to kill. Everything went silent all at once, my gun being the last thing to sound. I lifted my head, looking at my squad ahead of me. They looked rather tired, as was I, but the surrounding piles of corpses showed just how much fruit our effort bore. Doing one last scan, I couldn't spot any other beasts coming toward us. With that, I finally relaxed. We did it. Tana cheered, her armor coated in blood. In fact, everyone was, except for Yumara and I. Killing so many beasts was bound to paint some things red. The others smiled, looking between each other. How is everyone? Any wounds? None here. Nope, I'm all right. After vetsmen asked, everyone shook their heads. I was the only one not to, though. Having been reminded, and with my tunnel vision fading, all the pain of my wounds set in again. They weren't bad, just a bunch of shallow stab wounds and some lacerations. My cigar and the healing had stopped all the bleeding, and would ensure I wasn't in any real danger. But it still hurt like hell, and I had been laying on top of the crawler for hours. Combined with the exhausting target practice, I didn't feel like I could move. I groaned. I could actually use some help. Oh right, John's hurt. What? With Tana's shout, everyone came rushing over. Vetsman directly jumped up onto the crawler and checked me out. I waved when he landed next to me. I'm fine, just some wounds from that wolf beast earlier. I got poked. Your clothes are bloody. Wait, you've had these for that long? Well, not like I was going to sew them up on the spot. I took care of what I needed to. Here, just get me down. I put my hand out, prompting Vetsman to take it and help me up. He helped me down the crawler and sat me down inside of it. Shining a light on my front side revealed my nice white shirt entirely red with blood, along with my pants despite it being a bit less obvious. It wasn't the first time I had gone so long without treatment, but unfortunately it only got more painful the more time passed, without it getting at least cleaned and patched. It felt like my entire body was sore, every movement causing shooting pains to hit my limbs. I had basically caught a porcupine with how many sharp spines and claws that wolf had. It was only natural I was injured. What I was more pissed about was how Sir Hemet still had yet to return. Where the hell is our lovely commanding officer? I have no clue. He ran off and has yet to show up. Hopefully he's back before the sun sets. He better be. Shit, I need to get sewn up. I cursed while stripping my coat and shirt. Looking at my bare chest revealed several wounds across my torso, some of them long slices, and others being slender punctures. They had all clotted, and my cigar alleviated some pain, but not all of it. I let out a plume of smoke while looking up, glancing at Yumara, who was cringing while looking closer. She saw my gaze and asked, "Are you really okay? Do you need anything from the medkit?" "I'm fine. I just need a doctor." "Hey, why don't we all eat since we're stuck waiting?" "Faden, you mind pulling out the rations?" "Sure." Faden's face brightened at the mention of food, gladly going to fetch a bag of supplies. We all pulled out some rations and started chowing. After many hours of fighting, we were all hungry. However, I also used this opportunity. Nudging Faden with my elbow and nodding toward Vetsman, I asked, "Do you guys mind watching for Sir Hemet on top of the crawler? I was thinking about laying down in here." "Oh, sure thing. Tana, could you go with them?" "HM." Tana lifted her head in confusion, her mouth full of food. That's when I saw the two men go into thought. Vetsman was the first to smile widely as he looked between me, and the only person I wasn't sending out. Faden quickly understood as well, though he seemed more surprised than anything. As for Tana, well, it seemed she was as dense as she was innocent. Vetsman grabbed Tana, pulling her. "Let's go, Tana." "Huh. We all need to watch." "Yes. All three of us can keep track of every angle if we sit in a circle." "But why? Just go." Vetsman no longer asked as he dragged Tana out. Then the crawler was left empty, light shining through the windows. Stuffing the last of my food in my mouth, I suddenly turned and laid down. My head landed on Yumara's lap. I looked up, seeing her looking down at me with an embarrassed face. "Could you be more obvious?" "Hey, now, I wasn't lying. I really do want to lay down. My body is killing me." On my lap, though, seeing a pretty girl like you helps alleviate my pain. Oh, she smiled weirdly and looked up to hide her face from me. How cute. It was fun seeing her all flustered, especially knowing how she would get me flustered with all those prying questions. As she dodged my goofy grin, though, I had a thought and adjusted my head a little. Because she was almost always wearing some robes, her figure wasn't all that obvious. I knew she definitely wasn't as curvy as Rayla, but even just looking up at her from the vantage point of her lap, I had a good portion of my vision blocked by her chest. It was just a cursory observation. I wasn't so picky, even if I had preferences. Definitely not enough so to diminish my thoughts about her. Still, I was a guy, and she seemed to be a sleeper. I couldn't help but click my tongue with impression. Plus, I couldn't seem to get over her ashy gray hair. Like Rayla's, it was an exotic color that mesmerized me. It was amazing to think it was completely natural. Not only that, but when I looked into her eyes, I found a deep purple that looked almost black. I hadn't really paid attention before, but they were beautiful. "You look good too." Suddenly, I heard Yumara mumble, her eyes darting over to my body beside her. "You're not a knight, but you're strong." "Oh, thank you. Is there a reason you work out? I know it's good for you, but usually only knights need to keep themselves in good shape. Everyone else really only needs to be able to run." "I think it's a matter of principle for me," I answered while thinking back. Ever since coming to this world, I definitely hadn't worked out as much. The city and magisterium definitely had gyms though, and there were even sports, though I didn't know any of them and didn't have the time to watch much. So I wasn't in the shape I was when I first came here. However, there was one thing that surprised me after a while. Given several months, I should have lost a good amount of muscle mass and weight after not working out for a while. My stamina dropping into the gutter, my muscles becoming less cut, and my metabolism coming to a halt. But very little of that stuff happened. I retained my shape rather well, and my stamina no longer dropped to nothing within a week of no activity. I still ate a lot and felt just as strong as I was. I chopped it down to simply a consequence of being in this world. Perhaps the magic of this world brought that kind of benefit inherently. Or maybe it was a benefit of being a magus. I didn't know, but I wouldn't argue with the results. Still, I did still do some workouts a few times a week. Hell, the Puppet Master's scenarios doubled as fantastic cardio. And I did so not to become stronger, but to simply not get weaker. I would work out regardless of where I was in life. Keeping in shape was good for me both physically and mentally, as it was for everyone. I wouldn't forsake that, especially when considering what I now did. I explained this to Yumara, who nodded while listening. I see. That's good. Not that we have a choice sometimes. True, sometimes those scenarios are nothing but a running workout. I think the puppet master makes us do those on purpose. Yeah. And you, what do you do to keep yourself fit? Or are you just naturally built this way? I poked her stomach, feeling what seemed to be some pretty tight abs. She giggled and blocked me. I don't do much, just some basic workouts. Even warlocks need to take care of themselves. I definitely don't have abs like yours. Saying that, I felt Yumara's hand move over and brush my belly with her fingers. My brows raised as she continued to stare a bit. But then, she frowned as her finger graced the skin around one of my wounds. They look bad. You've got a lot of scars too. Are you really okay? I'm fine. They're just sore. I'll be better once we finally get back to base. Saying that, I went quiet and shifted a bit, relaxing even further. Ah, how soothing. I smiled while nestling into Yumara's lap a bit more. I heard her chuckle when I did, and then I felt some fingers run through my hair. Is this girl actually patting me? I felt her fingers comb my hair and straighten it out, her fingernails scratching my scalp. I felt tingly as she did that. Now I really was completely relaxed, almost enough to go to sleep. This went on for a while, as she got more comfortable with what she was doing. I felt like I never wanted it to end. How unfortunate that I was hurt. Otherwise, I would be doing more than just laying on her lap. I felt a bit selfish being the only one getting treatment. But when I opened my eyes and looked at her, we both met with a smile. She seemed to be enjoying herself. That's when I heard the dreaded announcement. Sir Hemet is back. Chapter 46. Novelty Vetsman pounded on the crawler, his voice acting like a douse of cold water. My eyes opened as I frowned, looking straight up toward the ceiling. It took me a few seconds to mentally prepare myself, my mood worsening just thinking about Hemet. Fine. I got up, feeling my wounds get aggravated as I stood and cracked my neck. Yumara got up with me, the two of us silent as I exited the crawler. Since I was shirtless and it was becoming evening, I was hit with a cool breeze that gave me goosebumps, but it felt good despite that, so I took some deep breaths to calm myself down. Vetsman looked at me with a smile, which turned a bit as I saw him check me out. That's a lot of wounds. And scars, comes with the job. So where is he? Over there. He pointed, and I saw a figure on an opposing hillside making its way toward us. He wasn't running or making any kind of haste, so it would be a while before he actually got here. I tapped Vetsman and pointed. Hey, you mind going over there and checking on him? We should make sure our commanding officer isn't horribly wounded. Sure. He nodded before bounding over there. I saw him traverse the entire distance in less than a minute, arriving by Hemet's side. They stopped and spoke to each other, and as they did so, I lifted my aerial to my mouth, speaking into the group channel. Vetsman, ask if we can get the keys for the crawler. I can drive it over. There was no response as they discussed for a little while longer. Then I saw Hemet hand something over to Vetsman before he came running back. I looked over to Tana, Yumara, and Faden. Load up. We're leaving. Roger. They moved with haste, packing everyone and loading into the vehicle. Then Vetsman arrived, handing the keys to me. He's wounded. Do you really know how to drive that thing? You mean they don't teach you? And I thought I was the uneducated one. Gimme. I grabbed the keys from Vetsman, smiling as I jumped into the driver's seat. The key wasn't a normal key. Instead, it was a keycard-type object that you could slot into a holder next to the steering wheel. I threw it in, following the obvious patterns to point it straight, and watched as the dashboard glowed and the vehicle started. There were some mechanical parts on this crawler that generated some vibrations, so I could tell when it was ready to ride. Like that, I placed my hand on a stick located where the center console would be. From watching Hemet drive, I knew that these cars only had 2 gears, one for drive and one for reverse. It was magically driven, so it was more similar to electric cars than gas cars. With that, I tapped the gas pedal, feeling the crawler move forward and instantly getting a feel for its power. All right, here we go. My first time driving in this world started without a hitch. Spinning the car around, I found a clear path and drive down, encountering some mild turbulence but nothing that would flip us as I made my way toward Hemet's figure. Before long, I pulled right up to his side. He was sitting down on a rock, some of his clothes a bit bloody and very obviously injured. I poked my head out and flicked my head toward him. Get in. When the sun finally set, we arrived back at base. I rolled directly through the open gates, skidding to a halt over the dirt ground. After that, I jumped out, a smile on my face. That was fun. It was more powerful than I thought. Ugh, oh God. Tana stumbled out of the crawler, as did Yumara and Vetsman. Faden seemed to be all right, though. I didn't mind them and looked at the clock. HM turned an hour drive into a 30-minute drive. Pretty damn good. You don't know how to drive. Sir Hemet mumbled as he almost fell from the crawler. But I rebuked. Please, I'm one of the best. We almost died. No way. I always had control. We drove sideways. It's called drifting, and it was intentional. I continued to quip back as everyone critiqued me. The road back was hardly a road, just a dirt trail that hadn't been tread in a while. So it wasn't super smooth, but we were in a truck, so we were fine. There was also a speedometer, and even at my fastest, there was still 40 on the dash. Considering the highest speed was around 100 mph, I wasn't going that fast. But I suppose since most people in this world weren't used to driving, they found it a bit rougher than normal. I was taking it easy too since I'm still hurting. Right, I should head to the doctor. Bleg. As I walked off, I heard some weird noises behind me, but I ignored it. I seriously needed to get my body taken care of. After arriving at the medical bay, I was seen by a doctor who checked me in and started fixing me up. The man was quick and efficient. After giving me one of their stronger healing pills, he went to work on sewing me up. I laid there for close to an hour as he worked. We talked about my cigars as well. Him telling me that he had only seen them a few times in his life, since they were apparently rare and valuable. I didn't reveal much, but the fact that I had a case full of them was rather telling. Still, unlike Yumara, he didn't pry and only told me that they were a good thing to have. With that, I was taken care of and released. Since it was night, I caught up with my squad and ate some dinner before retiring. The next few days weren't as eventful. Sir Hemet had been successful in killing the commanding entity, and while we had been forced to fend off a small army in the process, it was nothing that needed to be stressed about since nobody had gotten too hurt. Still, when I was called in for a debrief with an officer, my displeasure in regard to certain decisions on Sir Hemet's part was made known. Not that it would do anything, but I liked knowing that my feelings on the matter were officially documented. So our mission was wrapped up. Since I had gotten hurt, and there were plenty of other teams that could use the work, we wouldn't have another mission for a while. And even if there was a mission for us to complete, it wouldn't be anything like killing a commanding entity. Plus, since we had cleared out the surrounding several miles of scourge beasts, there wouldn't even be search and destroy missions. We had effectively made the rest of our trip boring. It was quite unfortunate for the other teams, but that didn't mean we weren't active. I, especially, had work on my plate. For one, I needed to study and cultivate that advancement formation. Maxwell was expecting me to have completely comprehended it by the time I got back, so I needed to work on that, although I had already cultivated half of it. He had said that I would be able to grow my spark as I managed to complete more of it. the two going hand in hand since I had made the spark in the first place. Normally, one would need to comprehend the entire thing before gradually forming the spark afterward. So since I had deviated from the normal path, the timeline was probably different. Shorter or longer, I didn't know. All I knew was that the deeper I went, the more difficult the formation became. The entire formation was a huge instruction set for Saika to follow. By following the formation I had, a spark would be created. However, the formation on the paper didn't match the formation when actually applied. Well, it did but didn't. The formation given to me was a guide. By mimicking the shape of the lines with my Saika and aura, I was able to glean the true shape and get the correct formation. The reason the formation on paper wasn't technically correct was because the shapes drawn with Saika during cultivation weren't something that could be put on paper. It was similar, but also completely different. So I had to remember the true shape of the formation, as well as constantly study the parts that only continued to get more complicated. I was lucky to comprehend so much in my dreams, getting inspired from time to time, but I still needed to study the formation if I wanted to take advantage of dreaming at all. So for a couple hours each morning and night, I would study the formation. Although using aura and Saika was novel at first, studying still got boring. I wasn't able to spend 6 hours a day just sitting down and printing formations like a computer. Plus, I also wasn't forsaking productivity during the rest of the day. The others in my squad also had things to do. Faden, Vetsman, and Tana were all knights who trained their bodies in martial arts, so they would be found on the fields going through their own routines or sparring. Since they were in a squad, they often sparred each other. Yumara also studied spells since she was a warlock, and that was on top of her advancement formation. Warlocks were considered isolated researchers for a reason. They may not emerge from a room for half the day simply because their training was comprised entirely of studying and more studying. There wasn't as much practical training. As for myself, other than studying the formation, I also worked with my summons. That practice was basically either shooting or searching for more guns to shoot. After finding the Remington Lee modified sniper, there wasn't anything else that really caught my eye. I had done a lot of searching, but all I found were swaths of lever actions, revolvers, and the occasional double-barrel shotgun. There wasn't much variation, and the power of those spirits wasn't outstanding. Nothing that would compel me to change my current selections. I had a long rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. That was all I really needed and ended up using. So until I found an outstanding weapon variant, there wasn't much reason to spend a lot of time searching. That just left shooting practice. For this, I went to the puppet master, who got me permission to do what I wanted. After he talked to Commander Bosnin, I was given the authority to go wherever along the walls and shoot. So I picked a nice secluded spot and got to work. On the east side of the base, there was a tree line that led into a forest about 200 meters away. It was that tree line that I used for target practice. I picked some trees that stood out and started. Some trees stuck out from the forest, and some were deeper in. I picked several across varying distances and simply opened fire. My gunshots were heard across the entire base, but I had gotten permission, so it was fine. For a few hours, I simply shot regular bullets. I would riddle one tree with bullet holes before moving on to another, my goal being to keep my grouping tight. The scope on this rifle wasn't modern, so there was no such thing as adjustment dials. That meant I had to gauge the distance with my eye and adjust my shot accordingly. For shorter distances closer than 500 meters or so, that was fine, but pushing any farther than that would require a bit more precision. Not to mention this rifle wasn't even accurate past 300 meters. Regardless of my target though, I sought tight groupings and consistency. I even pushed myself and bit, and tried to shoot down some birds that flew by. I never hit one, but I still tried. So I spent several hours of my day behind a rifle. I also didn't forsake my peacekeeper. But since I couldn't go outside the walls by myself, there wasn't much practice I could get with it other than practicing my reloading after fanning the hammer into the distance, seeing how many rounds I could fire in a minute. And when I wasn't doing anything productive at all, I was doing one of two things: eating or flirting with Yumara, sometimes both. Since we could talk to each other via aerial, we would find times to meet and hang out. And when we weren't together, like during the night after curfew, we would be texting. And during that, I couldn't help but feel a weird sense of novelty. Yumara would text back within seconds. The only time spent without a response was the time it took for her to read the words and then type back a response and hit send. There was very little deviation from that, which was nice, because back on Earth it definitely wasn't like that. With relationship experience came both good and bad points, and it was never fun being interested in a girl who would play as if dating was a game, seeing a message when it was sent, but only texting back several minutes later because doing so in a timely manner may be seen as desperate, needy, or whatever other negative trait they came up with, was common with some girls, and it was something I hated. But here on this world, where texting was barely a thing and the social standards were different, there was none of that. Of course, I hadn't been around on this world for long and had only had a relationship with 2 women. But the difference was so stark that it could be taken as the standard, even if there were outliers. When I texted Yumara, she simply responded, "How great was that?" And our conversations seemed to go on endlessly, both via text and in person. We would tell stories, spill some harmless secrets, talk about family and all the quirks we loved and hated. It was all so fresh. Talking with her made me feel light, although it was a new relationship, and that made me a bit blind. Every moment with her felt fun. I think the best part of it all was how she had come on to me first. It was clear that she liked me, and I made it clear that I liked her. There was no suspense, and that made everything flow so smoothly. Neither of us had to be reserved out of fear. Every interaction and moment of intimacy, advancing our relationship forward. It was so different from everything I had experienced on Earth, which made it even more enjoyable. In fact, it was so enjoyable that the days flew by quicker than I could keep up with. Before I even realized, the end of our trip approached. Chapter 47. Attacked. You guys have one more mission before we leave. Huh. We all looked at the puppet master with hardly concealed reluctance. We had been on 3 other missions after that search and destroy mission after the siege, but all of them were patrols. That meant we jumped in a Hummer, which was cramped, and rode around a perimeter for hours with nothing to do. It was boring and always ended with stiff limbs. Not to mention, Yumara and I weren't able to be all over each other since the others were around. Of course, I tried to make it interesting for myself by shooting at random targets as we drove, testing my skill, but I was yelled at by our supervisor all 3 times, ending in nothing but more boredom. So none of us were eager to go on another mission, especially when we only had a day left on this trip. Seeing how unenthusiastic we were, the puppet master laughed. "Haha, come on now. You guys got the only combat mission on this trip, so you can't complain. Now you have one more patrol to do." Ugh, we all groaned, making him laugh even harder. He waved and walked away. "You leave in an hour. Don't be late. Hahaha, isn't military life fun? I'm going to kill something." Tana grit her teeth, kicking back her chair and standing. We all stood with her and left to get ready. An hour later, we were all piled inside a Hummer. Our supervisor drove us out, and we made our way to the perimeter. The perimeter wasn't an actual part of the base. It was merely an invisible boundary between what this base considered their territory and the outer wilderness. Our job was to look out for anything weird or suspicious. If there were signs of scourge activity, we needed to report back and investigate. Of course, there were never any signs of activity. We had figured that out after the first 2 patrols. If anything, we were just bait for whatever might be lurking around. If we could draw out a scourge beast, then we had done our jobs properly. But that meant we didn't even have to keep our eyes peeled. So as soon as we left the base, Tana and Faden closed their eyes and took a nap. Vetsman also seemed to have brought a book, which he read. As for Yumara and I, we just cuddled in the back seats. I had my arm around her as she lounged back into my chest. It wasn't long before noon, so the sun was still rising toward its zenith. Since we would be out here for about 6 hours, all of us tried to get as comfortable as possible. Even I got an hour-long nap in, drifting off until around noon. After that, everyone seemed to have woken up properly, prompting us to start a random discussion that got a bit heated and went on for a couple hours. It was only during the second half of our drive that everything calmed down again. At that point, we just sat around bored. Then, after having lounged back with Yumara for long enough, I opened my eyes and got up. I need air. Just don't stick your butt in my face again. You know you like it. You. Tana gave me a disgusted face as I climbed up and pushed open the roof hatch, letting me stick my head out. There wasn't even a turret on this Hummer, but there was a hatch for it. Thinking that, I let the wind blow across my face as I took some deep breaths. I looked around, seeing some forests in the distance and nothing but grassy plains around us. I could also spot a bunch of wildlife. In these undisturbed areas, there were lots of creatures that would wander about. I didn't recognize a lot of them, but in general they still fell within standard classifications. Birds with feathers, mammals with hair and fur, small insects and other scaly or reptilian friends. It was just the colors and some other special features that made them much different from Earth's animals. In one of the forests I looked at, I also saw some monkeys. When we rolled by, a lot of them stopped to look at us. They had black fur and red eyes. They looked rather menacing. Too menacing, in fact. Seeing them gave me a bad feeling. Hey Vetsman, HM, out your window, the tree line in the distance. Black monkeys with red eyes. Check it out. HM, the big man looked out his window, taking a few seconds before responding. They look hostile and gear up. I don't like it, all right. Hey, buckle in too. He didn't question as he put on his armor. The others readied their gear as well while strapping in. As that happened, the monkeys all swung away, seemingly having enough of our presence. That's when the driver looked back. Hey, did you find something? Not sure. Some black monkeys with red eyes were looking at us. They aren't uncommon. The ones with red hands are the ones we gotta watch out for. Let me check. Taking out my rifle, I scoped in and tried to find some more, but after a minute or so, I couldn't find any others. Still, my bad feeling grew. That's when I heard some sounds from a forest closer to us. Turning, I saw some more monkeys. They were all swinging through the branches, following us in parallel, and their hands were red with long black claws coming out of their fingers. My eyes widened, but before I could say anything, I saw everything turn in slow motion. I felt alarm scream in my mind, my coat flashing with purple as its powers were activated. In the corner of my eye, I could spot the source of my panic. There was a giant gorilla, barreling straight toward us from the tree line of the forest. It was fast and big, almost as big as the Hummer. It was going to ram us, and I had no illusions about its strength. It was going to flip the Hummer. So I sunk back down through the hatch, barely closing it behind me while yelling, "Incoming!" Boom! It was like we were hit by a bomb as the Hummer was lifted from the ground. I could only duck and cover my head as I went tumbling inside this metal can. Right as I went flying, though, my entire body was grabbed. It felt like a bear was hugging me as we whipped around, the Hummer rolling several times before coming to a stop. Once we settled, we could hear a bunch of sounds coming from monkeys that boarded our vehicle, screaming while banging on the windows and doors. "John, you all right? I love you, Vetsman. Whoa, now your girlfriend is right there." He chuckled while letting me go. Since the car was now on its side, I had to balance on one of the seats. The others unstrapped themselves as well, crawling around. That's when I had to close one of my eyes, feeling moisture crawl down my forehead. "John, you're bleeding." Yumara climbed over to me, touching my head and coating her fingers in blood. There was a lot, so something must have split open. I did in fact have a headache now, but the adrenaline helped stave the pain. "I'm fine. Get ready for battle. I'm making a call." I spoke while bringing out my aerial, tapping it a few times before bringing up a profile. I called, and before long, I heard a voice. "John, what, are you that bored?" The puppet master spoke with amusement, but I didn't really have time for jokes. "We've been attacked." "By what?" His voice became serious, and I quickly gave him the details. "Some monkeys. Black hair, red eyes, red hands, and long black claws. One of them was huge and just flipped our Hummer. Those are red eye bandits. They are strong and tough, but weak to magic, so keep Yumara safe." "You said there's a big one. What's the color of its fur?" "Black like the others." "Good. If it were purple, you'd be dead." "All right, we're sending a team. Where are you?" Looking through a window, I described the landmarks around us, which seemed to be enough. After that, I hung up. "Help is on the way. They won't be quick enough," Vetsman grumbled. At the same time, there was a loud sound. Crack asterisk, one of the side windows was almost shattered. Outside, we could see the gorilla pounding on it. Shatter. It quickly broke under the second hit. Then we could see one of the smaller monkeys crawl through it. Right when it did though, I raised a shotgun and fired. Boom og. It exploded, blasting the monkey to chunks but simultaneously ringing our ears. Everyone recoiled, Vetsman putting his hand on me. "Let us take care of things inside." "Right." I nodded apologetically. After that, more monkeys started to crawl in, but they were all butchered by the knights. Vetsman skewered some with his spear, while Faden stabbed others. We killed a lot of them, and eventually things went silent. That's when Tana suddenly spoke. "The driver's dead." We all looked over, seeing her looking at the driver's seat. That's when I realized the gorilla had come at us head on, so the driver took the hardest hit. From where we sat, the entire front of the Hummer looked flattened. The driver was crushed in the process. I frowned but didn't dwell on it. From my experience working with the Tavra family and killing people in the trenches, I was rather numbed to death. But I remembered that the rest of my squad didn't have my experience. They may have only seen a few deaths before, definitely not as much as I have. I could see the shock on Tana's face as she saw the dead body. Even Vetsman and Faden seemed a little rattled, but we didn't have time for that, so I stepped in. "Hey, leave it be. We've got a huge fucking gorilla outside that isn't leaving us alone. Get ready to leave the Hummer. Can't we just stay inside?" Creak right as Yumara asked me from behind, we all heard the sound of metal bending. Bang. Shatter. There was pounding on the side of the car, the glass windows being blown to bits and the doors warping out of their hinges. I looked at Vetsman while the gorilla tore our car to shreds. "Just keep it off of us. Yay. Time to put these muscles to work." He flexed while looking up at the gorilla. Then one of the doors was torn off. Vetsman jumped out right as the door was thrown, ramming straight into the gorilla and tackling it to the floor. "Go, Faden, help him." "Got it." Faden jumped out right after him, and we could hear the sounds of battle outside. I grabbed Tana, who still seemed a bit rattled. "Go. They need help." "Right." She nodded while zoning in, climbing out of the vehicle. I then looked back to Yumara. She looked to me as well. She seemed scared, but I knew she wouldn't back down. "That thing is weak to magic, so you're the most important here. I probably won't be able to do much to it, but I'll keep you safe from anything else." "All right, then let's go." I climbed out of the car, helping her out as well. That's when we saw the battle. "Oof." Vetsman raised his shield, taking a blow from the gorilla that knocked him back several feet. Faden then jumped in, drawing his sword across its body and creating some shallow wounds. But the gorilla was tough as nails. It didn't even seem to notice the wounds, as it attacked Faden as well. It wasn't slow, being able to keep up just fine. The gorilla stood 10 feet tall. Even Vetsman was dwarfed by it, and its muscles bulged through its skin like plates of armor. I knew at a glance that anything other than a fully empowered bullet wouldn't be able to pierce through. Even then, I would be hard-pressed to give it a single bad wound. I was still only Authority 3, while Vetsman and Faden were Authority 5. They could match the gorilla, but even then they seemed to be slightly outclassed. And killing those Authority 5 behemoths during the siege took me time, not to mention that I wasn't the only one doing damage. If I had an hour to simply shoot this gorilla without it fighting back, then I might be able to kill it. But in this situation, I was almost useless. In the end, it seemed like I really was the weak link in this team. I like to think that I was important with my sheer damage, but against a truly powerful enemy, I still couldn't rise to their level. But I wouldn't allow myself to be dead weight, so I did the only thing I could. Protect them, let them work. I looked around, finding some other monkeys that tried to attack Faden and Tana. Tana was working to fend them off, while Faden tried to help Vetsman, despite getting attacked from behind. Yumara was also attracting attention, and I couldn't let her get hurt, so I raised my shotgun and fired. Boom! I blasted a monkey that was heading toward Yumara with my quad shotgun, before turning and firing at another heading toward Tana. I walked toward the battlefield, letting off more shells at the annoying pests that tried to distract my teammates. I was completely focused, utilizing the powers of my coat sporadically even though it sucked down my stamina. I gave everything I had to defend them, because I could contribute nothing else. Only they could fight and kill the gorilla. So until I got stronger, I would stick to what I could do, and I naturally attracted attention with all the noise I was making. The gorilla couldn't do anything about it since Vetsman was fighting it to a standstill, but all the other monkeys could. There weren't many, but there was enough. Plus, they came from all directions, surrounding me and testing my reloading speed. I was practically throwing my shells into the 4 barrels, running and dodging while firing to keep the monkeys from tearing my throat out with their claws. But I couldn't keep everything at bay. Eventually, one got over to me just as I ran out of ammo. It lunged at me, its claws digging into my stomach. They were no different from knives, so blood immediately spilled. Taking that opportunity, though, I summoned a peacekeeper and pressed its barrel against its head, pulling the trigger. Bang, slice, its claws fell out, my blood going with it. It made me feel sick, like my life was spilling away with the blood. But adrenaline was one hell of a drug, so I used it to push through the pain and continue. I used the remaining bullets of my revolver to fend off anything close before reloading my weapons and firing more rounds. Corpses stacked around me as I did so, and the number of monkeys started to dwindle. But at some point, I felt myself cough, causing blood to pour into my mouth. Weakness came over my body for a moment, causing my aim to falter as I fired. The monkey that took my shot was only injured as it continued toward me and attacked my leg. It grabbed my thigh, its claws digging in like a vice and drawing even more blood. I barely managed to retrieve my revolver as I fell, firing and killing it. But there were 2 others, the last of them that seemed to be emboldened by my fall. They attacked and I managed to shoot one, killing it instantly. But the other landed on me, its hands going for my neck. I wrapped my arm around my neck though, taking advantage of my coat's defensive properties. So instead of cutting me with his claws, the monkey slammed down relentlessly, beating my arm and chest with blows that felt like sledgehammers. It also clawed around, doing anything it could to kill me. I felt it carve up my face and hands, but I did anything I could to keep it from hitting something that would assuredly end my life. I didn't panic, even as I could feel death getting closer. I just kept defending myself while attempting to kick or push it off. Everything happened so fast. My mind operated even faster, making everything seem like slow motion. But a creature such as that monkey, which had strength and speed so far above mine, moved faster than I could keep up with. If I didn't have my coat that could hold me together and protect me, then it would have ripped my limbs off and torn my neck out. It was amazing. I had killed 24 of these monkeys, just for one that slipped through to put me on death's door in a matter of seconds. How were summoners supposed to fight like this? No wonder they were regarded as the weakest. At least warlocks had barriers to protect them. If not for my squad, I would be nothing. Those were my thoughts as I suddenly felt the monkey get yanked off of my body, the next moment accompanied by a sickening crunch. Chapter 48. Lesson John. Vetsman, Faden, and Tana heard Yumara scream from behind. They had been so preoccupied with the gorilla that they hadn't had the time to look back. It was almost dead through their efforts, but they hadn't noticed one thing. After John emerged, they hadn't been attacked by a single monkey, but at some point his gunshots ceased. They didn't think about what that meant, and so they only realized once they took a glance behind them. There he was, laying down while getting attacked by a single monkey. It clawed and beat him, tearing through his skin like it was paper. His face was already coated in blood, yet he still tried to cover himself. Anything to survive the attack. They forgot just how weak he was. Why were knights the strongest? Because when faced with those same claws, their skin would resist their cuts, and their muscles would nullify those blows. Such an enemy to a person like Vetsman was no different from an annoying, flailing child. But to someone like John, a single wrong mistake would allow that monkey to end his life. Behind the confidence and powerful weaponry was still just an ordinary man. For him to even face what he did took courage far greater than theirs, because unlike them, he could have his life ended on a whim. They couldn't imagine being able to die so easily. That's when Vetsman sensed something. The hairs on his neck stood as he turned, seeing Faden's spear glowing with flowing gold aura. After that, he lost track of him. His figure blurred, flying across John's body with a flicker and ripping the monkey away. He reappeared next to him, monkey in hand. The little beast flailed in Faden's arms, waving its claws to try and cut him. But Faden merely reached for its neck, and he tore its head off with his bare hands. Vetsman couldn't help but feel fear. He had never seen someone so fast, but more than that, he had never seen Faden doing anything but smiling. He didn't think Faden was capable of such rage. Even the gorilla froze for a moment. Vetsman jumped away when he realized he was still in a battle, standing off against the gorilla. It was riddled with injuries, and was definitely weaker than before. But so were they. Now, though, they were all filled with hatred for this creature. It had touched their summoner, their friend. Nothing other than death would be enough for it. Ha! Tana suddenly came swinging down from behind, her sword slicing through the Achilles heel of the gorilla while it was distracted. It fell to its knees, and Vetsman took that opportunity to drive his spear forward. The gorilla retaliated, but he entirely disregarded its attacks, pressing forward with all his strength, and his spear went straight through its neck. At the same time, he took a blow to the chest, getting thrown away. Ugh, he groaned. But now the gorilla's fate was sealed as it fell, blood pouring from its neck. As it collapsed, Vetsman looked back toward John, running over to where Faden and Yumara had already arrived. Faden had the medkit, taking its contents out as Yumara packed the wounds. She had opened his shirt, revealing several stab wounds where the monkey had clawed his stomach. His face also had several lacerations across it, as did his hands, which had lost a few fingers. Yumara cried as she grabbed more fabric to soak up all the blood. Shit, it won't stop bleeding. Wait, move. Vetsman suddenly knelt down, removing the packing in John's stomach wound. Sure enough, after opening the wound, he found a long black claw sitting inside. These monkeys shed their claws inside their victims. It's basically poison, making them bleed more. Here, he pulled the claw out with his fingers. Then Yumara repacked the wound. Vetsman went to his other wounds as well, taking out 2 more claws in his leg and 1 poking out of his rib cage. After packing the major wounds, Yumara also started cleaning up his face. She never stopped crying, even as she checked him for any other injuries. "Come on, John. You're gonna be okay. Everything's going to be fine." Cough right as she said that, John coughed more blood that had pooled in his mouth. His breathing was shallow, and he was already unconscious. After turning him on his side, Yumara suddenly remembered something and went through his pockets. There were 2 things she found: his golden cigar case and a glass container full of red pills. She quickly retrieved one of the pills and put it in his mouth. It dissolved instantly, melting into his system. After that, she could only wait. "Where's our help? It'll take them a minute to get here. Tana, go over there and scout." "Right." With Vetsman's word, Tana took off into the distance, finding some high ground to search for their rescue team. Faden also left, not saying a word as he went to do the same. Vetsman and Yumara were left. They both kneeled next to John, Yumara continuing to sob. "It's my fault I didn't protect him. The blame lies with us all. We knights should have been more aware. I had forgotten that he's just an ordinary man." Vetsman spoke with regret. At the same time, he wondered about exactly what John had inwardly asked himself. How do summoners fight? Hot summoners had beasts and companions to protect them, so even they weren't defenseless. But cold summoners, who had nothing but their weapons and their wits, seemed to be incapable of engaging in any meaningful combat. Their bodies remained ordinary, even if the weapons they summoned were powerful. But even with a powerful weapon, like a legendary sword, how could you use it when a beast was too fast for you to keep up with? You would die before you knew what happened to you. Most of the summoners Vetsman knew eventually became researchers because of their intellectual abilities. They were brilliant strategists and thinkers, even above warlocks, and unlike knights, they didn't need to fight to advance their authorities. Still, compared to knights and warlocks, summoners seemed to be the outliers among magi. Some people said that all 3 were equal, and that summoners just had yet to find their way like knights and warlocks had. But seeing this, Vetsman had a hard time believing it. It was almost a curse for John's weapons to be as amazing as they were. They would drive him into battles like this, and perhaps someday kill him. Vetsman looked over, seeing how scared Yumara was. By now, it was obvious the 2 were in a relationship, but he couldn't help but feel that doing such a thing was irresponsible. A soldier could die at any time, and their deaths would only hurt the ones they loved. To have a relationship was only setting oneself up for failure. Vetsman. Suddenly, he heard Tana's voice on his aerial. He looked over to see her waving. In the distance, 3 vehicles were barreling down a trail. He watched as they rolled up to them, Tana and Faden right behind. The puppet master jumped out, taking a single step and arriving by their side with instantaneous speed. He saw John, who looked half dead, frowning. "You all let him get attacked?" "Yes." Vetsman stood, facing the puppet master as if ready to be executed for a crime. The others also stood, silent with their heads down. The puppet master grit his teeth and yelled, "Visen, get him out of here." Already on it, another man appeared. He was one of the magisterium's instructors, and a warlock who specialized in healing. After appearing by John's side, he cast several spells, sealing his wounds before having some others pick him up and take him away. Many soldiers also scouted the area, tallying the kill counts and writing up reports. The puppet master yelled as if he couldn't see anyone beside him. "You all almost killed your squad mate. You know he's a summoner. So what the fuck were you doing? Answer me." "We got distracted." "Yay, that gorilla must have been so hard to fight. I mean, look at you. A few bruises, even a bit of sweat. You look like you faced the hardest opponent of your life. Fuck. And you. The puppet master suddenly turned his attention to Tana, who flinched at his voice. You're the scout. Your job isn't to battle the alpha. You're supposed to make sure that your vulnerable teammates aren't getting ripped to fucking shreds. But you got tunnel vision, thinking that the alpha was an opponent you couldn't handle. You are the most responsible for this. Your lack of awareness is what caused this. Do you understand that? Why, yes. Tana shouted in response while tears poured from her eyes. Then he turned to Yumara. You couldn't spare a single damned spell, could you? I know John probably told you that you needed to focus on the alpha since I told him it was weak to magic. But who would have thought that he misjudged the strength of his opponent? Someone who only awakened half a year ago didn't manage to gauge the urgency of the situation properly, making you think that you couldn't even spare him a glance. The puppet master turned to everyone as their eyes widened, shocked by the new information. That alpha was weak, and none of you saw it. You all got so caught up in the heat of the moment that you all turned into brain-dead rocks. Yumara has a quarter of her mana left. Faden doesn't have so much as a single scratch. Vetsman's shield is still intact, and Tana isn't heaving for air on the floor. All of you could have done more. You could fight a second one and come out on top. And yet, the weakest one out of all of you almost died. You couldn't spare a single damn second of attention or strength to make sure he wasn't getting his face eaten. To think he managed to kill 39 of those monkeys by himself while getting wounded and protecting you all. To think that I almost lost one of my students today because I put him with an incompetent team, and you all dare to call yourselves elites while making mistakes like this. No enemy is so difficult that you should disregard the safety of your team. Shit. All of you get on the fucking trucks and head back. We're not done. After grilling all of them on both sides, the puppet master left and boarded a Hummer. The others did as well, not so much as uttering a single word the entire way back. Ugh, shit. When I finally woke up, I was hit with a wave of hunger. It felt like I hadn't eaten in days. Not only that, but I couldn't open my right eye. So my left eye opened, taking in the sights of the hospital. Oh, he's awake. I hear an unfamiliar voice call out, making me cringe at the loud sound. Hey, can we tone it down a bit? John. Og, son of a bitch. I held my throbbing head when the puppet master yelled, but I didn't get any reprieve when he started his rant. You dumbass, what the hell were you doing putting yourself in the position to get hurt like that? Are you trying to die? You know very well where your limits lay and you went out there anyway. Yay, well, I was just trying to contribute. I refuted as my headache faded, feeling a bit of indignation as I thought about the battle. I'm not as strong as the others. As soon as we were faced with a real enemy, I found myself useless. So I did what I could, and made sure that everyone could fight without fear that they would be attacked from behind. I was doing my job and I messed up, getting hurt in the process. Please, you talk as if you aren't a part of the team. I already gave the others a lesson on what they did wrong, because this should never have happened. But you're not blameless either. We both know that you're not useless, so stop spitting bullshit. You putting yourself out there like that jeopardizes the integrity of your team. If you had taken even a single measure to keep yourself protected, you could have turned that quick battle into a protracted one, even if it was at the expense of more energy. And if you hadn't been injured, you could have done the same job even better than you did, while also being able to help after all the small fry had been eliminated. We didn't have that kind of time, though. Vetsman was getting thrashed, and even Faden had a hard time cutting that beast. It needed the full focus of our team or we would have been overwhelmed. And there's the problem. The puppet master smirked. That gorilla was powerful, yes. It's a mutated variant of those monkeys, and stands at the peak of Authority 5. It only needed a bit more time to evolve again and grow its purple hair, becoming an Authority 6 beast you couldn't so much as scratch. but it was by no means overwhelming for your group. You didn't properly understand the power of your team nor the beast, leading you to believe that it was a life or death battle. Well, it wasn't, and with you basically being the leader, your team moved according to your sense of urgency. The heat of the moment clouded the judgment of you and your entire group and almost led to your death. I didn't respond. If that was true, then I really had made a serious miscalculation. But I didn't have enough experience. I didn't even know what the beast was until the car had been flipped, and with everything that had been said over that call, I was led to believe that it was a beast nearly impervious to everything that we could throw at it besides magic. I thought Vetsman and Faden would only be able to distract it, while Umara dealt the damage, and since I couldn't do anything to it, I took up a supportive role. But there was nobody to help me, and I got tackled so fast that I couldn't even call for help. Faden reacting as fast as he did was a godsend. Still, just a few seconds of attacks had left me devastated. I knew I was in the wrong, but I didn't feel like my judgments were entirely incorrect either. I simply did what I could with the information I had on hand, and it seemed like the puppet master knew that as well, because the next moment he sighed. Ultimately, you're not completely at fault. You just don't have as much experience. As a summoner, learning to gauge the strength of those around you is vital. You'll naturally get better at it as you get stronger and develop your aura. Sometimes I forget that you're still just an authority 3. Your squad seems to have forgotten too, but something like that won't happen again. The puppet master's face turned stern. Tana is being transferred to a new squad. What? Why? The greatest fault lies with her. Her responsibility is to keep track of the flow of battle, ensuring that all the parts of her squad's formation are operating smoothly. While it could be said that Vetsman and Umara are also at fault for not maintaining awareness, she failed entirely. Because of her, we almost lost you. So she's moving. I went silent. I technically didn't disagree with his judgment, but I also didn't feel it was right. Can I ask something? Go on. I'm sure she took your lesson pretty hard since she knows exactly what she did wrong. I'd be devastated to lose a friend because I failed to do my job, and I'm sure she can't even imagine losing a friend in the first place. Her desperation to never make a mistake again is probably overwhelming, right? I would agree, yes. So keeping her in the squad and letting her live up to it would make her far better than downgrading, where she'll never be able to reconcile her mistake, correct? Correct, but that comes at the risk to her squad's lives, especially yours since you're the most vulnerable. And if I'm willing to take that risk, would you let her stay? The puppet master's placid face stared at mine, as if not entirely convinced, so I gave him a bit more bait. I'd rather have someone desperate to protect me than someone who gets complacent when they get put into the best elite squad in the school. Fine, she'll stay. He finally agreed, making me smile a bit. Tana did in fact make a mistake. We all did, but I knew her well enough to know it wouldn't happen again. She was too desperate to let a second chance go to waste, and she would grow as a person because of it. And it wasn't like she was incompetent. She was diligent and wanted to become stronger. We were also friends, so I felt like my squad shouldn't be split up just because of one setback. By the way, I talked to Maxwell. Huh. The puppet master suddenly dropped that bombshell, catching my attention. In his own special way, he said he's glad you're not dead. Okay, what did he really say? That if you had died, it would have been a major loss in his investment. Yay, sounds about right. I laughed a bit. Maxwell was always a bit sparing with the care and compliments. Anyway, I'm giving you time off once we get back to the magisterium. You should be close to advancing, so don't come back to training until you do. All right. I readily agreed. I really was close to advancing. In fact, I had completed the formation. My comprehensions only compounded as my spark got stronger, resulting in me completing it even faster than I thought I would. Now, I was just accumulating power with the white crystal. I was basically just a battery that needed to completely charge before finally breaking through the last barrier to Authority 4. I was eager to see what awaited me at the next level. With that, the puppet master let me be. I then called my squad. Chapter 49. Drink it nerd *ding Vetsman, Faden, Umara and Tana all heard a sound from their aerials. Umara's eyes widened. It's John, what did he say? It says, I have risen. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, he told us to bring some food too. Let's go see him. Umara was the first to jump up, running over as the others followed. I heard 4 people barge into the hospital. John, watch the stomach. I spoke as Umara dove over, wrapping me in a hug. I couldn't help but chuckle at how much she worried. Are you okay? How are you feeling? You probably know better than me. I haven't gotten an update yet, but I feel fine. That's good. She continued to hug me for a while longer. As she did, I looked around at the others. I reached out with a free hand toward Vetsman, who walked over smiling. Glad to see you well, John. Likewise. How long have I been out? About a day. We leave tomorrow morning. Good. I'm eager to get the hell out of this place. Oh, is that food? I looked over to see Faden approaching with a tray of food. He smiled and placed it on my lap. I just grabbed what they had available. Thank you. This is definitely something I'm not going to miss, though. I spoke as Umara separated, allowing me to eat. I engorged myself for about a minute, finally giving my empty stomach some fuel. At some point, though, Umara perked up and reached for something. Oh, I grabbed your items. Ah, thank you. I mumbled with a half-full mouth, taking the cigar case, the pill bottle, and my coat. They all went into my spatial sack, except for the cigar case. I opened that and took out a fresh stogie, cutting the end and lighting it. The smoke I inhaled felt like a wave of rejuvenation that spread through my whole body. So nice. If only we got paid for our kills. I bet that gorilla was worth a lot. The kingdom only does that for stronger beasts. A shame. I sighed at Umara's comment. I was used to getting paid by the job. Now I wasn't getting paid at all. At that moment, I saw a nurse walking over. John Cooper, yes. Since you're awake, I needed to talk to you. Oh, go ahead. The others took a step back, letting the nurse over as she read off a clipboard. Well, your injuries have been mostly healed, except for the worst ones. You've thankfully lost no organs or limbs thanks to the timely intervention of Instructor Visen. But in total, there were 54 different injuries. 6 of your ribs were cracked. Your femur had a surface fracture. We found 31 lacerations across your hands, face, chest, stomach, and legs. And on top of the major bleeding caused by 12 stab wounds, there were some infections caused by the poison of the monkey claws. You also lost 3 fingers that we were able to reattach with no issue. You've recovered from everything very nicely. The only thing you need to worry about will be the scarring. Oh, well, I've got enough scars anyway. Who cares about a few more? Healthy optimism. The nurse chuckled a bit before writing a few things on her clipboard. She then set it down and reached over. I'd like to take off your bandages. The injuries on your face should have sealed by now. Okay. I nodded as she started undoing the white wrapping that covered half my head. It quickly fell off, so I took out my aerial and turned on the camera, looking at myself. Before, the only scars on my head had been on my left temple beside my eyebrow. But now there were a few others. There was another on the left side, going from my cheekbone to my ear, drawing across it almost like it was cut in half. That wasn't even the most obvious one, though. By far the most noticeable were the 2 deep scars running down the right side of my face. They ran in parallel, going from my forehead and down my eyebrow, slicing across my eye and cheek before ending at my chin beside the corner of my mouth. What shocked me the most was the fact that I even still had my right eye. Even the nurse spoke about it. You're lucky, Mr. Cooper. Even your eyelid was split open, but those claws still missed your eye by a hair's breadth. Otherwise, you'd be half blind right now. I think a few prayers are in order for that miracle. I think you're right. I let out a long breath, thinking how devastating it would be if I lost my good eye. Inwardly, I gave a quick thanks to my guardian angel before smiling. Well, that's a few more for the collection. How do I look? I faced Yumara while pulling her onto the bed with me. Other than those two across my eye and the one across my ear, there were a few shallow scars that would fade with time. All of it was enough to call my face disfigured, but I didn't mind that much. It didn't seem like Yumara did either, as she gave me a shy smile back. Her face, a bit red from my bold move in front of everyone. It looks good, you're still just as handsome. Hee, you're cute when you're embarrassed. She went silent, placing both her hands over her face. I could almost swear some steam came off her burning ears, but she still leaned into my chest. It was hilarious how contradictory this girl could be. Ahem, anyway. The nurse interrupted with a weird smile. The other wounds on your body still need some time to fully heal. You shouldn't have any problems functioning normally, but if you do, tell someone. You may also feel soreness when moving. That's normal and will fade as you heal. And if it wasn't obvious, please refrain from strenuous activity for at least the next few days. You should be completely fine within a week if you take a recovery pill once a day. Other than that, you're free to go. Your other bandages can come off whenever you want them to. Got it. Thank you, of course. The nurse left with that. Afterward, I dressed and left the hospital with the others, but I split up while walking to go back to my room and clean up. I first took a shower. There, I took off the bandages around my torso and leg. Both of them revealed some nasty scars, far worse than the ones on my face. It looked like there was a small crater in my stomach right beside my abs, like someone had carved out a chunk of my body. There were also some deep lacerations across my chest. Of course, these were only additions to several other scars, but they were definitely the worst. The ones on my leg were also nasty. The nurse was right about the soreness too. Just walking felt like I was hobbling on a broken leg. The monkey that left that wound had basically torn out some of my muscle. It had grabbed my thigh with those claws and pulled, meaning it both stabbed and sliced. The wounds pictured that scene rather clearly. There weren't any stitches to worry about since the wounds had sealed, thankfully. So with that, I finished showering. After grooming myself a bit, I dressed in some fresh clothes and took a look at my coat. It was still stained with blood, so I got to cleaning it, which was easy enough. Technically, it was self-cleaning, but sometimes it needed a bit of help. I just had to wipe off all the crap that refused to leave, which in this case was all the dried blood. Soon it looked brand new, so I slipped it on and went back out. I spent the rest of the day with my squad, all of us hanging out. I could tell that everyone still felt bad about what happened, but I did my best to reassure them. And I suppose Tana felt the worst, seeing how the puppet master basically pinned my near death on her. But that would take a proper talk to reconcile. For now, we just appreciated each other's company for our last day on base. After that, night came, and with that, our day of return arrived. The fourth-year class stood before Commander Bosnin. It was good working with you all this past month. It's fortunate that we're all leaving here in one piece. Despite all of us being shocked by a sudden siege after just the first day, you all stepped up and provided valuable manpower. Because of you guys, we've only lost a single soldier this entire month. For that, we thank you. Now go ahead and head home. You've earned a break. Thank you, Commander. The instructors shook hands with the man before we all boarded the rail. We were free. I can't wait to eat some real food. I'm pretty sure they served actual slop last week. I need to bring some blankets next time too. I completely forgot. I heard chattering while boarding. Before long, all of our cargo was loaded and we took off. The rail jolted a few times while accelerating. As that happened, all the elites moved to one of the cars and lounged. Nobody felt like partying right now. We were all tired since it was barely dawn, so everyone got some shut-eye. Yumara and I found our own corner couch, and before long, both of us were out cold. That lasted a few hours before people started to wake up around an hour or so before noon. And with chatter, those who didn't wake naturally did so anyway, everyone starting to socialize. I stayed with Yumara even after everyone had gotten up, enjoying her company. So we can finally go on a proper date now. Anything better than a patrol will do it for me. I'm glad the standards are low now. Makes my job easy. PFFT. She laughed before poking me in the side. Hey, if you really want, we can go to Joffrey and find a restaurant there. I know a nice one and we wouldn't have to worry about paying. So you think me cheap? And no. I just wanted to go to a nice place for our first date. But I didn't know if spending so much was okay with you. I don't want to worry about money. Oh, I suddenly like you even more. She went silent, covering her face with both her hands. It made me laugh. Seriously, how cute could this girl be? I pinched her side, causing her to flinch. Don't worry about the money. I'll bring you to the nicest place I know, and we'll have a wonderful night. Sound good? Why, yay. When? Give me a day or two to settle back in. As soon as I tie up some loose ends, I'll let you know. What loose ends? That's a secret. HMPH. She pouted, suddenly blowing some air into my ear and tickling me. Calling it loose ends wasn't entirely accurate. But I did in fact have some business to settle. I didn't forget that I still had a bounty. One that wasn't going away anytime soon. Hunters would be after my head. And I needed to make sure that my arrival wouldn't attract attention. And if it did, I needed to deal with it. While I would like an entire week to get a feel for the situation, I didn't want to delay my date. A few days should be enough to get rid of the eager ones. Or maybe I would get lucky, and nobody would bother me. Asterisk ding asterisk at that moment. I heard a notification from my Ariel. It was a message from Rayla, asking about my arrival today. My face fell just a bit. Right, that was something else I needed to take care of. I was on the trip, so nothing but my life on base had been on my mind. I had forgotten about the one thing that might be affected by my new relationship with Yumara. But part of me was beginning not to care anymore, so I decided I would face it when it came, texting back with that in mind. As noon passed, some of the elites started to poke around at the bar, and when one drink was pulled out, several more came with it, and soon, a small party was started. Tana jumped at the opportunity to drink again, downing cup after cup of any fruity drink she could get her hands on. So it was no surprise when she stumbled over toward me drunk off her ass. John, yes. I'm sorry. She came crying, her face entirely flushed and her blonde hair a little messy. You almost died because of me. I'm sorry I couldn't do my job. It's okay, Tana. No, it's not. Watch the snot. I raised my arms as she came crawling over on the couch. Yumara was quick to dodge out of the way, so I was stuck with Tana all over me. A crying mess. I'm so sorry. It's fine. Get off. I just want a hug. Am I still your friend? Yes, now watch the knee. I jumped as her knee accidentally snuck into my precious place. I almost threw her off, but couldn't because of her weight. All right, time to go. You're too heavy. What? I'm not. You take that back. Ack. As I tried to stand, I was yanked back onto the couch, being put into some kind of arm lock. I reached out to Yumara, who watched, but all I received was a faint smile as she just stood there. Damn, she's going to get it later. And so I struggled, only being freed several minutes later when Vetsman wrestled Tana for me. I laughed as they went to the floor, Tana seeming to completely forget about her apology to me. Well, I guess that was our proper talk. Whatever to ease her mind. I wasn't able to find Yumara after straightening myself out, so I went to the bar where Faden sat, looking like he was brooding. I pat his shoulder and sat next to him. So I have you to thank for saving my sorry ass. There should never have been any saving. But there was. And thanks to you, I get to go home." He was silent, obviously not wanting to accept it. And I understood. It was a given to save your dying teammate. But the situation should never have devolved to that point in the first place. So saving me was, in a weird way, actually something to be ashamed of. We were both silent while I ordered a drink. After taking a sip, I spoke again. "Look, I've taken full responsibility for everything that went wrong. But you didn't do anything wrong. Au contraire, my brother. I quite literally walked myself in that situation. I misjudged several things and took it upon myself to take unnecessary risks when there was no need to. I should have been more careful, and then even Tana wouldn't have had anything to do. But you were supporting us. Irrelevant to the point. If I had simply made better decisions, then there would have been no problems. Plain and simple. Trust me, I got an earful from the puppet master too. Since I've been kind of acting as the leader of our squad, it was my actions that led to this outcome. So even though it was me, I'm responsible for what could be considered the near death of a squad mate. That's also why I'm going to take a step back," I explained, taking a sip of my drink as Faden thought about my words. Then he looked at me weirdly. "What do you mean, take a step back?" "I mean I'm going to drop the whole leader thing. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be Vetsman anyway. He's got more experience and a better grasp on how things work. So for all our sakes, I'm going to make sure he's the one giving orders from now on. I see the logic, but I'm not sure if I like it. It'll be fine. It's not like anything major is going to change. Regardless, I just want to make sure you aren't worrying about anything. There's no need to, because we're doing just fine. So relax." He smirked a bit. I could tell there was still a bit on his mind, but it seemed I had reassured him somewhat. After that, I turned around, looking around to see all the elites having fun around me. With curiosity, I suddenly tapped Faden's elbow. "Hey, who's rank 1? "Oh, he doesn't do anything with the magisterium. He's basically a student in name only. Too good for us, huh? Kind of yay. He's a duke's direct son, so his royal blood is as thick as his biceps. He's the strongest person that I've seen in our generation. Last I heard, he's pushing into Authority 6. Shit. All right. Now, which girl do you have a crush on?" I'm suddenly remembering my youth school days. Faden muttered while turning his gaze away, making me smirk and motion toward all the people in the car. "Come on now. Which one has your fancy? Just about all of them are pretty. Don't tell me you haven't talked to any of them." "I haven't." "Oh goodness. My friend, you are wasting the tools you've been given." "Tools?" "The looks, the charm, your status as what may as well be the highest ranked elite. You've got everything you need to make any girl in this room fall for you." I don't know about that." He scratched his head shyly, causing my face to go placid. If Vetsman was a man who radiated pure testosterone, then Faden could be considered a bit of a pretty boy. He had blonde hair and blue eyes, and he was built lean. But lean by night standards meant that instead of bodybuilder muscles, he had slim muscles that rippled with fibers. And not only was he the most powerful person here, but he was the son of a marquess while still being humble and reserved. This man was damn near perfect. What girl wouldn't jump at the opportunity to date him? Of course, the only way anything would happen was if he had some confidence and actually talked to a female. So it seemed I would need to help this poor man out of his shell. "All right, time to get you buzzed, since I'm not even sure if you can get drunk. Once you're a bit looser, we can bring some females over for you to talk to." "I don't really think there's a need for that. A relationship would only get in the way of our training, right?" My God, it's even worse than I thought. "Here, drink this entire bottle. But my parents will be waiting upon arrival. I can't be drunk for that, can I? Faden, my good friend." I looked the man in the eyes. Let it be known now that I'm not a good influence. However, life is not all about training and doing what's right. It's also about having fun, which can often involve being a little naughty from time to time. So long as you don't knock a girl up, you'll be just fine. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? Daddy grounds you for having fun with your friends. I think the trade is worth it. Asterisk cling asterisk, I put a bottle in his hands and clicked my glass against it, taking a swig. He stared at the bottle for a few seconds, and seeing his hesitation, I yelled, "Drink it, nerd." Fine. Chapter 50, Girlfriend. Ugh, yay, I'm stopping there. Letting out a belch, I set down my glass. As I pat my stomach, Yumara walked over and sat beside me on the couch. She leaned over, looking toward the other end of the room where 4 people sat. "Hey, is that Faden?" "Shit, I don't even know anymore." I waved and let out an exasperated sigh. After about an hour, Faden got just drunk enough for his shell to disappear. But it seems the shell was there not for his sake, but for the sake of other men. After gathering a group of people, Faden and I sat down and started talking with all of them. Yumara joined, nesting under my arm to claim me as girls started to show interest. At some point, we started telling stories about our patrol where I was wounded. In an attempt to help him, I pushed most of the storytelling to Faden, letting him have the spotlight. And after that, things spiraled out of my control. Men got pushed out and some girls slipped in, taking up spots around him while asking all sorts of questions and gasping at his dramatic recollections. Before I knew it, 3 different girls had claimed him. Now, he was all alone in a corner with those 3 still all over him. They had been talking for an hour, and the girls were beginning to get touchy. I couldn't help but think that I had unleashed a monster. This guy had so much charm that simply opening his mouth to speak had women swooning. And these weren't just any women. They were elites. I recognized them, but we had only been acquainted before. Still, this man had 3 of them all over him. Alcohol was truly amazing. I raised my aerial for the 10th time today, snapping several pictures. I couldn't help but think it was rather hilarious, in a way. Faden didn't even realize what he was doing. He was so dense that it would take them stripping naked for him to realize. They weren't just there to have a nice conversation. Suddenly, Vetsman walked over, sitting by me while looking at Faden. "How wonderful. It's like watching a unicorn shit diamonds." "That's a unique analogy. I think you mean weird." "Yay." I agreed with Yumara. "Where did he get that one from?" He laughed, taking a sip from his drink. Like that, the 3 of us watched Faden get pulled in 3 directions, as each girl pined for his attention. It was amusing, but didn't last forever. After another hour or so, the rail began to slow to a halt. I could hear the chatter of the central terminal before the doors even opened. Time to disembark. We all heard the puppet master's shout, standing to leave. I took a puff from my cigar while walking over to Faden. He sat with his eyes closed, his legs crossed on his seat, and his arms resting on his knees. At some point, he had entered a state of meditation. Vetsman said he wasn't actually asleep, and what he was doing was a training exercise to enhance control over the body and focus of the mind. Why he suddenly started doing that, I couldn't even guess. But the girls with him had basically been blown off, so 2 left, and only one stayed for some reason. She sat next to him, also meditating. Because they had a lot to drink though, both of them were swaying a bit, looking like they would fall over any minute. But we had to leave, so I tapped his shoulder. "Come on, Faden. Time to go. I've almost reached enlightenment. Hang on. You're a monk now. Get up and wait. I'm almost there." We all went silent and waited. Then he suddenly bent over, vomiting. "Bleg biwahahuha." I don't know what I expected. I shook my head as Vetsman laughed his ass off. After that, we got Faden on his feet and helped him out. He seemed to have sobered up for the most part, so he could walk normally, but his face was flushed, and he still seemed slightly woozy. Well, it would make for a fun memory with his parents. As for his friend, after sitting there for a few moments in silence, she suddenly opened her eyes and ran off, probably to do the same thing as Faden. Well, so much for that. With Faden, we walked out with the rest of our class. After unpacking all our chests and luggage, everything was packed onto wagons that we boarded to take to the magisterium. We arrived at the school promptly, and there, we found crowds of people waiting for us. They all looked like parents and relatives, along with some students of the other classes. We all disembarked, receiving some cheers as we did so. Elites, gather, we were suddenly called, all of us turning to gather around the puppet master. He gave us a faint smile. Congratulations on your first trip. The military bases we travel to in the future will gradually become bigger and bigger. The threats you face growing likewise. You all are the most talented in this institution, and so you will be pushed to grow as much as you can before we let you go. But we will do our best to make sure that you can keep up. Expect squads to change based on your performances. I will discuss more changes during our next training session. But for now, you have 4 days off. Enjoy your time and recover. Dismissed. He let us go succinctly, everyone cheering for the small vacation. With that, we could finally go greet everyone waiting for us. My squad split up, and after grabbing my chest, I went to go find my welcome party. Soon enough, I found Rayla. She stood with Plex and Libitus as well, surprising me. John, hey guys. Wait, what happened? Rayla ran over, checking my face that very obviously had a few new scars on it. As I set down my chest, Plex smiled and looked over. Seems he got intimate with some beasts. I forget that regular humans scar easily. Yay, I can't just regenerate chunks of flesh like you knights. Poor little me has to be careful. Indeed. If only there was a way to solve that issue. He shrugged, as if helpless. It made me narrow my eyes at him. Teach me how to turn invisible. Too much of a pain. Then tell me where I can get a manual, as if, tusk, cheap ass. Heh, he chuckled. After brushing Plex off, I gave Libitus a brief hug. Good to see you, John. Are you all right? I'll be completely healed in a few days. Nothing lost. That's good. What gave you that? He pointed to my face, causing me to run 2 fingers down the scars. I think they called it a red-eye bandit. Those monkeys, they're known for ambushing caravans. They can be vicious. I'm honestly surprised you didn't get your face ripped off. My squad got to me in time. Seems you're in good hands then. I nodded, but then I looked at Rayla. She had a stern face as she jabbed me with her finger. What did I say about keeping yourself safe? That it was generally advisable. Don't play smart. From what I can see, you almost died. Those bandits have poisonous claws that shed as they attack their targets. I can see scars around your fingers, meaning they got cut off and reattached, and it'll take you a few days to recover, even with your cigars. I can assume that had anything gone any worse, you'd. I was silent, my smile having faded into nothing as she continued. I was beginning to see a pattern with her, one that I'm not sure I liked. She stopped herself, though, and after taking a few deep breaths, settled down and gave me a hug. I'm glad you're safe. That's all that matters. I returned it lightly, hearing Libitus sigh in the background. Wait, Mom. Right then I heard a familiar shout. Separating from Rayla, I turned around and saw Umara walking toward us. In front of her was Duchess Tauleria, the city lord of the city of Joffron. I suppose I had forgotten that Umara was her daughter. No wonder she offered to go to a restaurant in Joffron. With her mom being the city lord, she could go wherever she wanted. The Duchess walked up to me. She stood only a few inches shorter than me, but she seemed much more overwhelming. The way she carried herself simply demanded subservience. A feeling of suppression I could sense through her aura. Despite how she seemed to be generally stoic like her daughter, she gave me a faint smirk. John Cooper, this is the second time we have met. Indeed. I hope you've been well, Duchess. I came today simply to make sure my daughter was okay. I didn't expect for her to want to introduce me to her new boyfriend. Mom. I saw Umara flush from behind her mother, looking toward me with half apologetic and half embarrassed eyes. It put me in an awkward position too. Rayla was here, and I hadn't been planning to break the news like this. Yumara and I were assuredly in a romantic relationship. But since we hadn't been on a proper date yet, the boyfriend/girlfriend label wasn't yet plastered, even though it was technically true. Well, I knew she was fine with it being said, but I was beginning to understand that this Duchess had no sense of subtlety. I gave the Duchess a smile. I hadn't realized Yumara was your daughter until well after our meeting, ma'am. Did you pursue her after she told you? Well, I pursued him first. Yumara shouted, standing between me and her mother defensively. I did it so you can't say anything. Your actions surprise me, dear, but that changes little. This matter cannot be decided on so simply. How do I know this charming young man hasn't seduced you due to your status as my daughter? Perhaps he used his rugged looks to his advantage while sweet-talking you. A woman would be hard-pressed to resist that. Mom, please. Yumara looked like she was going to cry as her mother continued speaking, and I also couldn't help but smile weirdly. Come on, lady. At least try to hide your preferences. But those words about Yumara's status, as her daughter brought up a few questions. Inwardly, I tried to recall the various titles of nobility. I never deigned to pay attention to the pompous adventures of the British Crown, so I wasn't entirely sure about the order of ranks or the titles the wives would hold, or if it was even the same in this world. Duchess is that account's wife. They both have C's in them. Curious about my conjecture, I leaned over toward Yumara and asked, "Hey, what level is a duchess at? Is it like count equivalent?" This time she was the one who looked at me weirdly. I raised my hands in defense. I don't know the levels of nobility. You're kidding, right? Everyone knows them. Even village kids know them. It's the first thing they teach in school. I just got the male and female titles mixed up. You're lying. Suddenly, the Duchess spoke up, interrupting us. Her eyes were narrowed at me. I refuse to believe you don't know what my title means. I can confidently say I would bet my life on it. All right. She smiled and raised her hand. Then, an impossibly complex spell formation appeared above her palm, spreading into hundreds of layers before collapsing into a single circle that flashed with overwhelming power. This is a spell that will detect if you're lying. If it determines that you have, then it will kill you. I'd like to rephrase my earlier statement. So you admit you're lying. I'm not, but I don't know if your spell will kill me due to a misinterpretation. I can't say I'm a very lucky person, so I'd rather not take the chance regardless of the circumstances. Fine. It won't kill you. When she said that, the spell greatly diminished in power, though remaining just as complex. I sighed, but then she made another stipulation. If you want to pursue my daughter, you must answer 3 of my questions truthfully. If I don't get satisfactory answers, then I'm putting a halt to this relationship. Mom, you can't do that. I can and I will. She ignored Yumara and held out her hand in front of me. I looked at her with a neutral face, and with a grumble, I put my hand in the spell. At that moment, I felt a jolt throughout my body. I felt my aura flare out as an odd power surrounded my mind, feeling like my every thought was being read. Question 1. I snapped out of my daze as the Duchess asked, "Do you understand where my title lies among the ranks of nobility?" No, I never cared to learn the titles of nobility, because it didn't concern me. I know them briefly, and know that Duchess is a female title, but don't know the male equivalent. If I knew the male equivalent, I would know where it fell among the ranks because I generally know the male titles. ***, the spell glowed blue, causing the Duchess' eyes to widen a bit. I assumed blue meant that I told the truth. More ignorant than I thought. Next question. She moved past it, asking again, "You still knew that she was my daughter, and that I am the city lord of Joffron?" Are you pursuing my daughter because of her status, my wealth, or my power? No. While it's impressive that she's rich, I would never date her or any other girl just because of that. Rich girls can be nothing but spoiled, pretentious princesses with no redeeming qualities other than knowing how to wave daddy's money around. From what I've seen, Yumara is nothing like that, and I find that both relieving and attractive. As for you, I barely knew you were a warlock when I first met you, let alone how powerful you were. It didn't even cross my mind until a minute ago when I got confused about your noble title. */*, after I stopped talking, the formation flashed blue again. This time, the Duchess was smiling a bit at my answer, but she still moved on to the next. All right, last question. Your intentions seem pure, but I question your seriousness. Do you pursue this relationship simply because my daughter is beautiful and you seek her virginity? Or do you seek a long-term commitment with the prospect of marriage? Mom, that's too much. Yumara almost screamed, her face turning entirely red. But I simply looked the Duchess in the eye as I answered. I don't fuck around with my relationships. More than anything, I've wanted a woman who would love me and support me just as much as I loved and supported her. As generic as that may sound to some people, if we reach that point in the future, and enough time passes to affirm our compatibility and cement our relationship, then there's no reason why marriage wouldn't be in the cards. */*, I saw yet another blue glow, smiling to myself. Sure, Yumara was beautiful, and I'd be lying to say that I didn't want to get intimate with her. But like almost every man, I've always wanted a mutually loving relationship that could become something more than just a temporary fling or a sex friend. Unfortunately, that seemed to be hard to find while I was on Earth as a college-aged male. The Duchess hummed while dispersing the spell. Fine, I've heard enough. Dear, could you please get off the floor? We both looked down, seeing Yumara curled up in a ball on the ground, her head completely covered by her robes. I barely held back a laugh as the Duchess sighed. I'll be in the city for today, so I'd like to see you for dinner, daughter. I'll be here at 8 to pick you up. And you, she turned to me, making me stiffen a bit. I won't interfere for now. We'll see how you handle being in this position. But regardless, keep my daughter out of your business, please. Rest assured, ma'am, I don't really work anymore. But I did want to bring her to a restaurant behind the Black Spider Hotel. Depends. The caviar restaurant. Oh, fine, I'll allow it. She waved, almost looking pleased that I had chosen that one. With that, she took her leave, saying she had business to attend to, and it was only after she disappeared that Yumara finally pulled herself off the ground. Plex also nudged me with his elbow. Hey, what did you talk about? She isolated the sound. Nothing. Yay, right. I saw the lie detection spell. Nothing that concerns you. Fine. Now, who's the girlfriend? He looked at Yumara as she dusted herself off, doing her best to look like nothing had happened. Seeing Plex, she smiled and put her hand out, her face still rosy. Hello, I'm Yumara. A pleasure to meet John's friends. Oh, they're his friends. I'm just his boss. Still, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Plex smiled and shook Yumara's hand, his words making my brow twitch as I kicked him in the shin. When he backed away, Yumara greeted Libitus and Rayla as my girlfriend. It seems that after the Duchess line of questioning, there was no more suspense about where we were at, so she openly went with it. But she spoke with none of the embarrassment or shyness from earlier. I could see what looked like her noble etiquette kick in, as she carried herself professionally and relatively confidently. Still, I could also see the surprise on Rayla's face, and I couldn't help but stress a bit. This wasn't how I was planning to do this at all. Chapter 51. Check the boxes. After greeting everyone, Yumara smiled. It's great to meet you all. I've never seen any of John's friends or family before. Oh, we haven't either. I think he's just a loner. Would you shut up? I kicked Plex again as he trash-talked me, making him jump and back away. Rayla spoke. We all work with John at our company. What company? Divine Distribution. We deliver cargo, messages, what have you. I see. Yumara nodded as her smile turned to more of a curious grin, causing me to smirk. This girl, always trying to poke deeper into my business. There was no way she didn't know that what I did wasn't normal since even her mother mentioned it. But now she had more people to pry information from. Not that she could do much with the company name. Anything she could find officially wouldn't tell her anything. Rayla suddenly smiled, looking between Yumara and I. So how long has this been going on? Oh, only a few weeks. We haven't actually been on a proper date since we've been on a military base, but I think we made it work. The closest thing to a date we had was fending off a horde of scourge beasts. And you got injured there too. I'm starting to think you're a magnet for trouble. What can I say? I do my job well. I smiled and shrugged, causing her to pinch my arm. Rayla chuckled a bit. Well, I'm happy for you guys. It took you long enough, John. Yay, I was starting to think he was messed up in the head somewhere. This guy passed up every damn girl we put in front of him. Plex smirked from behind Libidus, causing me to shake my head. Yumara just laughed. After that, we had a few more conversations before Yumara and I were let go. We still needed to go back to our dorms and unpack. The two of us walked back together after grabbing our chests. We didn't talk much, but I had a lot on my mind. It was easy to fake pleasantries. So I wondered how Rayla was handling the news. We had been close, definitely closer than good friends should be, but we hadn't gone past a certain line ever since we slept together. It had been long enough since then, but there had always been a bit of suspense between us. Now, that was all dashed away with Yumara's appearance. Not that it was going to be any other way. I had a lot of time to think during the trip, or more precisely, fill my mind with things other than the emotional conflict between Rayla and I realized that there was no use in putting off the inevitability. I wasn't going to date or marry Rayla. Maybe I didn't want to accept it before, and so I convinced myself that perhaps it might happen. But I could have made it happen at any time over the past several months. There were countless opportunities to shatter the thin barrier between us and engage in a proper relationship. But I didn't. I didn't want to, even though I hated myself for that. Now I was pursuing Yumara, and she unintentionally showed me exactly why I didn't pursue Rayla. It seemed that whenever I was with Rayla, there was a dark shadow hanging over both of us. Sure, the two of us were mature and carried ourselves as such, making for a rich relationship. But the shadow was too much for me. It was selfish, but if I wanted the best for myself, then I wouldn't find it with her. On the contrary, Yumara and I only seemed to have fun while still being able to engage each other intellectually and emotionally. And we still had a long ways to go in regard to our intimacy, which only made me excited. I had already decided that I needed someone who was at my level, who fit me better. It wouldn't take anything away from my friendship with Rayla. But now, the lingering tension between us was no longer there. The line had been clearly drawn. I didn't look back as Yumara, and I disappeared into the fourth-year dorms. We went to Yumara's room first, which was on the top floor like mine, but whereas my room was 312, hers was 344. It was down a hall, but not that far, thankfully. This is me. I nodded as she used her feet to open the door, kicking it open and heading inside. I followed her in, setting my chest down by the door and looking around. When the light came on, I saw a moderately decorated room that looked pretty normal. There were two paintings, one medium-sized plushie on her bed, and then a large poster containing a diagram of what I could only assume was a spell formation. Yumara spoke as she put down her chest. I'm glad I was able to meet your friends. They seemed nice. Well, I'm glad they seemed that way. Heh. Now I just need to meet your family since you met my mother. Oh. Did I not tell you about that? About what? She looked back at me weirdly. I felt odd while explaining. Well, I have a family. It's just that I won't ever be able to see them again. What do you mean? I thought you came from a village. I did, but I wasn't born there. So you lied about growing up in Ymir village. Yes. I confessed directly, deciding that it was best to get some things out of the way. I traveled to the capital from Ymir village, but I have no relation to it or anyone there, besides the chief who gave me the ride here. So then, I'm from a place very far away, so far that I'll never be able to go back, and my family is there, so I won't be able to see them again. What was that place called? Earth. Earth. She stared thoughtfully for a few moments before walking over to me, her arms wrapped around me in a hug. I know there's probably more to the story, but no matter what, it must be difficult not seeing them. Yay, but I've made my peace with it. There's nothing I can do anyway. Not that it makes it any easier. I was silent as I returned the hug. It really was difficult, but I found solace in the fact that we had only separated. While they didn't know that, and that worried me, I knew the truth. It was enough for me, mainly because it had to be. Still, I found some comfort in Yumara's arms. I felt bad that I had lied to her, but her understanding only made me like her more. After a while of that, though, I smiled a bit and broke the silence. So your mother is fun. See, can we forget about that? As if. Honestly, I don't know how you're more embarrassed than me. I'm the one who had to answer those questions. I mean, she went silent, gradually burying her head in my chest. I almost died. Hee, I saw. I chuckled, but being honest with myself, those questions and my answers had gone a bit deeper than I thought our relationship warranted. I had essentially said that I may marry Yumara in the future. For the sake of even being able to try, I didn't hesitate to lay out the truth like that, but it could be said that we had taken a rather big step just then, laying everything out on the table so clearly. Suddenly, Yumara backed away, her ears red and her head dipped. All right, go and unpack. I need to meet my mother soon anyway. Fine. We separated after she turned me around and pushed me out, so grabbing my chest, I went back to my room and settled down. After that, I decided to run some errands and say hi to my mentor, as well as see if I couldn't start baiting out any latent threats. Yumara jumped face first into her bed after John left, kicking her legs sporadically while squealing into her pillow. Her mind was entirely filled with what she heard earlier. After being so embarrassed by her mother that her blood boiled in shame, she listened to John speak words that made her heart flutter and breath hitch. It was so overwhelming that she curled up on the floor and buried herself in her robes. She couldn't help but fixate on that one word, marriage. She barely kept up as her fantasies flew out of control. She wasn't even able to look John in the eye. Even just hugging him made her feel tingly. Her last resort was pushing him out to give herself some room to process her spiraling emotions. That, and she needed to prepare for dinner with her mother. Dressing up took time, so she unpacked while thinking about everything before calming down and picking out her clothes. But she encountered a conundrum. She went through all her dresses, some of which were stored in spatial sacks, and tried on 6 before she caught herself. With every dress, every piece of jewelry, she pictured herself walking down an aisle. How would it look beside him? Is it too noble for his tastes? Would our colors match? Before she knew it, she had spent an entire hour debating the validity of every dress she owned for a scenario that only had a chance of happening years in the future. At some point, she could only pick out her nicest black dress, feeling it was barely satisfactory. And after putting on some light makeup, slipping on her earrings and wrapping a bracelet around her wrist, she put on a fur coat and left her room. On the way out, she passed by John's door and knocked, but to no avail. He was gone on what she could only assume was business. With a sigh, she left the dorms and arrived at the gates, seeing a large carriage. Jumping inside, she sat across from her mother, who was similarly dressed. The Duchess looked her daughter up and down, Did you dress for the dinner or for him? I just dressed nicely. Asterisk rumble, asterisk the carriage rolled as Yumara shouted exasperatedly. She was beginning to reach a limit today. Sensing that, the Duchess smiled and looked back down at her aerial. On the screen was a picture of John along with the bounty of 40,000 coin. Below that, there were several details about him. More specifically, the Duchess paid attention to one number, estimated kill count, 108. Before the Duchess, there was no hiding. Over the course of just 2 hours, she had already collected nearly every piece of information there was to know about John Cooper, but everything she saw only made her more curious. A kill count recently surpassing the triple digits, a number that probably didn't match the true number, despite only being authority 3. Then there were the weapons he used to carry that out. But more interesting than that was the complete lack of background. He had appeared out of nowhere. Even villages had to take a consensus and submit records to their ruling counties. But there wasn't a single record of John's existence, and that wasn't even considering that he was nothing like a village boy should be. Anybody who came from those backwater establishments was uneducated, unrefined, and poor. But John wasn't any of those things. Although he didn't carry the air of a noble, he still knew his manners. Then again, he was more ignorant than she initially thought, since he didn't even know that the title of Duchess was equal to that of a duke, the highest noble title only under the king himself. Of course, after her interrogation, she confirmed that his intentions with Yumara were pure enough. In fact, compared to some snobby noble boys, she quite liked him. But his background was a complete mystery. She had at least wanted to know where he came from. But the only name she found on record was Ymir Village, and he most assuredly didn't come from there. She wanted to interrogate him more, but she also knew when she was overstepping. She held herself to certain standards and, as a duchess, wouldn't stoop so low as to force the information out of him. As for everything else, well, she had already found it. A delivery man who had a relationship with the Tavra family and was employed directly under the notorious Plex, admitted to the school as a 4th year under the recommendation of Maxwell Alberain, a name she was very familiar with. There was even a piece of information mentioning the golden key he obtained from the key master of the Black Spider Hotel, as well as interacting directly with Son of Son Industries. It was like the kid was a walking magnet for notoriety, interacting with some of the most famous underground names out there. Of course, he also fought tooth and nail to keep his life under those circumstances. But there were many others who had died due to far less, which brought her more interest in his summons and his power. Training under Maxwell for less than a year had brought him up to Authority 3, and after just a few days at Calatrop Base, he had already become an elite, a most recent piece of news. Every detail painted an extraordinary picture, and the only thing that amazed her was that he wasn't more famous. Of course, if he kept on his path, that would change very soon. For now, the only decision she had come to was that he was worth keeping around, and that her daughter coming in contact with him was actually lucky. As she thought about those things, the mother and daughter arrived at the nicest restaurant in the capital, besides those behind the Black Spider Hotel. "Welcome, Duchess. Your table awaits." After stepping out, they were greeted and led to their table directly. For a duchess, there was no such thing as waiting or a lack of personal service. Taken to the top floor, they were given a private room that overlooked the nighttime capital city. It was a gorgeous view that even Yumara couldn't help but take in with wonder. "So, tell me about your trip. I hear it was eventful." "I was. We were attacked a few times." Yumara went on to recollect the events of the trip, like the siege, their search and destroy mission, and then their last patrol. In each event, she always ended up talking almost strictly about John's side of the combat. There was one detail that surprised the Duchess. "He can utilize his aura, He told me about it. He said it's still useless for anything besides reading the atmosphere, but he eventually wants to use it for something that can help mitigate his weaknesses, like invisibility. I see. So his talent is up to standards as well. Seems you picked a good one. Why, yes, Yumara ducked a bit bashfully. The Duchess looked at her daughter while resting her chin on her palm as if scrutinizing. Dear, do you truly like this man? Yes, I wouldn't pursue him otherwise. I understand that, but you've always been rather apprehensive about dating. For years, you've refused to humor all the handsome suitors thrown your way. And then 2 months go by during your 4th year at the magisterium, and you come home from a trip with a new boy. You can understand why I'm more than a little surprised. Well, he just seemed to check all the right boxes. Like? The Duchess' eyebrows raised, causing Yumara to fidget. He's smart. Doesn't seem that smart to me. He's not from around here, so he doesn't seem to know much of the culture. But from what I've heard, he's shockingly well informed on lots of topics, even by our standards. It's why I never believed he was from a village. And what has he spoken of? Well, lots of things. He knows about the human body, like how it's composed of billions of individual living things called cells. Oh, he also talked about light, and said that there's such a thing as invisible fire. There was also some stuff about space. Yumara described what seemed like a dozen different scientific concepts, and her mother was confused as much of the information was entirely foreign to her. As someone who stood at the top of the world, there was very little she didn't know about. She was someone who was more than able to push the limits of magical research and technological development. Even the most bleeding-edge science could be browsed on a whim. It was all well within her grasp, but she hadn't heard about most of what Yumara mentioned, let alone how most of it seemed completely made up. Eventually, she shook her head. Never mind that. Continue. Oh, okay. Well, besides being smart, he's rather charming. We can talk for hours. He's also strong for someone who isn't a knight, and he's kind of fearless. Yumara glanced out the window and toward the city. I've never seen him scared of anything. Even when our Hummer was flipped, he was the calmest one, even though he's just a summoner. Even when he was attacked and almost killed, I didn't sense an ounce of fear, almost like it had nothing to do with him. Sounds reckless. I would say that for every summoner who dares to step foot on a battlefield. The Duchess didn't refute, smiling with unreadable thoughts. Chapter 52. Whole truth. The Duchess sighed, seeing her child's dreamy gaze. Oh, how hard you've fallen, daughter. I'm perfectly in control of my emotions. You asked about it anyway, not me. Because I'm your mother and this concerns more than just yourself. All I can tell you is that if you pursue this man, you'll need to be prepared to drag him into a world he's completely unfamiliar with. Your noble duties cannot simply be neglected, and you'll be required to bring him to a majority of affairs, since we both know you have many suitors vying for your hand. I'll never arrange your marriage for you, but that means you must take responsibility for your relationships. I know. Yumara nodded solemnly. Dating the daughter of a duchess was a big deal. She had forgotten about that mainly because she never involved herself with much at the magisterium, and when pressured to date, she used her studies as an excuse. But now she was stirring the pot, and both her and John would need to bear the consequences. However, seeing Yumara's seriousness, the Duchess couldn't help but chuckle a bit. Don't be so worried. I have a feeling he'll be able to deal with everything fine considering his occupation. As a delivery man, indeed. What does he really do? Yumara asked, her curiosity blazing. But the Duchess shook her head. He's just a delivery man. Bullshit. Language. Unlikely. HMPH, your mouth has become loose. The Duchess smirked and looked out toward the city. Dear, you know I've been keeping certain realities of this world away from you, but you're growing up, and I won't be able to shield you forever. Of course, your choice to date someone involved in those things isn't helping me, but I understand that sheltering you is no longer as necessary as it had been. So, can you tell me about what he does? I won't, but I won't stop him from exposing it to you either. However, I've already warned him, and I don't believe he'll test me. He's not to involve you in his work. The people he works with and knows are very dangerous individuals. Your identity is under no circumstance allowed to appear in that world. It'll create a huge mess for all of us, even though I wield a lot of power in that sector as well. I have a hard time believing there are people who can pressure you. Yumara looked at her mother with scrutiny, but all she earned was a shaken head. I'm not all-powerful, and power isn't everything. There are those who can match me, and have no interest in the royal affairs of the kingdom. They work in the dark, creating entire empires that nobody you see around you will ever know existed. And they who have few rules wield even more influence than I do and fight to secure more power with means I only dare to defend myself with. You, my dear, are leverage capable of being used against me. Do not give them an excuse to make a move by involving yourself, or we'll all regret it. Do you understand that? Yes. Yumara nodded seriously. It seemed the waters were far deeper than she imagined. She didn't think it was possible for anyone other than the king and other dukes to pressure her mother. But it turns out there were others out there who were more than capable of that. And she didn't even know they existed. The Duchess looked at her daughter. Despite her warnings, she was still curious. John is a special case, since he appeared out of nowhere. He has no background to speak of, and works a unique job that gives him special immunities. He's lucky, so when you see him, you can tell him that you're allowed to take tours and go to the parties, but by no means are you allowed to operate in any capacity. I won't babysit you, so take it as a learning experience. Okay, Yumara nodded happily. She was finally free. Also, I want you to come home tomorrow. Your father wants to see you. Oh, her happiness subsided with her mother's next comment as she simply dipped her chin. After that, the mother and daughter discussed more business and leisure, until ending their dinner later into the night. After heading to the Black Spider Hotel, I greeted my favorite receptionist. Keymaster, it's John. I see you had an eventful time. You would be correct. Well, it's good to see you in one piece at least. We shook hands as I nodded. Yes, no lost limbs, thankfully. Hey, I have a question. A duchess is on the level of a duke, right? It is. Okay. What does it mean to be a duke? I asked with curiosity, since my original questions from before still hadn't been answered. And unlike the others, the key master simply answered. A duke is someone who has been given a certain level of royal authority by the king. They are at least authority 11 and are given a dukedom. Some dukedoms are entire cities, while some are massive swaths of land beyond the capital. And dukes or duchesses who reach authority 12 are titled Grand Dukes, standing almost equal to the king himself. As for regular dukes, they are often given the responsibilities of managing their territories, as well as certain key positions within the monarchy. So they're a bunch of big shots, I suppose. The key master chuckled at my succinct summary, and I was beginning to realize just how important Yumara was. She was basically a princess, and her mother was terrifyingly powerful, standing just below the pinnacle of this world. To think Yumara actually pursued me first. Somehow, I managed to seduce a princess. Well, she seduced me too. Regardless, I had a feeling that things would be changing rather soon. There was no way dating someone like her wouldn't bring some special consequences. Was I going to have to learn how to act like a noble? I sincerely hoped not. Besides, I was American. The last time we got told what to do by royalty, we shafted those pompous assholes so hard that they fucked right off back to their tea-sucking continent. So on one hand, I hoped I wouldn't get put in a position to make things difficult for Yumara. On the other hand, I looked forward to a tea party, Have you been embroiled with a duke? The key master suddenly asked, making me scratch my head. I may or may not be dating the daughter of a duchess now. Oh my. Talaria, yay. So tell me, how bad of a position am I in? Well, not so much bad as it is difficult. I suggest you go get a new suit costing around 200 gold bullion. Because the boyfriend of Lady Umara Talaria can't be seen as just any ordinary man. You'll have to prove yourself in many different ways. Oh goodness. I sighed in financial pain. It seemed being Umara's boyfriend would prove to be costly. Well, my savings of 1 million coin wouldn't be for nothing, though perhaps I would need to pick up a few jobs soon. Will my coat not be enough? I'd say it's pretty high-end. Definitely cost more than 200 gold bullion. That depends. In some cases it may be. But if you're going to a formal event, a proper suit is a must. You can't meet the highest nobility in the kingdom wearing a leather coat. I guess I can recommend you to a tailor right here in our market. I get my own suits from him. Oh, I'll take that name. I smiled and got a reference. Apparently the tailor was pretty popular among those who knew him, and naturally, only carried the best services. After getting that, we talked a bit more before I decided to go. I should get to Maxwell, of course. Have a good evening, John, and be sure to keep yourself safe outside. I will. With that, I took the elevator and entered the market. I was greeted with the familiar plaza, and road with high-class buildings on either side. And down that road was the Polaris family headquarters where Maxwell stayed. After greeting the guards, I went in and found my way to Maxwell's door. After knocking, I shouted, "Housekeeping." What? I stifled a laugh as I went through the door, finding a very confused Maxwell. Oh, it's you. You sound disappointed. Housekeeping may actually have been more welcome. Ouch. I brushed the painful words off and walked over to his desk. Just wanted to check in. Yes, I see you've made significant progress. Are your comprehensions complete? They are? Good. Since you only need accumulation, I'd like you to start coming in every day until you advance. And don't train outside of here anymore. All right. And bring 10 gold bullion the next time you arrive. How about 9? Since you want to be cheap, I'll take 15 now. What? Jumping, I proceeded to negotiate my way down to 13 gold bullion. Afterward, Maxwell chuckled. How naive. I wanted to ask you about something. Go on. Applications of aura. Plex can turn himself invisible. How do I do that? Maxwell glanced at me with narrowed eyes. Aura techniques are closely guarded secrets. Even I don't possess more than the one I practiced. But that one isn't suitable for you. Where can I get one? Nowhere other than the church or the kingdom. And to attain one from either of them would require you to not only achieve authority 8, but to have demonstrated that you are assuredly loyal to them. So like crowns, it is not something you can get anytime soon. Until you can, however, you should constantly refine control over your aura. The benefits it will give you are absolutely worth the effort until you attain a technique. Oh, I was a bit disappointed. Yet another thing I would have to wait for. After that, Maxwell waved. All right, you can go. I will prepare for your arrival tomorrow. Until then, recover and stay out of trouble. I'll try. Saying goodbye, I headed out of Polaris and made my way back to the magisterium. Thankfully, I didn't meet any unsavory individuals, allowing me to sleep peacefully that night. Asterisk boom, asterisk asterisk splat. Asterisk, I fired my shotgun, turning the man's chest before me into a pile of spaghetti. Through my air mask, I only groaned as the knife in my leg stung. Ugh, you know, I didn't consider the possibility of you all working in groups. Asterisk slice asterisk, I ripped the knife out and looked around. There was another dead body besides the fresh one, along with one more hunter. The first hunter was a warlock, and he didn't even get a chance to fire a spell since I promptly parked a bullet in his brain. The other that I just killed was a knight, but not one specializing in strength. Instead, he was shockingly fast. But with the powers of my coat, I was able to keep up and use my shotgun. Now, there was another knight who stood there with 3 bullets in his torso. He wasn't dead yet, but he was bleeding. I didn't know what level they were at, but it didn't seem very impressive. The only wound I received was from that knife, and it was one that the last man standing had thrown at me. Seriously, I don't ask for much other than peace and quiet. Not my fault everyone wants my money. You killed enough people in the trenches, you son of a bitch. The knight spat his hatred, but it was so ridiculous that I barely held back a laugh. Those guys, every single one of them tried to kill me for my money or the cargo I was moving. If I hadn't been attacked first, then I would have just made my deliveries and been on my way. I would say the only people I attacked first were the ones trying to withhold payment, but it wasn't like I killed any of them. Quiet. You killed innocent people. Like who? These 2 guys. I pointed to the 2 corpses nearby, making him grit his teeth. Yes, and dozens of others, including my brother. None of them deserve to die. Fine. So what do you want? I spoke while throwing open the cylinder in my revolver, taking out the spent casings. My eyes remained on the knight as I did so, hearing his demands. I want you to pay for every single one of those deaths. You've robbed our families of people who can make money to support us, so you need to compensate us. I see. I suppose when I defended myself, I was too harsh. I should have at least given them a chance to live. I nodded in understanding as I filled 3 of the chambers in the cylinders with fresh bullets. It closed with a fresh click. Afterward, as the knight started to smile, I raised the peacekeeper and pulled the trigger. Asterisk bang bang bang. Asterisk he froze as 3 more bullets buried themselves in his chest, taking a few seconds to fall over. After that, I went to each of the corpses and grabbed anything that looked valuable. One of them even had a spatial sack, though a shitty one. As I did so, I looked over to the knight. He laid there with his eyes looking at me. He was still alive, but rapidly dying. Wow, knights really are resilient. Unfortunately for you, I don't negotiate with criminals, especially when they try to hurt me. After all, I did in fact leave some of you alive, but you guys always came back. Talk about frustrating. I've got friends too, you know. Should I just lay down and let you all rob and kill me? How convenient for you. You didn't even demand my death either. You just wanted my money. I would have respected you more otherwise. Not that it was very high to begin with. Also, I looked over, suddenly halting my words when I saw that he was dead. I let out another sigh while standing. Whatever. Time for the doctor. Making my way through the market, I found the hospital as was routine. Oh my, there's a customer I haven't seen in a while. How are you, John? The girl at the front desk greeted me with a smile while waving over a nurse. I greeted back with a grin. Hey Kayla, had a little run-in with some friends. No shit. Just the leg. Yup. Asterisk ting asterisk I flicked a gold coin at her which she caught reflexively and stashed. Right this way. She brought me to a room nearby. Like that, my leg wound was sewn together and healed. It took no more than a few minutes from start to finish. Since I was basically a regular here, I had become familiar with the nurses and doctors. They especially liked me since I tipped them for all their treatments, something nobody else did. So all my treatments were expedited. Treat them nice, and you get treated nicely, even if it cost a bit more. All right, big guy, you're all set. Thanks. By the way, do you have coagulants? These are good for taking care of the flesh wounds on the spot. The nurse suddenly brought out a canister with an odd nozzle and trigger on it. These can be reloaded by swapping the cans. Just spray the contents on the wound directly, and it'll seal it while numbing it. It also expands so you don't need very much. Oh, this looks useful. I checked the canister out. It wasn't large, but after a demonstration, I found it very effective for the job. My recovery pills didn't operate very fast. While it could keep my body together, if I got a laceration or stab wound, I wasn't able to take care of it besides shoving a bunch of gauze inside the wound. This was the next best thing. Give me 3 of these nozzles and a dozen canisters. Coming right up. The nurse smiled and went off to grab me the supplies. Just like that, I was loaded with more medical supplies. Of course, it was a bit expensive, costing about 2 gold bullion, but I didn't tend to spare the expenses when it came to my safety. Yet another reason they liked me. I bought my medical stuff from them, besides the cigars, and so I walked out of the hospital and continued on to my original destination. Yumara had left the city after our first day back. Since then, 3 more days had passed. The vacation given to us by the puppet master was coming to an end, and I had been fighting off hunters who still seemed eager to claim my head. I was also training with Maxwell every night. I had made good progress, constantly getting closer to Authority 4. In fact, I was so close that I was pretty sure I only needed 1 more night. And that's where I was headed toward. After greeting the key master at the hotel, I went to Polaris and found Maxwell's study. But before I even entered, I could feel a dense, comforting aura from the doors. Pushing them open, I found a chair surrounded by an odd device. It was a ring that hovered a couple feet off the ground, encircling the chair, and along the ring were 8 white crystals. "You're here. Go ahead and take a seat." Maxwell was succinct, waving me toward the chair. I just did as he said, slipping under the ring and seating myself inside of it. At that moment, I felt a dense power wash over my entire body and mind. It seemed the ring was concentrating the power of all those crystals around the chair. Not only that, but all of them were Authority 4 crystals, a level above me. This device will assist your advancement. Every 3rd advancement is important. As a summoner, your mind will open itself to vast power. Usually, you would be able to drain an entire white crystal above your authority. But because you are talented, I've prepared far more than necessary. Now, listen to my instructions carefully. Maxwell instructed while tapping a few buttons on the ring. When you advance, your mind will become a bottomless pit of energy. However, it is magicka that will be infused into your body, a universal energy. Therefore, if we take advantage of this moment, you will receive boosts to more than just your mind. It is possible to infuse both vigor and mana into your body, providing you with a stronger body and even giving you a certain level of mana resistance. That's possible. I was rather surprised. The 3 types of magi weren't supposed to be able to use the powers of the others. If it was possible, then there would be people who broke the system and rose to levels unfathomable to others. Maxwell responded plainly though, "It's not as amazing as you think. The power will reside in your body passively. You won't be able to cast spells or move your vigor, but it will be there, providing enhancements. Of course, it's nothing amazing either. It won't suddenly make you as strong as a knight, but it's something. Besides, we're doing this for the main benefit of flooding your body with magicka, not that. Your spark will be subject to the flood of energy. From what I've learned, it's a malleable object that can be tempered, just how a knight's body and a warlock's mana core can be tempered. However, it has to be open to the tempering. That's why tonight, you are going to entirely empty yourself of psyche. Then we will begin your advancement." "Oh," I slowly nodded. It seemed like the advancement process was complex, but I was still confused. I've never heard about this at the magisterium. That's because it's a method exclusive to certain families, just like how my call of the fallen angel is a summoning technique that stands at the top of all techniques. You think they just pass these things out for free? I guess not. I went silent. For some reason, I felt like I wasn't being told the whole truth, but we proceeded anyway. When Maxwell was finished with preparations, he looked at me. "I want you to expel your psyche. This device will help you with that before reversing the process. Now begin." He activated the device in full, and when that happened, I felt a deep vacuum force overtake my body, tugging on all the psyche in my mind. Chapter 53. Future. After the vacuum force appeared, my body instinctively raised its defenses. 4 of the white crystals seemed entirely empty, and because all their power was contained in the space around the chair, their desire to refill ended up exerting itself on me. It was trying to suck out my psyche, which was a bit scary. But after I calmed down, I started doing as Maxwell instructed. Activating my aura, I started infusing my psyche into the air, expelling it with the fastest method I knew. I couldn't even generate a portion of the advancement formation before the psyche was ripped from my control. Like that, my psyche formed streams that refilled the crystals, and it took no more than 20 minutes to deplete nearly all my energy. My mind felt weak and disoriented. Psyche was directly tied to the mind's ability to operate, so removing all of it should end with me passing out. And sure enough, when I didn't even have the energy to resist the suction force, the rest of my psyche was whisked away. I fell unconscious, even as I thought I heard the ramblings of a crazy old man. And the next thing I felt was a force that hit my head like a truck. It felt like someone was force-feeding me, as waves of magicka slammed into my body. My mind was faced with a one-sided barrage of psyche, while my body was hit with vigor that made me feel like I was burning up, and mana, which made me feel in tune with the world. And on top of all that, as I was overwhelmed with psyche that my mind couldn't seem to process, my advancement began. The spark in my mind finally seemed to hit the threshold. But whereas my previous advancements ended with all my power being used to break through the barrier to the next dimension, my spark instead began to revolve with more power. I felt all the stars and lights within my mind begin to swirl like a vortex. When it did that, it felt like all of my thoughts were flashing through my mind, as if my brain were out of my control. But at the center of it all was my spark, which, when faced with a mess of a host who couldn't keep control of his own thoughts, was forced to step in and bring order. And so my spark began to evolve, becoming what could be considered a second mind. The spark opened itself up to greater power, and as Maxwell had said, my mind became a bottomless pit of energy. But the influx of energy was far too overwhelming. My spark was bombarded from all sides, as psyche was forced inside the empty vessel. Normally, it would take several hours for a mind to passively refill its psyche. It would pull on the magicka in the atmosphere and process it into what I needed. But now, the pressure coming from the outside was so great that psyche was forced inside without it being allowed to process things, like pressurized water shooting through a filter. And consequently, my spark was tempered, forced beyond its limits to become something better. Of course, I had to deal with the effects. For one, my mind felt like it was going to shatter. I had a headache unlike anything I'd experienced before. But at the same time, I wasn't sure if it could be classified as a headache, a mind ache. Whatever it was overwhelming. I couldn't concentrate on anything, like my thoughts were being scrambled. However, things weren't completely out of my control. With my spark being force-fed energy, I naturally regained some semblance of conscious thought. That's when I heard Maxwell shouting from beside me, "Write the formation. Use your psyche." His words reached me loud and clear. Although my mind had a tornado inside of it, my senses were in fact stronger than ever. So with my spark, I made a decision and focused all of the spark's power on using my aura to write out the formation. Around me, blue lines were drawn in the air, flickering with complexity. Shockingly, it only took me a matter of seconds to draw the entire formation. Even after comprehending the entire thing, it would take me several minutes to write it out completely. But now it felt so easy. So I continued to draw more, even drawing the practice formations Maxwell taught me that were redundantly complex. And so, thousands of different formations appeared around my body, glowing just as bright as the white crystals on the device. The psyche in my mind was drained in the process, but with the influx coming from the crystals, my reserves of energy cycled between plummeting and rising. It was like my brain was breathing. It was unlike anything I'd ever felt. At some point, I didn't even feel the pain anymore, and simply devoted everything I had toward tempering my spark and mind. How long the process lasted, I had no clue. My spark was the only computer properly operating, and it was entirely devoted toward drawing formations, not counting the passing time. So I seemed to only regain full consciousness when my mind was no longer turbulent, calming and solidifying like normal. When that happened, I stopped drawing the formations. The influx of magicka was no longer able to overwhelm my mind, and my mind wasn't so open to its power. It processed incoming energy like normal, and I returned to my baseline. I stared ahead while regaining myself in a daze. I wasn't even entirely sure what had happened when thinking back. It felt like days had passed. How do you feel? Fine. I responded habitually as if nothing had changed. But after regaining my faculties completely, I noticed several drastic effects. For one, the sheer power of my spark, and by extension my mind, was unbelievable. An entire magnitude higher, it seemed. It felt like I would have no issue killing that gorilla from the patrol back then. Unlike before, I felt so much closer to it. My weapons would be able to reach it. As for the speed of my mind, it had risen accordingly. My thoughts flowed so smooth, and with such volume that I barely felt like myself. And if I had to identify the difference numerically, I would say it multiplied by about half of my mind's power, meaning a 5 times increase in speed. And on top of that, my spark had essentially become a second mind. This didn't mean I had an entirely different set of thoughts, emotions, and experiences. Instead, it was more like multitasking had become true multitasking. I could focus on 2 entirely different subjects and trains of thought at once with complete clarity. When I looked inward at my mind space, I could see the spark revolving with glistening brightness. It was also several times bigger, so instead of being the size of a marble, it was now the size of half my brain. I felt like a damn savant. I felt so clear-headed that for a moment I wondered if I could cure cancer. I also wondered if, in the case I did cure cancer, I may also figure out how to eliminate the aging of the human body. My train of thought stopped there, moving on to more important things. Along with all the enhancements to my mind, which seemed like a top-to-bottom restructuring and renovation, my body had also undergone changes. For one, I could now feel the vigor and mana within me. The vigor made me feel stronger, as it obviously would, but I also felt my lingering wounds begin to fade much faster. My metabolism also increased, and in general, I felt healthier. The benefits weren't life-changing. I don't think I would be able to match even an authority 2 knight in strength. Any knight around my level would still be able to fold me with ease like origami paper. But I had been raised above the baseline, which came with comprehensive benefits that would make my life much easier. The attainment of mana, however, came with benefits much less obvious. As I had felt earlier, I seemed to gain a certain attunement with the world. It was similar to aura, except more mystical. It was like I could more clearly feel the currents of the air around me, the moisture of the atmosphere, the temperature, the textures and attributes of the wood chair I sat on, the intensity of the light and sounds echoing through the room, and more. One way of putting it was that I was gaining information about the world around me, but instead of getting that information through my senses, I was feeling it directly. When I thought about how warlocks worked, I realized how this all operated. Warlocks affected the world around them with spells. Well, the spells required you to collect information on everything you were going to affect. To create a little sphere of water, you needed to sense the moisture of the air around you, or pull water directly from a source. If you wanted to muffle sound like Umara, you needed to sense the sound and cast a spell to affect that sound in a certain way. And sensing things through the sensory organs wasn't the same. Instead, when I focused on it, it felt like each of the different things around me, like the air, the wood, and the moisture, all had different types of mana bonded to them. It was this mana that I sensed, and if I were a warlock, could affect. That's also when I realized that warlocks didn't rely so much on their minds as they did their feelings. As odd as that sounded, it was all exciting to feel and get used to. I felt like a completely new person. At some point, I stood up and left the ring, moving around Maxwell's study and utilizing all of my new senses. I also thought about dozens of new things, exercising my mind with wonder. I barely felt like my mind was my own. It almost felt like its own entity. In my stupor, I ended up walking about the study for half an hour, not to mention how long it took to do everything else. So when I found myself looking at Maxwell, who stood there observing me, I zoned in and asked a question. Was this method of advancement standard in any capacity? No, it was purely experimental. I derived this theoretical method a few years ago, but never had anyone to test it with. Luckily, you're the perfect person to do so with, so you used me for one of your crazy ideas. I did. In fact, the techniques you use to practice your call are also entirely new, made long after I created the call itself. But because I couldn't practice it myself, it remained untested. So far, you're proving all of my theories and ideas correct. I'm rather proud of myself. I hummed with narrowed eyes. I was right. I was a guinea pig for this old man's crazy experiments. While the results couldn't be argued with, I didn't really like being lied to and unknowingly risking my life and future. But I didn't say anything about it. I very quickly realized that, besides the dirt cheap payment I gave him for teaching me, this was the price I paid for the power he gave me. The call of the fallen angel was, supposedly, one of, if not the best summoner call there was. And he gave this to me. He gave me the techniques to practice controlling my aura. He gave me the white crystals to power my advancements. He bought my coat, which had saved my life on numerous occasions. A coat which I still didn't know the cost of since it was so high. Now, he had provided 8 authority 4 white crystals, along with a ring device, to power an advancement that had brought me a dozen steps forward in power. And he would continue to guide me in the future. All that just for being a guinea pig to some new ideas, founded upon very tangible techniques and theories. To say I was benefiting greatly was an insult to his generosity. "John," he called, catching my attention. His eyes were deep as he spoke. "There has yet to be a single summoner that has reached authority 12. Did you know that?" "No." I shook my head, quite shocked. As far as I knew, there were multiple authorities 12 in the kingdom, and yet all of them were either knights or warlocks. Maxwell himself had reached authority 11, but something happened to bring him back down. Still, it seemed his ambition never died, as he gave me an explanation. "We summoners are far behind the knights and warlocks. We are considered good for nothing more than being thinkers. While honorable, using our power for such mundane tasks is an insult to the majesty of Psycho itself. Our potential merely needs to be realized. And across decades, I have been trying to forge a path to the top. My call is the best simply because it utilizes an entirely different system of summoning, utilizing Psycho in a far more fluid manner that gives incalculable advantages. But that is only half the battle. The other half is the advancements themselves. I cannot explain it to you right now. You simply wouldn't be able to understand. But just know that right now, you are several steps ahead of any summoner at your level. You could easily match authority 5 summoners an entire level above you. And yet, that is merely normal progress. It is every other summoner that has their growth and power stunted from the very beginning. Even I was not able to escape that fate. But you are the first to deviate from that path. I can already see the difference. Maxwell's eyes glowed as he looked at me. It felt like he could see through me completely, his aura blossoming with power I couldn't fathom. Before him, there was nothing I could hide. Did you know that your spark is different as well? The formations I have given you are all my own creations. Normal summoners have sparks as well, but they develop only 2 throughout their lives. The first is started as an authority 3 and finished as an authority 5, and the second one is only created at authority 10. But you will go through 3 phases of evolution, completing 2 sparks and then amalgamating them, evolving them, expanding them until they envelop your entire mind, ascending it to another level entirely. This will be done by the time you are an authority 10. How could any other summoner possibly compare? I recoiled a bit at Maxwell's aggression. It was a bit scary, but I completely understood him. Summoners were too far behind. We were weak, even with our power of the mind. Across so many decades and centuries, we had failed to figure out a better system and produce an authority 12. Compared to the knights and warlocks, we were pathetic, and it was ironic since we were supposed to be the smart ones. But Maxwell was paving the path all by himself, despite no longer being in his prime. He was devoting his life to finding the light at the end of the tunnel, something which nobody had been able to do before. He was the saving grace of the entire summoner class. It was no wonder he engaged in his study so fanatically. And compared to all that, who cared about lying to some random kid to test out the theories? The results would be worth far more than even his life. I understood all this, and so my perspective flipped. But after his excited outburst, Maxwell caught himself. Never mind. Forget what I said. Look, the formations I've given don't deviate that much from the standard. There's minimal risk, and I've run personal tests as best I could. Maxwell, I called, putting a halt to his ramblings. It's fine. I understand what you're doing, so don't worry about it. I'll cooperate with everything fully. I'm okay with being the experiment. Are you sure? The risks are indeed minimal, but should something go wrong, it may harm your future and talent. What I do is for the future of the entire summoner class, even going so far as to potentially be the last bolster of strength humanity needs to defeat the scourge. But you are your own person. I will not force you down this path, which may seem hypocritical considering my half-truths, but everything you've done up until now is completely sound. From here on out, I am no longer as certain. Are you willing to take the risks and place your future in my hands? He looked me in the eye solemnly, clearly concerned about my answer. I could tell how important this was to him, but I wasn't doing this for that reason. Instead, when I thought about the scourge and the prospect of defeating them, I realized that what I was doing was something with importance beyond myself. This wasn't just about getting stronger. It was about blazing a path to hope for all summoners, maybe even humanity. Because even if I had to sacrifice my future, I would provide crucial information that would allow other summoners to garner success where I failed. History and success were paved through sacrifice. Ancestors before us would give their lives so that their sons and daughters could become better than them, live better than them. What I was doing was no different. Maxwell had sacrificed decades so that his successor would be able to go farther than he did. I had stepped into that role now. However, there may come a time where I would need to sacrifice something in order to pave the way for someone else, because it wasn't certain that I would succeed. So I wouldn't back down now. I looked back at Maxwell with a strange sense of confidence. I'll place my future in your hands, even if the outcome is uncertain. I just hope that I can meet your expectations. You already have, son. I froze up a bit as Maxwell looked at me with uncharacteristic love in his eyes, but then his own eyes suddenly widened as he cleared his throat. My apologies. Forget that. Now tell me everything different you feel. After that you can go home and rest. Sure. Deciding to look past that awkward moment, I did my best to explain everything I was feeling with my mind and body. After that, I was let go. When I left the Polaris headquarters, though, I saw that the sun was rising. Checking my clock, I saw that nearly 9 hours had gone by. Damn! And he stood there for that entire time. I whistled a bit, impressed. Since it was morning, school was about to begin, and I was no longer on vacation. Thankfully, I felt completely awake, like I had slept for 2 days straight. So I went directly to the magisterium, where I finally got to see my wonderful girlfriend again. Chapter 54. Date. This girl is actually going to class. What a nerd. I laughed when I read the message on my aerial. I got to the magisterium a bit late, so classes had already started and Yumara was a diligent student. I had wanted to skip school with her, but since she was already there, I decided I may as well go through classes too. Funnily enough, I was completely engaged. I felt like everything was far easier to understand. When I recalled all the information I had been taught, everything just slid into place. Because of that, all those subjects became so much more interesting to me. Thinking about those things also led me to think about all the classes and subjects I had studied on Earth. Another feature of my advancement was better memory, which allowed me to remember and recall things with much greater clarity. It wasn't perfect, but I was pretty sure there would be a time in the future when I really would have perfect memory. So when I recalled several different topics and scientific disciplines, I was able to both understand them and get some ideas. Earth was well into its modernity, at least America was. But that meant that all that information was at my disposal, even though I couldn't recall everything since I didn't know everything to begin with. That didn't mean I couldn't introduce certain things to this world. Electronics industry, even some obscure scientific concepts. I was pretty sure I had invaluable knowledge to contribute to any industry in this world. I just needed to pick which one, and I already had some ideas. Son had already shown me the door to his company. If I went to him with some knowledge he could use to either improve his products or completely revolutionize the industry, then there was no reason he wouldn't take me in on the spot. Of course, this would all be for money. There really wasn't any other benefit to doing it. After all, it would take an entire lifetime for certain pieces of technology to develop and mature. I wouldn't be able to see the finished products in my lifetime, so I could only benefit from short-term innovations. Not that any of that would happen right now. My top priority was simply increasing my power. For the foreseeable future, that's all I had to care about. Money wasn't an issue for now. With those thoughts, I ended the school day. That's when I texted Yumara to meet me somewhere on campus. I waited around, leaning on a wall near a doorway that students used to exit the classroom building. Soon, I saw Yumara walk out. I whistled at her. "Whoa, who's that hottie?" "HM." Yumara spun around, as did several other people nearby. They all looked at me, then at Yumara, who realized what was happening and started to flush red. She dipped her head and walked over, head-butting my chest. "Why, you're cute when you're embarrassed. I can't help it." I laughed and gave her a hug. "Hey, so how about a date tonight?" "Wait, really? Tonight, MHM? But we're going to skip training. Since your mother said I can take you on a tour, I've decided to do so." I smiled and recalled one of our conversations. Yumara and I hadn't gone 3 days without talking to each other. In fact, we were texting at almost every available moment while calling during our nights. During that time, she had told me about what her mother told her. I intended to take Duchess Talaria's warning very seriously and keep Yumara out of my business. And not just because I was scared of her warning. I understood Yumara's identity clearly now and knew that there were certain lines she couldn't cross. Getting involved with the black market was one of those lines, but you didn't have to get involved to be there. With me by her side, Yumara would be able to expand her horizons without worrying about shady business. Of course, not only did she not certainly know that it was the black market that I was involved in, but she also had no idea what the black market even represented. It would be a jaw-dropping experience, surely. Skip training. Yumara asked surprisedly, making me smirk. What are you scared? Shut up. I'm just concerned about what the puppet master will say tomorrow when we finally show up. Who cares? Now let's go. Wait. I should get dressed. No need. I laughed and dragged her out of the magisterium. Who needed to look good for the black market? She could be dressed in rags and fit in just fine. Like that, we made our way to the entrance. Along the way, I started to explain some things. So did your mother give you a definite answer on what I do? No. Then since we're going there, allow me to enlighten you. I operate in the black markets. I gave her the answer clearly, feeling a bit weird as I said so, and she nodded slowly. I had a feeling that was the case. Yes, I'm a delivery man, and the cargo I deliver ranges wildly. I don't ask questions, simply bringing a package from one place to another while collecting payment. Oh, so what's the weirdest thing you've delivered? That's a hard question. I'd say one that's definitely up there is a finger. Huh, a finger? Yes, an actual severed finger. She cringed, making me chuckle. Yay, well, that was only once. Anyway, the place I'm bringing you to now is the largest black market in the kingdom. There are only a few ways to get in, and this is one of them. I think you'll like it. Making my way down a street with Yumara's hand in mine, we promptly arrived at our first stop. Welcome to the Golden Trading Post. Oh, I know this place. Yumara jumped excitedly, and her knowledge of this place didn't surprise me. It was an extremely popular trading spot, and it wasn't actually within the black market. Her knowledge of it saved me my breath. All right, makes my job easy. This place is popular, but it's also a front. One of the official entrances is here. Come on. Pulling her along, we arrived at a busy food shop. That's where I called out. Chef Black, huh? Oh, it's John. Haha, how are you, kid? The big chef walked over to us, giving me a handshake and looking at Yumara beside me. And who's this? This is my girlfriend, Chef. I'm Tally. Pleasure to meet you, Chef. Ho ho, how fun. The chef chortled as Yumara gave a curtsy with an alias, bowing a bit in response. Then he chuckled at me. A girlfriend, huh, John? It's about damn time. Well, had to find the right one, you know. Ho ho, how bold. Well, anyone who can catch John's eye must be something special. Here, allow me to treat you. Marching back, Chef Black grabbed us both kebabs with some juicy cubes of meat on it. We took them with smiles, taking a bite. Oh, it's good. Haha, much appreciated. Chef Black gave a fancy bow, making us laugh. After that, he waved us through the door in the back. All right, I won't hold up your date. Head on in. Thanks, Chef. For your troubles. Asterisk ting. Asterisk, I flicked a gold coin at him, which he caught before raising his hat toward us. Many thanks, friend. With a wave, I pulled Yumara into entrance. I also shifted from holding hands to linking arms, which she took happily. Before I even arrived, the secondary door was opened for me. The man on the other end greeted me. John, hey Gavin, enjoy your time inside. He ushered us in, and like that we entered the black market proper. I whispered to her, prepare to have your mind blown. Is it that amazing? Hoo-hoo, you'll see what I mean. I chuckled, and soon we arrived at the main plaza. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, both of us suddenly stopped walking as a man flew out of a bar door and rolled across the floor at our feet. Another man then came running out, barreling toward his adversary with hate in his eyes. You better pay for that fucking beer, you cheap sack of shit. Fuck you, sheesh. I clicked my tongue. There was always someone fighting out here. Yumara was observing with shock too. I pulled her along though, not particularly caring to watch a drunken brawl. After that, I brought her through a few streets that were lined with establishments of all kinds. It was like the city, except not nearly as orderly. At first glance, it seemed festive with all the floating lights and activity. But most of the people here were always looking for something exciting to occupy themselves with. This plaza was where those people came together and had what they considered fun. As we walked, I pointed out some of the unique places. That's a smithy. They can make armor, but it's cheap crap. That's a tailor. They're actually pretty decent. Oh, that restaurant made me vomit, so I wouldn't recommend it. And that place is where I bought my citizenship. How interesting. Yumara mumbled with barely disguised disappointment, causing me to laugh. Haha, you're so cute. Come on, let's keep going. I pulled her along, and she followed almost reluctantly. It looked like Yumara was having her worldview shattered in real time. The more I showed her, the less impressed and more disgusted she became. Sure, the black market had some cool stuff, but it was all surrounded by degeneracy and idiots. Her face was especially great when we passed by a brothel street. Although we didn't go through it, just one glance made her face warp into a sight to behold. We walked around for around an hour, and it was only when I brought her to a nice dessert place that she finally got some relief. I watched as she chowed down on a small slice of cake. So, mind blown, you're so mean. Here I am thinking it's some mysterious haven for rich people, and then you show me what I can only describe as a scummy rat hole of the city. PFFT. Well, that's not totally inaccurate. I chuckled and poked my finger out, taking some frosting off her cake. I tasted it and nodded. That's good. Here. Suddenly, she raised her fork with a piece of cake on it. I smiled and opened my mouth, letting her feed me. Yummy, hee, what a dork. She giggled while taking another bite. I continued to watch her for a bit before muttering. So your first assumption isn't entirely wrong. This is just one of the markets. It's called the Founders Market. The other one is called the Black Spider Market. And it's basically exactly what you're expecting. Damned rich, over-the-top fancy, and ushers some of the most influential people in the kingdom. Oh, we should go there. Don't worry. That's our next stop. I just wanted to show you where I work. Well, I don't really work here, but you know what I mean. Where do you work then? She asked while finishing the cake, both of us standing to leave. I shook my head. It's a place called the Trenches, and we're not going there. It's basically everything you've seen, except 100 times worse. It's dangerous, headed by a psychotic asshole, and you get high on whatever drugs are in the air just by stepping foot into its territory. That's the last place I'd ever bring you. Oh, so why do you work there if it's so bad? Because I get paid like a pimp. What? The paychecks are large. Anyway, we should head out. Linking arms, I led Yumara out of the Founders Market and back into the city. We didn't go straight to the hotel, though. Instead, I brought her back to the magisterium. Back here. Is the date over? As if. Now's the time to get dressed nice. We're heading to dinner. Oh, all right, I'll go get ready. With a rosy face, Yumara ran to her room while I retreated into mine. I threw on a nice suit after cleaning up. Applying just a dash of cologne that I bought from the tailor I got the suit from. Once I felt I was ready, I left my room and headed toward the magisterium's gates, tapping my aerial and pulling up a number. Soon, Yumara exited the dorms. When I saw her, I was actually stunned. She came out in a dark purple dress that wrapped around her torso, before flowing down into a slim, free skirt. It was simple, with no flamboyant frills, sparkles, or accessories. Yet, it seemed to be expertly handmade to fit her body perfectly, and it matched her purple eyes so well. Alongside her done-up hair and a hint of makeup, she looked so amazing that I was rendered speechless. She brushed her hair behind her ear while walking over to me. I didn't overdress, did I? You're absolutely beautiful. Thank you. She smiled as I took her hand, entwining our fingers and making our way to the gates. There a carriage awaited, one I had called on my aerial. It was luxurious, one that I had seen diplomats and rich merchants use while riding through the city, and our destination was the same as many of those influential figures. Black Spider Hotel. I spoke and soon the carriage moved. I felt hardly any vibrations while we drove, making me smile since many of these rides could be uncomfortable. Then I looked back at Yumara. I couldn't seem to take my eyes off her. Damn, you're making me feel like a bum. And nonsense. You look great. I just feel like I've gone a bit too far. I picked out one of my nicer dresses. No, I need to be able to match my girlfriend, not bring her down. I just have yet to go to that tailor and buy a good suit. I thought about the tailor the key master recommended to me. I didn't care about the cost, but I had been occupied lately with fending off hunters and advancing to authority 4. I regretted that I didn't make the time earlier. My suit was still nice. I had a white shirt, black slacks, nice dress shoes, and a blazer. I definitely wasn't underdressed, but a dress like hers could only be matched by a fancy tuxedo. Well, I didn't worry about it that much. Still, I would need to correct this small issue the first chance I could. After a bit more talking, we arrived in front of the Black Spider Hotel. Before getting out, I took out my platinum bank card, tapping it on a device the driver used to receive his payment. He spoke when I did so. Have a good night. You too, man. With a wave, I stepped out and took Yumara's hand, helping her down the carriage before linking arms. And so we stepped into the hotel, the first person to greet us being the key master. He smiled widely as he saw me approach. Good evening, John, and good evening, Lady Yumara. Hello, Key Master. Good evening, Key Master. Yumara curtsied, making the Key Master clap with a smile. You both look dashing, off to taste the delicacies of the Black Spider Market, and a little tour. I wish I could bring her to an auction, but we missed the last one. Well, they happen every month. Surely you'll be able to make one soon. Until then, there is still much to see. Definitely. I nodded, and suddenly one of the elevators nearby dinged and opened. The key master waved us toward it. I won't hold you longer. Please enjoy your night under the stars. Will do. We bowed toward each other a bit before separating. After entering the elevator, I inserted my key and dialed in the numbers. Like that, we were taken to our destination. While that happened, Yumara asked, "Who's that? You two seem friendly." That's the key master. He's responsible for providing rooms in the hotel, as well as handing out the keys to allow entry into the market. He also helped me a lot when I first came here, so I owe him. I see. Also, I saw that card you pulled out in the carriage. My mother has one of them that looks just like it. That doesn't surprise me. I smirked a bit as the elevator doors suddenly opened, and we stepped out, greeted by the floating lights and stone brick streets of the Black Spider Market. Yumara's eyes sparkled as she looked around at the opulent buildings and rich individuals that walked down the sidewalks. Welcome to the Black Spider Market. It's nice. Now this is what I was expecting. She laughed as we started walking, excited to see a mystical place that didn't resemble the slums. Along the way, I pointed out some of the places we passed, like the Polaris Bank. I also explained some things to her, such as my bank card and the auctions I had mentioned. The auctions sound interesting. Are the items really valuable there? Let's just say that the people who buy stuff from it are far richer than I am. Oh, and just how rich are you? Hey now, what if you just want to use me for my money? I poked her in the side, obviously joking around. She could probably move far more money than I could any day. Sure enough, my words made her chuckle mischievously. Ho ho, maybe I just want to know if my boyfriend needs any help. After all, the bill for tonight is sure to be big. I can handle a restaurant bill no problem, you needn't worry. And I've only stashed what I could from all my jobs. It's not enough to live like a king, but enough to pay for everything I need along with a bit of luxury. I at least don't need to work while I'm at the magisterium. Sounds like you've worked hard. Unfortunately, I can't relate as the daughter of a duchess. How spoiled. Am not. I've worked very hard for my power, and unlike other nobles, I don't get showered with stipends or rich allowances. The most valuable things I have are my robes and staff. I know. I wrapped my arm around her and squeezed a bit in comfort. After that, we approached the caviar restaurant. At the door, there was a host who smiled at us in greeting. Chapter 55. Kiss. Good evening, John. Your table for two has been prepared. Thank you. I nodded as we were led in. Once inside, we heard the music of the small orchestra that was playing some upbeat, jazzy music. We were taken to an elevator on the wall, ascending to the 11th floor just below the private floors. There, we found a dozen or so booths, with many guests occupying them. It was private enough to not worry about eavesdropping or wandering eyes, but still, a public space where many people could enjoy yet another orchestra. Here, though, there was a pretty singer up on stage. Her voice was soothing, as she sang to the rhythm of a piano and violin. Here you are. I will be back with refreshments soon. Thank you. We took our seats. The booth wrapped around 3 sides of our table, partially exposing us to the stage up front. Yumara sat across from me. So do you know everyone or something? I think that host just assumed. I did make a reservation for this time. Still, we've come across a dozen people who know you like old friends. Hoo-hoo, you should see the hospital. Everyone there knows me too. I chuckled a bit before explaining. I'm quite notorious in the founders market, but I've made just as many enemies as friends. After all, with my weapons, it's even easier to kill people than scourge beasts. Kill people? I thought you made deliveries. Yumara looked rather shocked, making me sigh. I do, but you saw what the market was like. If I grab a box of moonshine from some drug dealer and take it to another person's house, it's not always guaranteed that they'll give me the money I'm owed. That's when I need to persuade them. And most of the time it gets violent. Not only that, but in the trenches where everyone is drugged out of their mind, someone might just see me walking by on the street and attack me. I risk my life every time I so much as step foot into that place. Oh, she frowned at the revelation, and I watched her carefully. I was curious to see what she would think, because I didn't regret anything I did for a second. I was just doing my job. It wasn't my fault that it was made dangerous by the people around me. I sure as hell wasn't the one going out and robbing people. If she really had a problem with it, then I could only regret that she wasn't mature enough to see the truth. But my judgment of her wasn't off the mark. I kind of wish I could join you on a job. Imagine how easy it would be to get rid of annoyances with me there to support you. Haha, that's true. But I wouldn't want to put you in that kind of danger. Hey now, that's not what you should be thinking. I trust that you'll keep me safe, just like you should trust that I can do the same for you. If you wouldn't bring me there, then you shouldn't be there either. And if you would go there, then you should want to keep me by your side. I'm supposed to be your partner, and not just when it's convenient. I was silent as she solemnly finished with dead seriousness. She brushed her hair back as she continued. That's actually something I wanted to talk with you about. That day during our patrol, I failed to protect you. I almost let you get killed just because I got distracted. That wasn't your fault. It was, and I'm not making excuses, so don't make them for me. You were 2 seconds away from leaving this world forever. What should I have done then? Should I have blamed Vetsman? Donna, you. Nothing would have mattered because no excuse would have been good enough. Regret doesn't bring back the dead. You're here because Faden was fast, and we were all lucky. That's it. The fact I ever said that I would support you before makes me look like a complete joke. My mouth closed shut as I listened, and her words made me realize something. On Earth, soldiers were all brothers up until the modern era. There were few women, simply by virtue of physical differences and how that translated to battlefield performance. But here, there were just as many women who became magi as men, and they were very much capable of rising to attain godlike strength. The magical weapons given to them, as magi, leveled the playing field, and Yumara would become a soldier, just like I would. After this year at the magisterium, we would enter the kingdom's military and fight the scourge every day. We would be exposed to the same threats. I wasn't giving her due respect by protecting her, even though that was my instinct. As weird as it was, if she was going to be fighting by my side, I needed to treat her as a fellow soldier, my equal. Of course, she would be my girlfriend first, but certain situations called for certain perspectives. She spoke to me with conviction. Thankfully, I'm lucky enough that I don't have to regret. Nothing like that will ever happen again. I want you to be able to trust me, trust that even when the enemies get close, I'll be able to stop them from harming you. All right. I nodded, the two of us looking into each other's eyes. We'll work on that. I think we'll all be working on our squad's cooperation this month. And the puppet master knows exactly what we need, so we'll get our time. I just don't want you to worry so much about it. It'll work out. I'll worry as much as I need to before I can trust myself as well. But, thanks, we smiled at each other, and then our waiter came around. What drinks can I start you with tonight? Oh, I'll take some Visania wine and water. As for her, indigo caspa and some water. Coming right up. We gave our orders. At the bar during our trips to and from Calatrop base, we had tried many drinks and found some good ones. Visania wine was a rich berry wine, very tasty. And indigo caspa was a vodka drink that glowed blue and tasted oddly like pomegranate. Before long, we received a bottle for each, the waiter setting and filling the glasses. I took a sip, smiling at how good it was. I also watched Yumara take 2 entire gulps of her drink, making me chuckle as she shook her head a bit. The drink's not going anywhere. I'm just warming myself up. She refuted before calming down and taking a regular sip. After that, the waiter came by and took our food orders. I got myself a large platter filled with 8 different types of meats, and Yumara got herself a large slab of steak, as well as a salad filled with a dozen different exotic vegetables I'd never heard of. And while we waited, we both talked endlessly. She asked me more about the black markets, along with some of my experiences, so I indulged her with stories, while asking some of my own questions about her life as nobility. I learned some interesting things as a result. Nobles were people with several responsibilities. They had to manage their territories and people, while lots of them were executives in the military, which required constant attention. Duchess Talaria was one of those people, in fact. Apparently she used to be a brigadier, which was an authority 10 infantryman, but there didn't exist any ranks for authority 11 infantry, since those people were expected to take on greater responsibilities. Well, the Duchess wasn't interested in getting educated to become a marshal, so to make use of her after she became an authority 11, she was put in charge of a warlock corps. Other than the kingdom's authority 12 warlocks, she was the leading expert, especially when it came to military applications. But it wasn't like she was constantly busy. She had a certain amount of freedom, mainly because nobody could seem to tie her down to anything boring or mundane. Instead, it was her husband who had to deal with a lot of the paperwork. He had been a full-fledged rank 10 general and an authority 10 knight. It seemed he ended up using his knightly stamina working late nights, taking care of correspondence on his wife's behalf. Getting to this point, I also learned that Yumara wasn't an only child. She had a little sister, and not one that was only a couple years younger than her. Apparently this sister was 14 years old. Yumara was 20 years old, 6 years older than her sister. I remembered that the more powerful someone was, the more difficult it became to have children. But it didn't become impossible even if siblings may be far apart in age. So given enough time, 2 strong parents would be able to have multiple children, though their talent wasn't guaranteed. From what Yumara said, Only the first 3 children had a strong chance to inherit the strong talent of their parents. It was proven that any more after that, and the chances of a child having any talent to even become a magus was random. So families were very important. Steps were taken in order to breed strong warriors regularly. Noble households always had strong parents and families, so being able to step into one was extremely difficult unless you had a relatively open-minded mother who let her daughter pursue her own chosen mate. I quickly realized that I had done something pretty rare, as the noble class would almost always pick their spouses from well-known circles. Even Yumara had a whole list of suitors. Hearing that, I couldn't help but chuckle, as if there was even competition in the first place. This was a monopoly, and I was dominating the market. Yumara and I continued talking even as the food was served. Although the food was amazing enough to warrant salivating silence, we also seemed to have too many things to talk about. We had already talked every day for a month now, spending hours in each other's company, texting or calling. But we never had a dull moment. Even in times of silence, we comfortably enjoyed each other. I had never been so in tune with someone before. Even Rayla, it felt like. It seemed that with every day that passed, I only continued to like her more, especially since I knew that she liked me just as much. At some point, we finished our dinner. That's when Yumara looked over. In front of the stage where the musicians played was a dance floor, and there were a few couples out there. The music had turned slow to accommodate them. It seemed to be that time of the night. So after a few minutes to make sure we were both finished, I stood from our booth and put out a hand. "Care to dance?" "I would love to." She smiled radiantly as she took my hand, the two of us moving to the dance floor. Since coming to this world, I had learned to dance a little. At the very least, I knew how to keep pace with my partner. Besides, we were slow dancing. The most important thing was that we were in each other's arms. My left hand held her right, and my right hand went to her waist while her left hand moved around my shoulder. We didn't speak a word as our bodies came close, practically hugging each other. Her bust pressed slightly against the upper part of my abs, giving me an intimate idea of how full it was. We rocked back and forth with the music. While she seemed a bit embarrassed at first, she was eventually able to look into my eyes with rosy cheeks. The only thing we could see was each other. After that, I simply did as I felt. When a kiss happened, someone had to make the first move. It didn't just happen, especially the first time. One of the people involved had to take the first step in, and it wasn't going to be her. She was nervous. As far as I knew, she didn't have any experience. So when I took the first step, I started by intertwining the fingers of our clasped hands. My hand on her waist then moved up, getting a hold of her back. And then it was as simple as getting closer. Through her back, I could feel her heart beating erratically. And I didn't go all the way. I wanted her to meet me, cross the little bit of distance I left between us to seal the deal. I barely held back a smile as she boosted herself up on her toes a bit, my hands supporting her back, helping her towards me, and our lips locked. It was shallow but sweet. I could immediately tell that she had zero experience with this, so I helped her, taking it slow and letting her feel around. We separated a few times as well, adjusting before going right back. Over time, she got more eager, pushing herself against me, her tongue going deeper and deeper. I was the one who had to stop after almost 2 minutes, pulling away reluctantly. For a moment, her eyes begged me for more, but when she regained herself, she once again realized that we weren't the only ones here. But she also didn't seem to care much. Still, I wasn't interested in making out on the dance floor, so I walked her back to our table. Seeing the table full of empty plates and half-drank bottles, I looked at her. "Are we done here?" "Yes." "Let's go then." I grabbed her hand and my bottle of wine. She also grabbed her bottle of Caspa. Like that, we went back down to the entrance of the restaurant, where I quickly paid for everything with a tap of the card. And so we left, making straight for the hotel while taking sips from our bottles on the way. Soon, we reached the elevator, where I punched in the number for my room. We ascended, standing side by side in tense silence. When I glanced at her, though, I found her stealing looks, and as if we could read each other's minds, we went straight back to kissing, unable to even wait for the room. When the elevator arrived and opened, we pulled away and walked out. I led her to my fancy room, pushing the door open and welcoming her in. She didn't say anything about how nice the room was, or even the fact that I had it. Instead, she jumped on me, wrapping her legs around my waist and taking us both down to the bed after I threw the door shut behind me. I was surprised by how bold she was. It seemed she had flipped a switch, because I couldn't sense a hint of shyness, embarrassment, or shame. Not that I minded. We had been saving our first kiss for this date, because it sure as hell wasn't going to happen on the military base. It was an unspoken, but definitely real agreement. So when else would we do it? The third date. The 10th. If not now, while we were hotter than ever for each other, then when? I would have done it earlier if the circumstances had been better than crappy, but a military base didn't allow that. I knew that both of us had wanted to for quite a while, but only now were we finally in the position to let loose. So we tumbled across the bed, Yumara constantly learning and exploring new ways to use her tongue. It was exhilarating and passionate, filling my head with so much dopamine that I felt I was going to explode. And Yumara couldn't seem to control herself as she hounded me for more. For a moment, I started to doubt if she had really done this before or not. But she was definitely new at this. With Rayla, there was no mistaking her experience. But with Yumara, there was zero familiarity to speak of. Ah, fuck it. I stopped questioning things, simply indulging in the moment. And we never stopped. Even if we weren't rolling over each other, we were laid down beside each other, constantly kissing, sometimes momentarily, sometimes deeply. But we didn't go beyond that. It wasn't time yet. Not even I wanted to sleep with her right now. We would simply need time before reaching that step. Yet I couldn't help but feel that this was damn close to it. It was basically sex with our mouths, our tongues dancing around, pulling, pushing, intertwining. We communicated without words, feeling the other with unseen clarity. And it went on for so long. Glances at the clock on the wall told me that 2 hours passed before I knew it, but I simply never felt like I wanted to stop, not to mention the boost in stamina from my recent advancement that kept me energetic. But I could tell that after a while, she started to get tired, even if she didn't want to. So I slowed it down, the two of us cuddling more. Besides, I was tired as well. I didn't forget that I hadn't actually slept the night before. Both of us started to cool down after that, no longer so ravenous. It was only at that point that she was able to talk again, her voice soft as a whisper. "We don't have to go back, do we?" "No. We can sleep here." "That's good. I had fun today." She let out a light breath that graced my nose and shifted her body, pressing closer while resting her head on my chest. I combed back some of her hair as I responded. "I'm glad. Now I can properly call you my girlfriend. Shem, and I get to call you my boyfriend." She leaned forward after saying that, giving me a kiss on the cheek. I returned with a kiss on her forehead. After that, her heavy eyes closed as she fell asleep in my arms. I joined her not long after, falling into a deep slumber supported by the rich comfort of my hotel bed. Chapter 56. Long day. When I woke up, I was enveloped by comfort and ease. I felt amazingly rested. I had been up for almost 2 days straight since. During the time I was supposed to sleep a night ago, I instead advanced, and my mind was overloaded with energy. I couldn't go to sleep, even if I wanted to. But now, I had finally slept and reset my system. That rest seemed to have completely solidified the effects of my advancement, making me feel even stronger than before, perhaps smarter as well. But my mind was preoccupied with the girl in my arms. Once my eyes opened and cleared, I saw her still dead asleep. In fact, she had started drooling on my arm at some point, leaving a puddle on my sleeve. I just chuckled a bit and continued to lay there. Honestly, sometimes it felt like the touch of the person you liked or loved was just as intoxicating as any drug. Simply looking at Yumara made me happy. Was I head over heels for this girl? Nah, no way. I'm in complete control of my emotions. After a while of staring and enjoying her comfort, I suddenly saw her shift a tiny bit, indicating her awakening. I smiled and leaned forward a bit, kissing her forehead. Then I kissed her cheek, her breathing hitching a bit. And then I kissed her chin, causing her hand to clutch my shirt. When my lips were planted on her neck, her breathing came out like a shiver. Jae-john ha, good morning. I pulled away and looked at her with a smile, her ears burning red as she let out a few harsh breaths. Unlike last night, though, she was no longer so daring and bold. In embarrassment, she turned and buried her face in the pillow. I laughed while climbing out of bed. Both of us were still in our attire from last night, not having bothered to take anything off or change. Perhaps we would need to engage in the walk of shame back to the magisterium. Then again, I had my coat in my spatial sack, so throwing it on would make me look normal. I looked back at Yumara. After some silence, she went from embarrassed to curious about the room. Is this your own room? Yay. The key master gave it to me back when I had nowhere to stay. You were homeless. Temporarily when I first came to the capital. I didn't have a single coin to my name back then, but the key master was generous enough to give me this room for free. Wow. Honestly, it's nicer than my bedroom at our family mansion, so you got a pretty good deal. I would agree. I nodded and looked around. This place was befit to house the famous, rich, and influential. To get a place like this anywhere else in the city would cost a massive sum of money, and I had gotten it for free. Well, I've gotten everything I have now through the generosity of many people. It will take a long time trying to repay all of them, but it'll happen one way or another. Letting out a small breath, I pointed to the bathroom. If you need to, you can clean up in there. Do you have a change of clothes or do you want to go out and buy some? No, I have my robes. Oh, good. Well, you take the bathroom first. I'll order some breakfast. All right. She nodded and jumped out of bed, heading into the bathroom. While she did that, I ordered some room service, getting a breakfast platter. And it didn't take long to get here. I heard a knock on the door. By the time Yumara came back out in her robes. Here you go, sir. Call if there's anything else you need. Thank you. I took the cart that was rolled in, bringing it over to my dining area. The wall closest to the dining area was entirely made out of glass from floor to ceiling, so we were able to eat while taking in the view of the morning city from so high up. Oh, smells good. Yumara smiled and sat down, digging in with me. While we ate, though, I looked out toward the two most eye-catching buildings in the city, the Royal Palace and the Magic Spire. They were the tallest buildings in the city. The Royal Palace being particularly bold and grandiose with its golden exterior and artistic depictions across the pillars and walls of its construction. The spire was similarly prestigious, created of dark crystal and enchanted profoundly. The magisterium wasn't far from that place, but the two seemed worlds away. I had heard much about the spire. It was a place most warlocks aspired to go. It was humanity's single greatest magic innovation center. I believed Son worked from there as well. However, since warlocks were coveted in the military, it was difficult to get into the spire. It was mainly for the dedicated researchers. In fact, I believed that the majority of people within the spire were summoners, not warlocks. Suddenly, I remembered something and broke the silence. Hey, I wanted to ask you about something. Sure. Summoners have sparks that strengthen our mind and psyche. What do warlocks have? Oh, we have mana hearts. We accumulate mana in our hearts, and that mana gets circulated through our blood. allowing us to intimately connect with the world around us. But there are different systems of spellcasting, dictated by how we layer our mana hearts through our advancements. I see. So is the term tempering familiar to you? I asked, thinking back to Maxwell's explanation. Warlocks and knights were supposed to have a system of tempering, something summoners didn't have, which stunted their growth. Sure enough, Yumara nodded. Yes, though it's a very rare path to take, and not exactly well known. My mother allows me to, but she tells me that I can't tell anyone about it. But how do you know about it? Maxwell, my teacher. He helped me carry out some tempering during my recent advancement. Ah, I knew something felt different. So you advanced. Congratulations. Yumara smiled in cheer, but after a few more seconds her face suddenly fell. Wait, summoners don't have tempering. I'd like it if you kept this a secret for now, but my teacher has created a way to temper a summoner's spark. Oh, that's revolutionary. Summoners are notoriously weak, because they're unable to temper themselves like knights and warlocks can. It has prevented them from ever reaching Authority 12. If that changes, the whole of humanity will benefit. Maybe. But I wanted to ask about how warlocks temper themselves, see how my tampering would match up. I asked, wanting more information. I didn't know much about how knights and warlocks worked, and Yumara started describing her own tempering experience. It seemed similar to mine. By gathering multiple white crystals above your own authority, you could concentrate magicka and use it to temper yourself during an advancement while your body was completely open to its power. However, it seemed that Yumara's tempering was drastically toned down from my own, whereas I was surrounded by 8 white crystals, all of which had their powers concentrated by a device, and had all my psyche drained in its entirety. She only had 3 white crystals and also didn't drain herself of mana. Apparently, the ring device was common enough for those who had the money and connections to get one for advancements, but everything else about her tempering was watered down. I felt like I was going to die at one point during the tempering, but she had very mild pain. Not only that, but she didn't even know that she could enhance her body with psyche and vigor. Since her tempering was easier, it was arguable if her body was enhanced by those 2 energies at all, though I was inclined to believe she still received some. So it begged the question, why was her tempering so much more mild than my own? Maxwell was basing the tempering according to how the other magi did it, merely adapting it to summoners. Was he just being more extreme, or was Yumara's tempering not extreme enough? Because we were both aware of tempering, there wasn't any need to hide things. I told her about the differences between our experiences, and she too quickly figured out that something was wrong. I created a mana core during my Authority 2 and 3 advancements. Then I merged them during my advancement to Authority 4 to create the foundation for my mana heart. That's when I conducted the tempering with my mother. So it seems like tempering is supposed to occur during every 3rd advancement. But I don't know why mine was weaker than yours. I don't believe my mother would withhold anything from me. Maybe you should ask her. Perhaps there's something different about warlocks and summoners that requires different intensities. I doubt it, but I'll wait to ask. No matter what, my first tempering has already passed. In fact, I'm close to Authority 5. Oh, that's good. Think you'll have it before the next trip? She nodded while taking a bite out of some eggs over easy. I smiled and watched her, going through the rest of breakfast before deciding to head out. By now, classes had already long started. Not that I cared. As a good delinquent, I took my sweet-ass time going back to the magisterium, where me and my girlfriend went straight to the dorms. Once inside, she nudged me. Hey, let me see your room. You got to see mine. I don't mind, but we were just in my other room. I'd think it's a lot nicer than here. Just show me. Okay. I looked at her weirdly while entering my dorm room, and as soon as the door closed, she jumped on me while sealing our mouths. Oh, so that's what she wanted. chuckling as she wrapped her legs around my waist. I went and placed her back against a wall, propping her up and going to town. And that's when I learned that she was a very fast learner. Compared to last night, she seemed like a pro. Still, I was shocked at how eager she could get, with how embarrassed she always got when I teased her or showed her some love. I figured she was just more innocent or reserved. But my goodness, this girl could get dirty. After pinning her against the wall for a while, she eventually pushed off and brought us to the bed where we continued. And we didn't stop until one of my alarms went off around an hour later, signaling the time to head over to our training. So after we reluctantly pulled away from each other, we cleaned up and left the dorms. Oh, we should go see the leaderboard. That's right. I wonder what place you're at. Suddenly remembering how I was now an elite, we both went and checked the leaderboard where I would be placed. The leaderboard was located in the school's secondary plaza near the west wing. There, the board was held between two marble pillars. I looked at the silvery white metal frame that had 32 names atop it, and there, in 11th place, was my name with 490 points next to it. I nodded with a pleased expression. Not bad if I do say so myself. For only going on one trip, it's amazing. Keep going like that, and you'll reach the top of the leaderboard. Though I'm surprised that there's also 3 others who become elites. Yumara looked at the bottom of the leaderboard where 3 more names were added along with mine. While she was occupied, though, I suddenly turned and looked around. There were always plenty of students within the plaza, but I was noticing how many eyes the 2 of us were pulling. With my aura, I could sense the curiosity in the gazes of all the younger students, wondering who I was. I could also sense a lot of boys staring at Yumara. At first, I was simply amazed at how acute my senses and attunement to aura had become. But the next moment, I found myself smirking. I suddenly took Yumara's hand in my own, raising it and kissing the back of her fingers. Wait, she looked at me with a flushed face, her eyes darting around to all those around us, seeing all their whispers and giggles. I didn't respond, intertwining our fingers before pulling her to the training grounds. There, we found most of the other elites waiting around by the puppet master's outpost. The rest of our squad was included. As we walked over, I felt Yumara's hand clutch my own a bit harder. I could imagine that it was a bit nerve-wracking to be so open about our relationship in front of friends. But at the same time, what would it mean if we let go? That we were afraid to tell people? Well, I think we were beyond that with everything that had happened in recent days. Still, even I was a bit embarrassed as I saw Vetsman and Faden chuckle mischievously. Look at these 2. Where were you guys yesterday? I knew it. Tana shouted from behind the men as if she hadn't been completely oblivious a week ago. I laughed a bit as Yumara tried to hide behind me. We were having fun not getting our asses kicked by the puppet master. Yay. Well, you're in for a good surprise. John. Suddenly, there was a yell as the puppet master came stomping out of his outpost. I scratched my head as he approached. Where were you 2 yesterday? Actually, I don't want to know, but since you skipped a scenario, your squad gets to do a hard one today. Now get ready. Well, shit. I cursed as we were all mercilessly enveloped by a pulling force, teleporting into the scenario. Today was going to be a long day. Chapter 57. 4th dimension. The scenario we were given was rather straightforward. 2 unkillable authority 5 were thrown at us, both of them modeled after the gorilla that attacked us during our patrol. They were big, fast, and strong, and no matter what we did to them, they wouldn't fall. Not only that, but they were supported by some other monkeys that, while able to be killed, were constantly replaced when one died. So it was an endless battle that taught us not how to fight, but how to survive. Primarily, how to keep your team protected while under threat. The monkeys came after Yumara, and I who didn't move as much as our knights. And since Vetsman and Faden were occupied with the gorillas, Tana was responsible for helping us in them. But there were so many monkeys that Vetsman and Faden couldn't be protected from, which would distract them and open them up to devastating attacks from the gorillas. So Tana was forced to bounce between two sections of the battlefield, supporting her teammates where needed. When Faden was attacked, he was forced to test his speed and retaliate while also keeping himself safe from the gorilla. As for Vetsman, he simply had to endure a beating. The gorilla he faced was strong, even more than him, so he had to survive a two-pronged assault, while also making sure the gorilla didn't go and attack his squad. I, on the other hand, needed to constantly avoid those damned monkeys while killing as many as I could. Getting hit was considered a failure on my part, so I needed to release as much firepower as I could while being pressured. And Yumara needed to support her entire squad, sending spells my way to ease my pressure, assisting Tana, or throwing some rebuffing spells at the gorillas Vetsman and Faden were fighting. She had to take the most valuable course of action at every moment, which required keeping an eye on the entire battle. It stressed all of us, pushing us to our limits. However, compared to the others, I was rather relaxed. Well, I was dealing with the most enemies. My speed of thought was stressed as a dozen monkeys would attack me and my squad at any given time, making me dodge, run, and shoot without break. I actually had to rely on Tana and Yumara's support, and given what had happened not long ago, both of them were wholly aware of everything I did and encountered, not willing to let the slightest bit of harm befall me. In fact, I could feel the senses and gazes of my entire squad on me throughout the entire battle, like I was a child requiring babysitting. But despite all the pressure, I wasn't all that serious. That was because of my recent advancement. I underestimated just how much power I contained now. Empowered shots that only a week ago would drain my stamina to nothing could now be fired with ease and volume. My body also had much greater stamina and strength than before, allowing me to utilize my speed of thought and avoid enemies with never-before-seen agility. Even I was surprised by it all. My reactions were faster. My dexterity was more accurate, giving me faster reload times, and I could run for much longer. At some point I was backpedaling while firing two peacemakers. Not only that, but my senses were sharper, the most obvious one being my vision. With better eyes combined with all the other benefits, my ability to aim and hit moving targets jumped significantly. My accuracy was through the roof. Everything simply became easier. By the time I got used to all the changes, I was killing so fast that the monkeys couldn't keep up. The puppet master had to spawn a lot more to keep up the pressure. My only regret, however, was how I hadn't actually fully completed my advancement. The dimension for my fourth authority had yet to be opened. Technically, I could do it whenever I wanted so long as I had all my energy. But I had been so preoccupied with Yumara that I had forgotten. I was making out instead of finding some new guns to commune with. The horny was getting in the way of productivity. I made a note to fix that tonight. Since when did you advance? Since 2 days ago. I responded after arriving back at the outpost where the puppet master was waiting. The rest of my squad was on the floor. The knights were fighting for every particle of air they could get, while Yumara looked like she had been drained of all her spirit. While I was also tired, I was definitely doing better than them. The puppet master grumbled, "You ruined my plans to kick your ass into shape. But whatever. It seems your advancement was rather significant. I've never seen you perform so well, and from a cursory glance, your psychic capacity has increased by a magnitude. For an Authority 4, you're exceptionally powerful. I've only seen Authority 6 summoners who can match you in terms of sheer power. Thank you. Just don't let it get to your head. Summoners are considered weak for a reason. You're on par with the rest of your squad now, but your defenses still can't compare. If I were you, I would be trying to find something that can help protect you a bit more. Go talk to Maxwell about that. I will. I nodded seriously. My coat was great, but it couldn't protect my head or hands, so long as I wore it right, which I hadn't been before. I also shouldn't have to worry about my torso or most of my legs being hurt. I needed to find something to keep my head safe. As for my hands, I didn't think I actually needed to worry that much about them. The only reason I had lost a few fingers last time was because I was using my arms and hands to defend my head against the monkey. If I didn't need to do that, they would be safer. Not only that, but Rayla's gloves, which I still continued to wear, were shockingly tough. I only lost my fingers at the point the fingerless gloves no longer covered, which was just below the first knuckle. Other than that, the rest of my hands didn't have a single injury, so the gloves did their job. As for the risk of my fingers not being covered, sometimes style was a bit more important than safety, and if I really needed to, maybe I could get the gloves modified to cover the entire finger. But I didn't intend to change them. They were a personal gift, and I would wear them as long as I could. So a helmet was most important. I would indeed need to ask Maxwell about that. The puppet master asked another question. By the way, your summons look the same. I'm going to open the next dimension tonight. I got distracted and forgot to yesterday. Heh, distracted my ass. I had guesses about what the Duchess of Joffron had talked to you about. Seems I was correct in my assumption. And that's none of my business. Not until it starts affecting you professionally. Do whatever you want, but when it comes time to battle, you need to be completely invested. Of course. I smiled at him knowingly, causing him to scoff. Whatever. Tomorrow, I expect you to have opened your new dimension. I'll give you all a hunting day so you can test things out. Now get out of here and recover. Okay. I waved and walked off. The rest of my squad also pulled themselves off the ground and followed me. We all went back to our dorms to clean up before heading out to the Magisterium's restaurant to eat. After our time on base, we had become a lot closer. We decided to hang out whenever we could. It was unfortunate that I didn't take the same classes as them, but that wasn't too big of a deal. I felt I was learning a lot more by actually hunting and killing the scourge than I was at school. Sure, there was a lot of sheer knowledge that was good to know, like the thousands of different types of beasts, combat strategies on certain terrains, standard procedure for scourge encounters, medical knowledge, and more. But there was nothing like a good battle to teach you exactly what you needed to do. While the school wasn't teaching useless knowledge, there was still only so much you could learn academically. Experience was the best teacher. I suppose that's why the puppet master was there. It was only unfortunate that not everyone could utilize those training grounds. Since our training ended later in the day, we ended up spending a few hours together before separating. Yumara and I ended up in my room that evening, doing the obvious, but we couldn't for long because as soon as I was recovered, I prepared to break through my dimension. Yumara was understanding, so when night fell, she sat on the end of my bed while watching me. I sat at the head with my eyes closed. Inwardly, within the mystical space that was my mind, I could see 13 stars. 3 were bright, inside them my dimensions. The other 10 were dim. I targeted the 4th star, and with a thought, all my psyche flooded toward it. It was almost too easy to break through the barrier, the dimension being blown open and the 4th star brightening with power. Disregarding the sudden drop in energy, I instantly sent out some psyche drones to scout the dimension, and the immediate findings made me excited. The Springfield 1903, Colt 1911, Winchester M97 trench gun, and most surprising of all, grenades. My eyes brightened with excitement. These weapons were primarily used during World War I, a time when the industrial war machine was beginning to bear its fangs, only overshadowed by the extreme development of its successor war. I had a feeling that there was a lot more to be found as well. The potential for variant weapons was limited before the Great War. Firearm technology was slow to develop without that immense pressure. So now that my summons have reached this era, I should be able to find some more specialty weapons. My versatility and destructive power would reach new heights. How unfortunate that I couldn't test things out right this moment, especially the grenades. With a thought, though, I suddenly summoned one. The canister appeared in my hand, its body composed of 40 serrations. I felt the trigger as well as the pin hanging from the top, feeling a bit inexplicable. What's that? Yumara shifted on the bed, looking over at the unfamiliar object. This is a grenade, a fragmentation explosive. Pulling this pin and releasing the trigger will light a fuse and cause this thing to explode within about 4 seconds. Explode. How big of an explosion? If it were to explode right here, it would kill both of us. When this thing explodes, it causes its metal shell to blast into dozens of pieces, all of them flying outward and shredding anything they touch. The explosion itself has limited effects. I showed her the grenade's features while mumbling, and she looked at it a bit warily, knowing that it was a deadly weapon. I couldn't help my smile, though, feeling eager to start using these new weapons. After admiring the grenade for a while longer, I willed it away and grabbed Yumara, bringing her to the sheets with me. Tomorrow is going to be fun. You always look happy when you get to use your guns. That's because they are totally awesome. More awesome than kissing. Yes. Ugh. No hesitation. She exclaimed in playful anger, making us laugh as we ended the night with a bit more romance. The next day during hunting, I grouped up with my squad, and I spent 4 hours doing nothing but putting my weapons to the test. Beforehand, I requested the puppet master to send me some non-aggressive beasts so that I could simply gauge the destructive capabilities of my weapons. The puppet master complied, sending all manner of beasts of varying levels that simply wandered around without attacking. Naturally, the first thing I tested was my grenade. Like bullets, grenades consumed a certain amount of psyche upfront. It wasn't like my weapons where I could commune with them and give them a steady stream of energy to maintain them. And grenades took a decent chunk of my psyche to summon. Not only that, but they could contain a lot of psyche while empowered, increasing their destructive capabilities to an unseen level. Upon testing with various beasts at Authority 4 and 5, I found that the grenade did fantastic single-target damage. A beast like the gorilla, against an empowered grenade, would be heavily wounded if it exploded in close proximity. Entire limbs could be blown off depending on where it landed, and the shrapnel would scramble its insides, causing excessive bleeding. However, against groups of beasts, the effect of the grenades was limited. Sure, it could injure multiple if they were crowded around, but it simply wasn't worth the energy it took to summon and empower it to fight groups of more than 5. Still, even the others were shocked by how effective the grenades were. Even Yumara didn't realize just how good it was until she witnessed it. Basically, anything less than Authority 5 would be blown to chunks. And it wasn't like I had to shoot it either. I simply threw it and hid behind cover. It was easy. Well, that was every weapon of mine. Guns made killing easy. And as I continued to advance, I would get better weapons that made killing even easier. I could already imagine what was in store for me later. In fact, Yumara seemed to be catching on as well. With each of my authorities, my guns evolved. She seemed to be able to see that to some extent, even though she didn't really know how they worked. After working with the grenades for a while, I went and summoned some of the other standard weapons. The most important guns I found were the Springfield rifle, the trench gun, and the Colt 1911 semi-automatic pistol. The Springfield 1903 was a bolt-action rifle with a 5-round built-in magazine. Using loading clips, you could easily load 5 rounds into the magazine. The rifle was chambered in 30-06, which, while lighter than the 45-70 Goft that I currently used with my Remington Lee, was also more reliable at distances around 300 meters. The heavier 45-70 would slope downward significantly beyond 100 meters, whereas the 30-06 had a much flatter firing angle at the same distances. Not only that, but where the 45-70 would lose its velocity and deliver less force, the 30-06 would retain a significant amount of its initial force, even up to 300 meters. So for distance targets, it was the better choice. Not that it was a slouch with close-range targets. With the magazine, the Springfield could inherently shoot more rounds per minute than the Remington Lee, which was perhaps the most important aspect I had to worry about. The only issue was the lack of a scope on the Springfield, but it still had iron sight which, within 200 meters, was technically sufficient. Not to mention that I was often shooting large beasts anyway, not humans, making long-range shooting easy. Perhaps my favorite gun out of the lineup, though, was the trench gun. This shotgun was a tube-fed pump-action system, like normal shotguns. However, this shotgun had a notorious reputation due to its slam-fire receiver. This meant that, if I held down the trigger, I could fire the weapon by pumping the shotgun slide. This gave it the ability to fire off shells at an alarming speed, only limited by how fast I was and how many shells were in the tube. The weapon was so dreaded that historically, when Americans got their hands on this weapon during the trench warfare of WW1, Germans were so scared of its use that they formally bitched about it and attempted to outlaw its use. Naturally, their protests and threats were met with nothing but scorn and derision. The hypocrites who threatened to execute anyone found with the gun, yet continued to use poison gas and flamethrowers, lost their balls and could only cry about it. And so the trench gun became a staple of the American war machine, a weapon so terrifyingly effective that all those during its era feared the very mention of it, almost as much as the man behind it. To say that I wasn't excited to hold this sexy steel babe of a weapon would be nothing but bullshit. When it first appeared in my hands, I couldn't help myself and ended up kissing it on the receiver. Twice, I tried to not notice Yumara's weird gaze as I took out the last weapon, the Colt 1911, created by John Moses Browning. As many of the greatest weapons were, the 1911 pistol is one of the most iconic weapons ever made, right next to the Colt revolvers of the Wild West and some more modern rifles like the AR-15. Chambered in 45 ACP, this magazine-fed pistol was America's standard issue sidearm for over 7 decades, and even after it was replaced by the posh Beretta M9, it remained so popular that it continued to be used across all fields into the 21st century. Upon equipping this weapon, despite Yumara's warning gaze, I still kissed it. The others also found it weird, but I couldn't expect them to understand the significance of this legendary weapon. Otherwise, they would be kissing it too. Besides those primary weapons, I couldn't find anything else noteworthy without first digging deeper into the dimension, which would take time. And so, I spent all day training with my new toys that only increased my ability to kill faster. I was sure that during the next trip we went on, I would be able to perform even better than previously. Chapter 58. Suits. After our day of hunting, my schedule went back to normal. We had 3 weeks until the next trip out to another military base. During the second week, though, I took care of a few orders of business. First, and most importantly, was my advancement formation. I could now begin making my way to Authority 5. So far, my advancements haven't taken me more than 2 months each. But when I received the next advancement formations from Maxwell, I realized that there was no way I would be doing this in just a month or so, regardless of how I progressed over time. The advancement formation to Authority 4 looked like a complex circuit board. The one for Authority 5, however, was several times more convoluted, but even that wasn't enough to describe it. For one, the formation actually had 3 layers to it, resulting in me receiving 3 large sheets of paper the size of my torso from Maxwell. Each sheet of paper looked like the schematics for a CPU, and they were all supposed to layer on top of each other, interconnecting between thousands of different points. Comprehending the entire thing would only begin the process of creating another spark and usher me into the doorway for Authority 6. It wasn't until I became Authority 6 that I would finalize the creation of the second spark. So for 3 authorities, I would be trying to create a single spark. Of course, it wasn't as simple as just repeating the process I used to create the first one. First of all, because I already had a spark occupying my mind, creating a second spark would introduce conflicts. The first spark was constructed by creating an engine of psyche. This meant that a vast majority of my psyche now resided within the spark. As for the rest of my mind, it was like an ocean powered by currents. The first spark likened to a boat which could be purposefully driven. But the boat and ocean were intricately connected. Although there was the entire ocean that was my mind, all its energy had been focused around the boat. This meant there was nothing else to give to an additional boat. So in order to advance, one had to not create another boat, but turn the ocean and its currents, the memories and computational power of the mind, into something more direct and functional like a river. At least that was how Maxwell described it. The way I understood it, the next spark would be turning my hard drive of a mind into an SSD. And with an SSD, all of the information within my mind would flow far faster. The components of my mind would likewise function faster proportionally to the increase in information flow rate. The next 3 advancements would restructure and upgrade my hardware so that it could accommodate a much stronger technology, which was the second spark. By the time I was finished, I would already be climbing beyond many powerful summoners, even those above my own authority. The power that these advancements would grant me were radically better than the standard. But of course, this also meant that it came with more discrepancies. Unlike the standard formations that had been improved upon and utilized for centuries, these formations were completely new. It wasn't certain that they accurately described the path forward. So unlike the narrow and clear path I had been on previously, the way forward was now a bit blurry and winding. But thankfully, I wouldn't be without a guiding light. Maxwell knew more than anyone how his formations weren't completely refined. Although he had been working on them for decades, and he wielded a mind that I couldn't even fathom the power of, there may still be some small errors or inconsistencies. While I would be on my own for the most part, simply trying to comprehend things in the first place, he offered me help should I absolutely need it. If there was a part of the formation that simply didn't feel right no matter what angle I took it from, then he would give me advice and explain things. Not only that, but he told me that even without him, there was only so far off the path I could go before nature itself stopped me. Advancements were by no means a mistake or man-made creations. They were firmly rooted in nature, and humanity's development of magi and the system of advancements were actually all discoveries, not inventions. Sure, it took a lot of trial and error, but the perfect system wasn't dictated by the magi themselves, but the feelings they garnered when hitting certain milestones. Like in everything else, nature would always let you know when something was off. There was a reaction to every change, good or bad, and if something was bad, then nature would resist and attempt to correct it. This applied to magi as well. Going down the wrong path introduced several negative effects, the most obvious of which was pain. I had forgotten it since I hadn't experienced it in a long time, but when I used to deviate from the formations back during my second authority, I would feel a searing pain in my mind. After all, one needed to circulate psyche according to the formations. If you circulated that energy incorrectly, it would cause a backlash, like an engine misfiring. What this meant above all was that Maxwell's formations, while definitely not the standard, were validated by nature itself. The very fact that I didn't feel pain when circulating the Authority 4 advancement formation meant that it was technically correct. This meant that the standard formations that created weak summoners were also correct. That fact caused me to question several other things, like why there were multiple routes of advancement and what they meant. But that was beyond me right now, so I didn't bother thinking about it. Anyway, I at least felt more reassured about my decision. I said that I would help Maxwell and be his guinea pig for this new system of advancement that might have been mainly driven out of my desire to be a part of something bigger than myself, maybe my desire to be special. But I had stuck by my words, even though I was also a bit nervous about it. Maxwell's explanations gave me more solace. I at least knew that I would achieve some success, and failure wouldn't be permanent. If I encountered an obstacle, then I merely needed to work with Maxwell to find the correct path, because no matter what, the path was in fact there. And along with the formations I was given, Maxwell handed me an Authority 5 white crystal, which would be the engine for my cultivation. Although I was significantly more powerful than a summoner at my level compared to knights or warlocks, I was only average, maybe above average. Sometimes I forgot that this path wasn't actually making me better than the standard, just better than the weak baseline for summoners. So an Authority 5 white crystal was more than enough for me. After receiving my items, I sighed a bit. I didn't want to have to start all over again on comprehending a new formation, especially one that seemed impossible to figure out. But I didn't exactly have a choice. Thankfully, studying these formations was mildly interesting. I simply enjoyed using my powerful mind, and gaining results from the formation was rewarding. So I didn't have an issue spending at least a couple hours a day studying. So with all that, one of my biggest orders of business was checked off. But there was yet another that I needed to take care of, and it involved Umara. When we both had some free time, we headed over to the tailor I was recommended by the key master. It was naturally located within the Black Spider Market, but it wasn't one so easily accessed. Maxwell had recommended to me a tailor a while ago, one that I used for some more basic formal clothes, equipped with mild defensive and convenient enchantments. Back then, I had spent over 30 gold bullion on a single suit, which at the time felt like a price gouge. Now, though, I would be making my single largest purchase to date. I approached a building in the market. It was entirely unmarked and made of pitch black wood. I almost couldn't see the floor with how dark it was. It seemed to absorb all light, leaving only the faintest indications that there was something there. And from the entrance, there were 2 white strips of light that drew a path toward the receptionist's counter. A man stood there behind a curved podium. There was nothing in front of him, and he looked like his only job was to simply wait there for the occasional rare guest. "Good day, Mr. Cooper." "Oh, hello." I was surprised that he already knew my name, but at the same time, I couldn't find it that odd. I was already numbed to this kind of thing. "If I may, can I see your golden key?" "Sure." With his request, I pulled out the golden key from the key master. He nodded when he saw it before waving a hand. "Please follow me to meet the couturier." "Thank you." I smiled and followed, Umara linking arms with me as we were taken down another drawn path. It took us through what I could only assume was a hall, before we arrived at a large double set of dark gold doors. After opening them and stepping through, we entered a room that was all black like previously. In the center of the floor, however, was a bright white ring. There was also a man waiting within, who looked at me with bright eyes. "Greetings, Mr. Cooper. I'm the couturier Hans Meyer. Pleasure to make your acquaintance." "Likewise. Now tell me, what can I create for you today?" Flash asterisk as he said that, several more rings of light that wrapped around the ceiling lit up. The walls also revealed several mirrors. allowing me to see every angle of the room. I glanced around while responding. I need a suit fit enough for the highest class gatherings. Of course, sir. Anything else? I didn't have anything else in mind, but if you let me know what else you provide, I wouldn't mind getting more. Then allow me to display our selections of features. He smiled and clapped, and from the ground, a few hatches opened up to reveal several sets of clothing. There were standard suits, noble suits, and royal suits fit for a king. The glamour could ascend to any level, and I knew there was more to these suits than I knew. After all, with higher quality materials and design came inherent capabilities. My other suits, which were far cheaper than these, came with defensive and comfort features. There was no way these didn't also come with those. Hans listed some things off, describing several of the suits. We offer just about anything you can think of, but most clients come to us for the longevity and integrity of their clothing. Our most basic suits can resist authority for attacks, and we are capable of constructing coats that can withstand the onslaught of even authority 10 beasts. Due to our special materials, every piece of clothing also comes with a certain level of self-mending capabilities. And besides defensive properties, our suits provide only the most comfortable features. As for its appearances, our fabrics can sport anything from basic colors to the most eye-catching or profoundly deep visuals. I see that. I was mesmerized while looking between the suits. Magic on this world did things that science hadn't yet been able to do on Earth, and what I saw on these suits seemed to defy all common sense. One suit looked like it was a portal to the depths of space. I could see stars and explosions of colors, and the image wasn't static. It would change with my perspective and position, shifting as I moved to reveal more fantastic images. Another suit looked like the incarnation of fire. It burned, but there was only a bit of warmth coming off of it. It looked just like real fire, and I couldn't fathom how it was doing so. Another looked like it was crafted of a single piece of fogged glass, while another looked like it was made of amethyst. It was flamboyant and not something I would wear unless it was a joke, but nevertheless, it clearly displayed great skill and ability. So my imagination was the limit, but I also couldn't say that I was very artistic. While my mind functioned faster, that didn't suddenly make me good at everything, but I realized that I at least had to have an idea. That caused me to look at Yumara. Technically, I was getting this for her in the inevitable situation where I would have to dress nicely for a bunch of nobles. I was committed to her, and that would involve making certain decisions around her. But part of me wanted to make these suits a bit more versatile. I didn't have the money to buy a new suit for every occasion, nor a dozen of them, so I thought about it for a bit before pointing at one of the more basic suits. I need something that can fit multiple occasions, not just a single party. Ah, so we seek versatility. Worry not, Mr. Cooper. The suit you take away from this place won't be worn but once. Our selections come with the ability to change certain aspects of their visuals. For now, how about you give me a selection of colors? I will design 4 different suits, and you can tell me how you like them. All right. Let's go with black, purple, red, and gold. Understood. Give me a moment. With his smile, all the suits in front of me disappeared. Then 4 blank suits took their place, and with a wave of the hand, he began casting several spells that enveloped the suits, warping their shapes and colors. One spell also surrounded my person, seemingly measuring the different portions of my body using a series of notches. With that, the suits conformed to the general shape of my body, yet they all had different styles. The first of them was the most basic suit type, worn by thousands of others throughout the capital during their day-to-day lives, sporting basic dark colors. The second was a step above, designed for normal formal events put on by the lower class. This one had black pants, a red shirt, and a black coat with some red trim. It looked really refined, but not so outstanding as to be out of place. The third was a step above that, Designed for the most formal events, a normal person could go to like Vatsy's gala. This suit was quite a bit more dazzling with the same black foundation. But now, with gold designs and trim, it looked more like an art piece than a suit. And finally, the fourth suit was the most stunning of them all, clearly designed to be worn to noble gatherings. This suit was black paired with a purple shirt and vest along with some purple shoes. The purple vest had subtle black designs woven into its fabric, and these designs seemed to meld together with the designs on the jacket. The black jacket shimmering purple designs flowed across its entire body, but despite being obvious, the designs weren't overwhelming or showy. Only when looking closer at the suit would you be able to appreciate its intricacy. Not only that, but inlaid into the entire design was thin golden lace. However, this golden lace couldn't be seen under normal circumstances. If you weren't looking directly at the suit, you wouldn't be able to see it. But as soon as you did, you would be able to see an odd glittering gold that didn't seem to be a part of the suit itself, almost as if it were shimmering beyond the fabric. It even looked like it was flowing, as if they were tiny veins pulsing with light. I took a step back and looked at all of the suits. They would all fit different occasions. I wouldn't really need anything other than these four if I were to buy them all. At least, that depended on whether it was frowned upon to wear the same thing to multiple noble occasions. I didn't exactly give a damn, but I had to for Yumara's sake. Hey, HM. Yumara tore her eyes away from the suits when I called her, letting me ask, "At your noble parties, am I going to have to wear something different every time?" Well, yes and no. Some parties have themes. Others are standard gatherings and some are holiday events. The girls are really the only ones that have to worry about having a ton of dresses. I don't think the men care enough to worry about that, but for certain things they have to. For holiday events, you can wear the same thing every year since it's the same holiday. For gatherings or more personal affairs, you can just wear something nice depending on how well you know the host. But for the biggest events like the annual King's Court Ball, nothing but the best is required, and all the girls and most of the men have something new every year. HM. I hummed in thought. At the very least, I wouldn't have to worry about buying everything now. If I needed something, I had time to get it. Suddenly, Yumara spoke again. Why you don't have to worry so much about that. That last suit over there is more than enough for the nicest events you'll have to go to. The others also check just about every box for varied events, though I would recommend getting some color variations of the second and third ones, just for a bit more variety. If I may. At that moment, hands chimed in, waving toward the second and third suits. The third suit can have its color scheme changed at will, while it can't shift its design. Because of our special fabrics, their colors are capable of becoming any of our predetermined palettes. This is changed by the handkerchief. Observe. With a wave, Hands took out 7 different handkerchiefs, and he put a white one into the chest pocket of the third suit, making it flash and change its color to a white variation. He also had red, blue, dark green, violet, gold, and the original black. When slotted into the chest pocket, it could shift to any of these base colors, while simultaneously changing its trim and design colors to match. It amazed me, and I realized that this single suit was actually 7 suits in one. Then he went on to display the same thing with the fourth suit, just with a bit more limitation. Instead of being able to turn into any color, it was restricted to white and black, the color schemes basically flipping to their opposites. As for the others, well, they were cheap enough to buy multiple sets of, not to mention that the first suit was standard, and I already had a few pairs of regular suit wear. Plus, my coat was already nicer than even the second suit, and I wore it daily. Would you like to try on the last suit? HM, sure. Hearing Hands, I nodded. That prompted him to wave to the side, revealing another room. Along with our suits, we offer special undergarments. Step inside the room and change into the pair already selected for you. Once you come back out, we can dress you." "All right." I followed along and entered the room. It was basically a changing room. And after the door closed, I stripped myself and put on the singular pair of what seemed like spandex underwear. It hugged my body but wasn't all that tight. It was also black, just like the entire building was, eliminating the ability to make out any curves or definition when looking at it head-on. I walked back out in just that, my gaze going straight toward Yumara. She's already seen me shirtless, but she still got rosy cheeks while trying to divert her gaze and failing. I chuckled a bit and stepped back into the circle. Then, hands brought over the suit pieces one by one. Pants, shirt, vest, jacket, shoes, and a necktie. I put everything on while he straightened whatever he needed to, and I looked between the mirrors, feeling like a new man. I almost couldn't believe how good I looked. And that wasn't out of my own narcissism. This suit was just so well made and fit me in the perfect way, making me look like some kind of rugged royal fit to rule a kingdom, bringing out all my good points as if they were obvious. I fell in love immediately. I felt like it was perfect. Chapter 59. Unfortunate, I was more than satisfied by the suit. I didn't even want him to change anything. With one look, he had created what seemed like the perfect suit for my appearance and personality. But now it was time to bite the bullet, so I asked, "How much is this?" "That depends on the material it will be made out of. If you want defensive properties capable of stopping Authority 6 attacks, this suit will cost about 500,000 coin. Ouch. Now, if I were in a situation to wear this suit, would I really need to rely on its defensive properties? That depends on your own securities. I've tailored many knights and warlocks who fight in the suits and dresses they bring out of this place. Our pieces are more than capable of acting as a full set of armor, along with it bringing comfort, convenience, and style. So for someone like yourself, a summoner who may rely more on his armor, it might be wise to always be prepared." I didn't immediately agree, looking at the suit a bit more. I had no intention of fighting in this thing. I had my coat for that. So I suppose my only hesitation in not asking for something less came from the fact that I didn't want to seem cheap and sparing. But when I looked at the other suits, I just shrugged. With Authority 4 defensive properties, how much are the second and third suits? That would be 50 and 150,000 coin respectively. And the fourth with Authority 5 properties, 300,000. All right. Nodding, I looked to Yumara. She was gawking at the prices, but I ignored that. "What do you think about the latter three?" "Oh, I have no issues with any of them, but try them on. I want to see you in them." After I agreed, hands went on to help me dress in the others. I also got to try out the color-changing functions of the third suit. In fact, after I dressed in them, he made a few other small alterations to make it fit me better. Yumara seemed satisfied, so after making sure I was good with everything, I decided to pull the trigger. After redressing in my original clothes, I went back out. "I'll take the latter three." "Understood, sir. Follow me to finalize the sale." Hands led me out to another private room where Yumara and I were seated for a few minutes. We were served drinks and some snacks, of which I indulged, before Hands came back with a card. "This card will be our method of contact. When your suits are finished, this card will flash gold. Come back with it and you will receive your suits." "All right. Now, the total for your purchase today will be 500,000 coin. If you don't mind, please deposit the coin here." "Sure." With a nod, I took out my platinum card from the Polaris Bank. I then designated the amount to be taken out, and just like that, stacks of gold bullion were withdrawn. I set them all on the table between us. Before long, 10 stacks of coin were arranged before us. Before I could make the trade, though, I felt Yumara's hand grab my arm. I'm sorry, Hands, but could we have a moment?" Hands looked up at Yumara, then at me. I was confused but nodded, prompting hands to leave for a moment. Once the door to the room closed, Yumara spoke. "John, you don't have to get the suit. I am in fact going to bring you to noble gatherings. Events like the King's Court Ball are included, even though you aren't a noble. Simply being my boyfriend, or more like my potential husband, will demand your presence. But I didn't realize how much this was going to cost you. Look, we can get you suits for the occasions that come up. I don't know how much you have, but there's no way this isn't a lot for you. Hell, it's a lot for me. Only my mother has spent more than this in a single sitting, and she's the Duchess. It should be fine." I smiled at her, thinking it was nice to have someone so considerate with me. She looked worried, and I didn't blame her, though she didn't know it. I was spending half of my savings on 3 pairs of clothing. Granted, these suits could be worn for the rest of my life. I may never have to buy another pair again, so this could be considered an investment. But I was still buying this because of her. We've already had conversations about the events that we would be going to, and in fact, one of them would occur before our next trip out to a military base. That was only 2 weeks away, but even so, I didn't feel like I was making a mistake. If I had done something like this on Earth, people would think that I was moving way too fast with this girl and couldn't think straight. And I had never done something so drastic with, or for a girl before. But that was because here, things were different. The very fact that Yumara had just called me a potential husband proved that. Here, relationships were taken far more seriously, especially with nobility. Hell, throughout history on Earth, it was also like that. Chastity and exclusivity were a given. People got married before or during their 20s. And there was hardly any such thing as a divorce, since keeping the family together was more important than anything else. Yumara had also spoken to me about many of the noble customs and unwritten rules. I wanted to learn since I was getting involved, and basically, every relationship was a big deal. It represented new alliances, shifts in power structures, and the ushering of a new generation of powerful children. And it was especially taboo to break commitments. Marriages were always final. Divorce was unheard of. And to have sex and break up would ruin the reputation and prospects of the involved parties, including the parents. So no relationship was started casually. And it sure as hell wasn't advanced easily either. Every step forward took very careful consideration, and would come with an increasing amount of strings and consequences. What this told me is that Yumara was taking me very seriously. I was her potential husband, even though we had only been on a single date and had been cuddly for a month. While she was taking a lot of unseen pressure, she was still moving forward with me, and all I was doing was enjoying her. So I saw this as an opportunity. I was investing in both high-class garments as well as her, because I too took her seriously. Besides, I was never that afraid of spending money. If I knew that I could handle the expenditure, I didn't hesitate much. And just because I was spending a large chunk of my savings didn't mean I couldn't handle it. I sat there for a little while looking at Yumara, her slightly pale but beautiful face, her worried purple eyes, her ashy gray hair sloped in front of her shoulder. I remembered how gorgeous she was in that purple dress during the date, how she stunned me into silence and made me look subpar, and I decided that I should be more than capable of matching her. That was a matter of principle. I smiled at her, taking her hand into my own. "It'll be fine. There's no reason I shouldn't be wearing them at some point, right?" "All right. But it's still 500,000 coin for some suits. You could use that for so many other things, like armor to protect yourself." "That's true, but it's not like I'm going broke with this purchase. You want to know how much I have?" She didn't answer, probably because she didn't want to pry into something personal. I could already tell that, despite being the daughter of a duchess, she was money shy. So I brought out my bank card, tapping it a few times and showing her the amount within my account, even after withdrawing so much. Her eyes widened. 530, 446. That was how much coin I had stored. What I had taken out was actually a bit less than half of my savings, though not by much. I had spent months saving all that up, and now months of work was turning into 3 pairs of suits. But I didn't mind all that much. So after letting Yumara see the number, I put the card away. You think we could find some good armor with that? Yay. All right. I smiled and stood, going to the door and bringing Hands back in. Once he sat down, I motioned to the coin. Sorry about the delay. I'm going to get the suits. Of course. Allow me to assure you that none of my clients have ever been dissatisfied. In this place, quality is placed above all else. And when you go to put on that suit for the first time, I know you won't regret it. I nodded and leaned back a bit. At the same time, Hands clapped, ushering in a butler who collected all the coin and left. Then we all stood, Hands and I shaking hands. Pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Cooper. If you ever need a couturier in the future, our doors will always be open. That includes the lady. Thank you. With that, we were led out of the establishment. It was a bit disorienting when we exited, going from absolute pitch black to normal daylight. And once outside, I pulled Yumara in and kissed her. Her mouth opened, letting me in for a deep kiss that lasted only 2 seconds before I pulled away. She looked at me, shocked and embarrassed. Why, I just wanted to. Come on, we still got the whole day left. Good for a date. Oh, okay. She smiled and linked arms with me as we took a stroll through the market. When morning of the next day came, I woke up a bit early and left the magisterium. I decided to stop by a certain apartment. I arrived just as the sun began to rise above the horizon, making the sky a faint blue, light beginning to wash away the fatigue of the night, and I waited outside the door. I seemed to have good timing, because not long later, Rayla appeared. She stiffened a bit when she saw me, but I just smiled and waved. Hey, what an unexpected surprise. Well, I haven't heard from you in almost 2 weeks. I thought I should check in. She was silent, standing there for a second before walking over and unlocking her door. We both walked into the dark apartment. I couldn't help but feel nostalgic as I looked around. It seemed the same, but it felt like I had last visited years ago. The first thing that caught my eye, though, were the 6 empty wine bottles sitting on her counter. It made me sigh. I knew she hadn't taken it that well. Sorry about the mess. It's fine. How's work been? Well, same as always. Although exciting, things don't exactly change much. Though I've picked up a few jobs in the trenches. Seriously, I don't know how you managed all that time working there. I feel sick just thinking about that place. I can't say I had much choice. I guess I just because a bit numb to it after a little while. So what brings you by? She asked while taking out another bottle of wine, popping the cork and pouring 2 glasses. I nodded when she handed me one, taking a sip before speaking. I wanted to ask, though I didn't expect things to go that way. What do you think of Yumara? Her. She seems nice. But I was surprised to hear that you were dating the daughter of Duchess Talaria. I suppose I can only say that I'm impressed. Still, being her boyfriend will come with its difficulties. Yay, it will. Things are calm now, but we're going to be attending a certain event soon. I've been told that it'll stir things up. Oh, what event? Her red eyes glanced at me curiously. It has something to do with the magisterium. Basically, it's a gathering of the noble students in the 4th year. I'm not exactly sure what its purpose is other than to socialize, but regardless, Yumara and I will be appearing in an official capacity, which is apparently a big deal. I can imagine. She nodded softly before glancing down, seemingly lost in thought. I watched her for a few moments before continuing. Anyway, I just wanted to come here and make sure you were okay. I know my news came suddenly and in a crude fashion. Why wouldn't I be okay? I didn't respond to that, watching as she lifted her gaze and gave me the slightest smile. Why wouldn't she be okay? We both knew exactly why she wouldn't be, and it was obvious she wasn't. In fact, ever since we walked through the door, I felt nothing but distance from her. It was clear as day how she was already treating me differently. Not to mention how she hadn't said a word to me since the day we came back from our trip. But she was making it seem like it was nothing, like I had come over here worried about her for nothing. I felt a bit of indignation, but I didn't show any of that on my face. It wasn't her fault. It wasn't mine either. This was simply how she felt about the situation. Perhaps all this time, she was hoping for a different outcome. Maybe she had spent all that time being friends with me in hopes that we would eventually take it a step further, that I would become willing to take that step. And now I had shattered all hopes of that. I made it clear that we wouldn't go beyond anything other than good friends, and she was upset. For a while I stood there, processing a lot of different things, mainly about why I hadn't chosen her, her trauma, the depressive atmosphere, our radically different paths in life, and how they would only continue to diverge until we stood in two entirely different worlds. For the foreseeable future, I would be fighting the scourge, whether it was at the magisterium or in the military. In my mind, I was prepared to be doing this for the next decade, until I could reach whatever limits my talent had before retiring and perhaps working with Son. And Rayla would continue to remain in the capital at divine distribution, delivering packages and making tons of money, until she finally decided to get a home and retire for good. Even if I wanted to, making our relationship work would be extremely difficult. For me, not entering the military wasn't really a choice, mainly because I felt called to fight the scourge. I wouldn't forsake that calling. Rayla had a lot of good points, but there were also many cons that weighed too far into the negative for me. It was unfortunate for her. I couldn't say that I was losing much. For me, it was simply a relationship that never came to be. For her, it was the loss of a potential lover who could replace her late husband. I wouldn't be him, and by now, I no longer felt sorry about that. I suppose that's why I so easily pursued Yumara, so I wouldn't blame her, nor myself. After several seconds, I smiled at her. "You're right, never mind." I raised my glass as she stared at me, downing the rest of my wine before placing the empty glass on the table. Then I turned and walked toward the door. "I'm glad you're okay. Since I need to go to class soon, I'll take my leave." She was silent as I opened the door, but I didn't immediately leave. I lingered in the doorway for a bit before speaking. "You know I'll always be there for you, right?" Once again, I heard no response, so I left, closing the door behind me and walking away. I sighed while walking through the capital, taking out a cigar and lighting it. How unfortunate. Chapter 60. Dress */HM. Sitting in class, I suddenly felt something and reached into my pocket. I took out a golden card, my eyes widening. "They are done. Hell yeah." I smiled and suddenly stood from my seat, walking across the classroom to leave. The teacher looked at me weirdly. "John, sorry, have some business." I smiled and waved while striding out. After running through the magisterium, I made my way out and toward the Black Spider Market. I passed the key master on the way in, before taking the elevator to the market where I found the unmarked black building. And inside at the reception desk, I saw Hans, my couturier. "Ah, Mr. Cooper, I see you've made haste. Haha, that's because I'm excited. I'm pleased. Go ahead and give him your card, and I'll take you to the back to try everything on." I nodded and placed the card on the reception desk, the concierge taking it as I walked off with Hans. He brought me to the same room as before, where there was a single floating platform in the center, one that looked like it was made of light itself. On top of that small square platform were 3 rings. I stood before them, a bit confused. Hans explained, "These 3 rings each contain your 3 suits. These rings are special in that by putting them on, You can easily equip each piece of your suit without so much as raising your finger. Each suit has been handcrafted to perfectly conform to your body. And by using that information, we can develop rings tailored to dress you in but seconds. When activated, the rings can also store any clothing currently on you, allowing you to swap wardrobes at your convenience. Oh wow! I was genuinely surprised. Talk about convenient. I was beginning to understand why all this costed so much. Go ahead and try the ring on the left. Sure. With a smile, I grabbed the leftmost ring and slipped it on my right index finger. After that, I could feel the ring make some kind of connection with me. So I tapped into that connection and activated it. And with a flash, I could feel the clothes on my body shift as my existing clothes were stripped and new clothes were placed onto me. I looked at the mirrors around me, seeing the least expensive suit that I had purchased. It felt amazingly comfortable, and it fit so well that I almost couldn't believe it. It was no different than a second skin. Not only that, but the special undergarments designed to pair with these suits was also equipped. After several seconds, I unequipped it and saw my original clothes reappear on my body. After that, I grabbed the second ring, and I saw the second most expensive suit appear. It looked exactly as it did before, if not better. I felt amazing seeing the intricate designs and deep colors. I also tried out a few of the other palettes, mesmerized by all the different ways this single suit could look. But I almost couldn't hold in my excitement when I tried on the last suit, a 300,000 coin piece of clothing. And when it appeared, I laughed. Hand smiled beside me as I smiled as wide as I could. I felt like a damn king, but it wasn't long before I took the suit off. I would save its full glory for when it was time to show it off before other nobles. With that, I took all the rings, looking at Hands. Thank you, sir. I'm completely satisfied. You honor me. Just remember that those rings are capable of being stored within your spatial sac. Oh, even better. With surprise, I threw the rings into my spatial band eternally sitting on my arm, and they went in without issue, despite being something similar to spatial sacs themselves. Then Hands bowed a bit. It's been a pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Cooper. I guarantee that even nobles will be awed by your presence. After all, not even royal tailors can surpass the art imbued within every strand of fabric composing my works. Indeed, you deserve that pride. I didn't deny him at all. It wasn't narcissism, but self-awareness to say that this man was a master at his craft. After that, we said our goodbyes. I left the building with a spring in my step, heading straight for the magisterium. It hadn't taken long at all to run this errand, but I wasn't planning on going back to classes. Instead, I simply decided to walk around the city for a bit. All right, gather around. After completing a scenario, the puppet master called all the teams. We all stood around, many teams looking battered, but it wasn't like he cared, as he scratched his beard and spoke. The day after tomorrow, all of you will be attending that ball, so there won't be any training tomorrow. Take the day off and recover. Dismissed. Oh, nice. I pursed my lips, happy with the news. Then I looked at Yumara. She stood by my side. She was tired, her creamy white face just a bit paler than normal, but otherwise untouched. I reached over and rubbed her back. Ready for that? Yay. Are you? I don't see why I wouldn't be. I shrugged as we started walking off. At that moment, though, we both heard something. Faden. It was a shout, so we turned and saw a girl running toward Faden. He smiled as she caught up to his side, making my eyes flash in interest. Oh, look at these two. Did something happen? Hey, Vetsman, did something happen? I turned toward the big man a little ways behind us, making him smile. He doesn't want to admit it, but I think he's taken a fancy to that girl. So he finally did it. Who is she? Rank 9 Mira Ravanen. She's the daughter of Marquess Ravanen, so she stands equal to Faden in status. She's also a knight who uses an axe. Wow, she must be strong then. I nodded while watching them walk off, deciding that I would need to have a chat with Faden. Well, the upcoming gathering would be a good opportunity. I turned back to Vetsman. You're going to be at the ball, right? I will. Good. I can't wait to see you all dressed up. Of course. I don't get to go to very many of these. I'll be bringing my best suit. Vetsman smiled widely, his large grin making me chuckle a bit. After talking a bit more, I walked off with Yumara. The two of us went back to our rooms to clean up before meeting again in mine. We cuddled on the bed, and that's when I thought about the event some more. This event wasn't for all the fourth-year students. It was rather exclusive. Only nobles and the elites were allowed to be in attendance, and even then, an elite who wasn't a noble may not attend. It was supposed to be a noble party. The students would bring their parents, and everyone would mingle for the night. The event would begin at sundown, and it would be nice enough to warrant my second best suit. Not only that, but it was also the signal for the true start of the year. Certain elites and noble children who had yet to be seen would show up. For example, the rank 1 knight was supposed to make an appearance, and from then on, he would join us on our trips. Why they seemed to operate on another schedule, I had no idea. Regardless, there would be a lot of big names and powerful people there, and I would be faced with all of them and their scrutiny. As Yumara's new boyfriend, I could already imagine the pressure, but I had no intention of shrinking away from it in any capacity. But there were still some things I needed to know, like proper etiquette, that Yumara had been teaching me. I was able to pick up on most of it pretty easily, but there were some things that I simply didn't care to do. In fact, there was one thing I warned Yumara of. I would refuse to bow my head to anyone, no matter who it was. She was confused by that, and I didn't explain myself very much. I basically left it at a difference in culture. Other than that, though, I didn't mind following some basic decorum. Of course, I thought many things were simply excessive or idiotic, but I did my best. I couldn't be too rigid. I was rather excited for the event too. It was a new experience, being among nobility. While I had some biases, I understood that even in America, there was a world composed of the rich and famous that I couldn't fathom nor step foot into. Now I would be getting a taste of it, stepping into it in an official capacity, and facing all the consequences of that. Thankfully, my curiosity didn't go unsatisfied for long. A day and a half passed, and the evening of the event arrived. As the sun was setting, I was inside my room at the Black Spider Hotel. I looked at myself in the mirror. After simply showering and grooming my hair, I put on a ring and equipped my second best suit. It was an art piece, to say the least. The base color was black, and with a handkerchief, I changed all the accent colors to purple. The jacket had some designs across the chest, back, and sleeves. They struck the perfect balance between adding some tasteful art to it and keeping its noise down. Designs on something like a suit could be too much or overly eye-catching, but on this suit, each line was drawn with purpose and went no further than it needed to. As for the fancy vest underneath the jacket, it hugged my torso like a glove. Both it and the shirt were fitted to show off my build without restricting any movement. The pants were the same, not hugging my legs but also not flowing with much excess space, and everything had designs that matched the jacket. It seemed like the designs flowed into each other as well, drawing all the way down from my chest to my feet. I don't think I could ask for or conjure up a better suit besides my best one. I really didn't regret my purchase. And so, after dressing, I prepared a few more things and left my room. While in the elevator going down, I received a message. I didn't even have to look at it to know what it was. After arriving at the lobby, I saw the key master standing behind his desk as always, but there were also two other people nearby. The first was Duchess Talaria, the other being Yumara. It seemed the Duchess was talking with the key master, but they stopped their conversation upon seeing me. Yumara smiled knowingly, having already seen me in this suit, but the Duchess seemed surprised, looking me up and down as I approached. I greeted her. "Good evening, Duchess." "Yes, good evening, John, and good evening to you. You look stunning." I turned to Yumara, taking her hand and kissing it while looking into her eyes. She currently wore a dress similar to the one she wore for our first date. It was subtly gorgeous like the last, except black was now its primary color instead of purple, though it still had purple accents. It was meant to match my suit, something we had naturally agreed upon beforehand since being a couple demanded matching dress. She smiled a bit bashfully, her face turning rosy. "Thank you. You look handsome too. Now I feel like the underdressed one. You can't say that when you'll still be catching all the eyes." Ahem. I lifted my head when I heard the Duchess' interruption. She looked at me with a smirk. "I see you found a good couturier. How much did it cost you?" "Just this suit was 150,000 coin, and it isn't even the best." "I see. Well, if you're in that, you'll have no trouble. Now come, we need to head over." "All right." I nodded, but before leaving, I turned back to my favorite concierge. "I appreciate you, Key Master. You have a good night." "Likewise, John. Enjoy your night." He gave me a wave as I left with the Duchess, and faintly I could feel her watching us in the corner of her eye. Like that, we made our way outside where there was a huge, fancy carriage waiting. It was emboldened with the regalia of the Duchess herself, making a very clear indication of the personage inside, and the interior was lavish. Upon entry, I sat on one side with Yumara, while the Duchess sat on the other side across from us. It was large enough to fit 2 couches, and still have plenty of legroom. She stared at us with a small smile, embarrassing Yumara a bit, but I could also feel how Yumara stood her ground, not shrinking back or hiding from it. In fact, since I saw her in the lobby, I could feel the confidence and sense of nobility she gave off. Tonight, she wouldn't be allowed to show any kind of shame or embarrassment. There was no room for weakness, and I had to match her. Not that I needed to be told. Regardless of her presence, I would never carry myself as anything less than the best. I didn't give a damn what anyone else thought of me, and they would know that. This was simply what we had to do, because although I didn't like it, our relationship was subject to public opinion. The degree at which it affected us was up to the Duchess, but if we didn't show her that we were serious, she may step in. Technically, there was absolutely nothing stopping her from ending our relationship whenever she wanted. It was only her respect for her daughter's choices and her opinion of me that was keeping her at bay. But if either of those things went away, then we were done. This was all stuff that Yumara and I had discussed. Honestly though, I quite liked the challenge. It made things fun and exciting. I liked how cute Yumara looked too, heading to the event as if about to declare war. And soon, we arrived at the venue, the mansion of Duke Yatracarian, the president of the Magisterium. Chapter 61. Hasn't even begun when we arrived at the mansion. We were directly ushered to the front of a long line of carriages. A Duchess naturally couldn't be forced to wait, so when we stopped, we directly stepped out onto a tiled stone path. Yumara held my arm as we walked up the entrance, and at the door was the president himself, Yatracarian. He was dressed in a grand white suit and side cape. His presence was valiant, like a general who 1,000,000 soldiers might follow into battle. I couldn't help but notice, though, how he was actually my height. When he smiled at the Duchess, I could sense faint superiority. It wasn't malicious, but simply a matter of fact. Although Carrion and Talaria were equal in status and authority, it seemed there was more than met the eye which might deepen a divide between them. But the Duchess didn't seem to care, simply approaching him as if they were 2 friends meeting for a drink. "Greetings, Duchess. I'm glad you could grace us with your presence tonight." "I'm glad you're having us, Duke Carrion. Please, allow me to show you in." Carrion waved, guiding us into his home and toward the event area. There were 2 halls that would be the focus of tonight's gathering. One seemed to contain all the parents and guardians, while the other would be where the students themselves mingled. Of course, there was nothing stopping anyone from moving between, but it seemed that the parents wanted to maintain some distance and allow their children to take care of themselves. We didn't walk for long. At some point, we arrived in the hall where more parents than students resided. Carrion led the Duchess to a table, and once there, I felt him turn to look at Yumara and I, or more specifically me. I could feel his curious gaze on me, his aura a bit stifling from so close. "You're John Cooper, right? I've heard many things about you. Your performance thus far has been eye-catching." "Oh, thank you, Your Grace, but I could never do as well as I have without the support of my squad. I have them to thank for keeping me safe." "Indeed. As a summoner, you naturally rely more on your team. Nevertheless, you've become an elite in record time. It is lucky that you earned your spot so quickly. For some time, I had been worried that you were biting off more than you could chew, considering you were directly inserted into the fourth-year class, not to mention working with the elites while lacking merits. I'm glad that you are at least up to standard and won't hold your team back." "Thanks." For a second I was a bit baffled. Could he at least try to hide his attitude? I could almost taste the derision. The night hadn't even begun. After I gave a late response, Carrion faced Yumara, who was also a bit jarred by his obvious distaste. "Yumara, it's good to see you well. I can imagine your mother has taught you plenty in the way of spell formations. Enough to put me to sleep, Your Grace." "Ha, indeed. I don't know how you warlocks manage. Still, I hope your amazing progress can continue through the year. It would be a shame to get distracted by those unworthy of your time and fall behind all those who are about to emerge." "Indeed, Your Grace. Thankfully, the people around me are more than worthy of my time and attention." Shem. Carrion nodded as Yumara tightened her grip on my arm a bit. Suddenly, I wasn't smiling as much. I looked the Duke straight in the eye, but all I got in return was a dismissive glance. It seemed the president was a passive-aggressive asshole. How fun. After a second or two, Carrion turned to the Duchess and gave her a smile. "I'll take my leave. Please enjoy your night." "Likewise." She nodded back as he walked off. I also watched his back as he disappeared from the hall. When he finally left my field of view, Yumara mumbled, "His son was one of my suitors." "Oh, so he's bitter. Nice." I chuckled a bit, my mood being boosted. It seemed my very presence here would piss people off, but I was okay with that. Although the Duchess' support couldn't be wholly relied on, seeing how she did nothing to defend me from the president's verbal attacks, that didn't mean that I couldn't somewhat use it. No matter what, I was with her daughter. The name Talaria demanded a certain level of respect. To slander my name would be fine, but Yumara couldn't be easily touched, and there was only so much they could do or say to me without also slandering Yumara. I had a certain bubble of protection, but I knew that to some people that simply wouldn't matter. I couldn't wait to meet those people. A grin appeared on my face as the Duchess suddenly tapped Yumara's shoulder. "Go mingle. I'll call for you if I need it." "Okay," she responded before the two of us walked off to the other hall. Our carriage didn't arrive until well after the stated arrival time, so there were already plenty of people here, and I recognized many faces, including those of my squad. I saw Faden, Vetsman, and Tana lingering around one of the tables, and they all stood when we walked in. "John, hey guys, damn, you look good." Vetsman came over and pat my shoulder while checking out my suit. I just laughed a bit as his huge paw hit me like a hammer. "Thanks man, you look good too." "Well, it's my best suit. I initially thought it might be too much, but now that you're here, I don't have to worry." He took a step back as if admiring a work of art. I checked him out at the same time. Instead of black like mine, his suit was pure white with blue trim and designs on it. There was also a symbol on his chest of what I could only assume was his peerage. The white made it a bit flashy, but otherwise it wasn't particularly spectacular. Still, with how large he was, I couldn't help but think there was nothing else to look at but this bright statue of a man. After that greeting, I looked at Faden. His suit was a bold maroon with some black designs across it, literally the opposite of Vetsman's suit. It was slim and defined his figure, making him look like some kind of devilish lady killer with that pretty face of his. And then there was Tana. I was surprised at how pretty she looked as she wore a medium-length green dress with some frills. Her blonde hair was curled and done up in a bun as well. She looked refined, contrary to how she normally was while fighting. In fact, it was such a stark difference that she looked older, like a mature woman. I smiled and nodded at her. "Good evening, Tana." "Hi, John. Nice of you to finally show. Fashionably late." I smiled and gave her a hug. Faden chimed in after, coming over and giving me a handshake. "With a suit like that, I can understand. How much did that thing cost? Take a guess." "HM 20,000. Nope. 50. Nope. 80. Nope. 110. Getting closer. 150. Bingo." I laughed and smacked his shoulder while he gawked. Vetsman and Tana looked shocked too. If only they knew that was just a fraction of the true bill. Even Yumara sighed knowingly. "Are you actually a noble?" "I'm not. The fact that a normal man has a better suit than most nobles here speaks volumes. I wouldn't exactly call him normal." "All right, I'm getting food." Dodging their banter, I left Yumara with the group to go grab some snacks. Dinner was supposed to be served here, and I didn't intend to let the good food go to waste out of pedantic decorum. There were a dozen long tables just filled with all kinds of meats and delicacies that were calling my name, so I loaded myself a huge plate, grabbed a drink, and went back to the table my squad had claimed. The others had also gotten food, and deciding she didn't want to be the odd one out, Yumara ended up getting some too. So for a while, we all sat and ate while observing all those around us. I especially was keeping an eye out. Ever since I had walked into the mansion, I felt like I was constantly being stared at, and few of the gazes were merely curious. I felt hostility, mostly from those I didn't know. As for the elites, I knew most of them and we were relatively friendly. So unless they were just being two-faced, then I shouldn't have much issue with them. But the unfamiliar outnumbered the acquaintances. There seemed to be plenty of nobles that hated my presence here, especially by Yumara's side. I didn't know why they had issues with me, when most of them probably never had anything to do with Yumara anyway. But I also knew that some people simply didn't need a reason to hate somebody. I could disregard it for the most part, simply ignoring everything I felt through my aura. But I had to admit that it was irritating. Unfortunately, the night hadn't even started. "Greetings, ladies and gentlemen." Suddenly, President Carrion stepped up to a podium, overlooking all his guests with a bright smile. "I thank everyone who has graced this annual event with their presence. Tonight is a celebration of a new year, and the beginning of a long road of achievement for all those talented enough to make it to their 4th year at the magisterium. Some familiar faces are also coming back to participate in the upcoming excursions. We welcome them, as well as those who have recently joined the ranks of elites through great feats of strength." Asterisk clap clap asterisk. Everyone applauded as he paused, going for a few seconds before settling. After that, he gave the rest of his opening speech, little of which I cared to listen to. And once he was done, a nearby stage was populated with some musicians who started to play music. With that, everyone began to mingle, walking between tables and chatting with familiar friends. "Sorry, I'm going to go say hi to someone." Tana stood from her seat, suddenly walking off to go greet what looked like a good friend. Not even 10 seconds after, a girl walked over. She was dressed in a slim red dress, a simple one without any frills or designs on it. Yet she still looked amazing. She walked over to Faden, tapping his shoulder. "Hi, oh Mira." Faden quickly stood, giving the girl a hug before both of them turned to us. Mira waved. Hello. Nice to meet you all. Good evening. Hello. We all smiled back, Mira looking between us and Faden. I was hoping we could grab a drink. Oh. Faden didn't immediately respond, looking toward us first as if we needed to give him our approval. I scoffed a bit. What, are you going to say no? Hurry up and take care of your lady. All right. Faden scratched his head in embarrassment before putting his arm out and letting Mira take it. As they walked off, Mira gave me one last smile and wave, which I returned. Vetsman chuckled as they disappeared. What a good friend. Hey, you guys did it for me. Isn't that right? Why, yay. Yumara dodged my smile as I hugged her. Getting some alone time was always essential for a budding relationship. Sometimes, friends just needed to take a step back and let things happen. Of course, there were the exceptions. Faden had to be led around. Thankfully, it seemed that Mira had a good grasp on that and took the initiative. Otherwise, Faden would sit in a corner all night by himself. After that, it was just Yumara and I plus Vetsman. Just when I started to get worried about the third wheel, though, Vetsman stood and pat my shoulder. Hey, I want you to meet my parents. Your parents. At least take me to dinner first. Haha, come on. I've told them about you and they're curious. All right. Yumara, you go on ahead. Yumara unlinked her arm from mine, smiling. I have some friends to meet too. Okay. I'll find you later then. She waved as I walked off with Vetsman. The two of us crossed halls, heading to where all the adults were lounging. There were some students there as well, talking with relatives or the parents of friends. Most people here knew each other in some fashion, so there was lots of social activity. And around one table, there was a group of adults dressed in white. I took a guess and assumed that they were all related to the church in some way. We approached, catching their gaze. Once there, Vetsman spoke. Mom, Dad, this is John. Ah, Mr. Cooper. Our son has spoken a lot about you. Nice to meet you. It's a pleasure to meet you as well. I shook the hand of a man and woman, both of which were rather huge. Vetsman was pushing 7 feet tall himself, and it seemed he got that from his father, because the man was just as big. He looked more grizzled though. If Vetsman were a pure man, then his father was a veteran who looked like he'd seen it all. Through his brown beard and bushy eyebrows was a deep gaze that almost looked like a 1,000-yard stare, but he still seemed relatively lively as he smiled while shaking my hand. As for the mother, I honestly thought she was Vetsman's sister. She looked amazingly young. The only indication of her age was the way she carried herself, but even that was overshadowed by her smile, which made her seem like a youthful woman in her prime. Seeing her out of context, I wouldn't place her a day over 25. She was dressed in a white dress with lace sleeves covering her arms. It was modest, but she was without a doubt a beautiful woman, no lesser than any other noblewoman here. However, she was as tall as I was, throwing me off a bit when she stood. This whole Virga family was a bunch of giants. After greeting them, I looked toward the others. Vetman's father introduced them. These are the parents of another 4th year. He's not an elite, so I'm not sure if you'd know him. Probably not, but it's nice to meet you all anyway. Likewise, I shook hands with another pair of parents. After that, Vetsman and I sat down at the table. Mr. Virga spoke. So, John, are your parents here? Oh no, they aren't. Ah, unfortunate. But I can understand. Being in the presence of so many nobles must be suffocating, especially for you. Even we've heard rumors about you and the daughter of Duchess Talaria. There are a lot of very unhappy suitors here. Yes, there are. I suppose it's quite unfortunate for them, suffering where I've succeeded. Hoo-hoo, how bold. He gave a deep chuckle. Even his wife couldn't help the smile. She chimed in. You're not a fan of nobles, are you, John? Well, I didn't have much of an issue before, but I haven't even been here an hour, and they've already gotten on my bad side. So yes, my already low fondness is decreasing into the negative. Yes, I can understand. In recent years, the noble class hasn't been kind to those of the church either. All I can say is, they're going to find an issue with you anyway. So if you can't avoid the hate, I may as well do as I please anyway, feelings be damned. Exactly. She almost shouted in agreement, making me laugh a bit as her husband pat her shoulder. You're getting excited. Ahem, I'm fine. Anyway, there's no reason you shouldn't just continue. But do be careful. There are very few things a noble won't dare to do to a commoner when they are upset, regardless of your relationships. So if you need help, then just call my son, he'll give you some assistance. That's right. Can't let anyone touch the best summoner in the magisterium. Vetsman smacked my shoulder, causing me to grunt at the heavy impact. Yay, thanks. So you're a summoner, John. What type, Mrs. Verga suddenly asked, causing me to turn to her with a bit of curiosity. I'm a cold summoner. Oh, I'm a cold summoner too. John's summons are amazingly lethal. He has even more killing power than I do. Vetsman explained a bit, and with each word his mother became more interested, staring at me with brightening spirit as if meeting a long-lost friend. Chapter 62. Escalate. I let Vetsman explain my guns from his own perspective. His mother listened intently the entire time before chiming in. So your summons are ranged. Mine primarily consist of swords, but I can also summon spears and knives. Look, she waved her hand, and in it appeared a knife. It was masterfully crafted, looking like it was carved from some kind of obsidian rock. The blade was so sharp that I felt like it could cut me from a distance, and the golden hilt had intricate carvings across its body, including some inserted gems. These knives herald from some other world, and that world contains master crafters even better than those from here. Another world? Why do you say that? Well, I've retrieved many weapons with unfamiliar writing. Even this knife has it. It's definitely a language, but even after searching, I've found no language in our world's history that looks like this. I see. I nodded as she showed me some of the script engraved onto the flat of the blade. I also couldn't recognize it, but it definitely wasn't something randomly generated. This meant that all summons came from another world, and well, my very existence also backed that theory up. After a bit of thinking, I also took out one of my summons, a Colt 1911. Here, this is what mine looks like. Oh, I've never seen anything like this. How does it work? Well, bullets are inserted here, and this hammer slams down to fire it out of the barrel when you pull the trigger. I showed off several parts of the gun, taking out the magazine and racking the slide a few times to show how it worked. Her eyes sparkled as she watched. Amazing. Well, it seems your summons are built for the express purpose of fighting at a range. That's good. If it were like mine, you wouldn't be able to do much. Did you fight in the military? Briefly. I've risen to authority 9, but even with legendary weapons, I was never able to do much. Most of my fighting was done in my early years. After that, I married my husband and left for the church. However, there was indeed a special technique I used that kept me valuable in the military. John, did you know that summoners are actually able to pass off their cold summons to others? That's possible. My eyes widened a bit. It wasn't a topic widely discussed, mainly because there was nothing to say about it. A cold summoner's weapons couldn't be utilized beyond their body. I had figured this out rather early. If a weapon were to fall out of my hand or get thrown, then it would disappear as soon as it left a certain boundary around my body, going straight back into the dimension. The only exceptions to this were the fired bullets and more recently my grenades, but even the bullet shells and magazines would vanish when dropped. There was simply no way for me to hand off a weapon to someone like Yumara, but it seemed like Vetman's mother was capable of doing the impossible. If she could hand her legendary weapons to a knight, then that knight would have their combat power boosted significantly, and cold summoners would become walking armories. Something like that would change the entire dynamic of the summoner class. They would become some of the most valuable magi around, and in a way, being able to do something like that made sense. As Mrs. Verga just said, what good was a legendary weapon if it couldn't be used by a suitable warrior? So then, what point was there to having summoners? They seemed good for nothing other than being smart. But if this were possible, then that wouldn't be the case. Cold summoners, the most useless and weakest summoners, would bring weapons from other worlds to equip the warriors of this world against the scourge. I wanted to know more about this, but my hopes were quashed when I saw Mr. Verga place a hand on his wife's shoulder. Dear, please don't spill the church's secrets so easily. It's not a secret though, and it's not like I was going to teach him anything. John, I apologize. My wife gets excited and doesn't realize when she's speaking about things she shouldn't. Oh no, that's fine. Anyway, tell me about your trips. I've heard that your squad encountered plenty of beasts during your time. The topic was changed, and I reluctantly went with it. Vetsman chimed in, as I continued to think about the implications of what was said, and the only conclusion I could come to was that, if cold summoners learned to master such a technique allowing them to share their weapons, it would lead to a system where summoners, although valuable, were destined to be used no different from the weapons they conjured. This would naturally introduce a significant amount of conflict involving the fate of the class, and that would be the reason why such a thing might be kept a secret by the summoners who would know about it, or at least, why they wouldn't investigate it thoroughly. I thought about my own views on it for a while, but after about an hour, I suddenly got a message on my aerial. It was from Yumara. Come help me. Well shit. I cursed and stood from my seat, catching everyone's attention. Vetsman asked, what's wrong? Yumara wants help. It seems like it's time to draw some lines in the sand. Do you need help? No, I've got some experience dealing with people. There's no reason I shouldn't be able to deal with this. I spoke while buttoning my suit, adjusting myself before walking off. I crossed into the other hall and looked around at all the noble students, and at one particular corner, there was a group of men huddled rather close together. With a sigh, I walked over, crossing the entire hall with an unhurried stride. As I did so, I could sense an increasing amount of gazes falling on me, and as I got closer, I could hear Yumara's voice. There was no panic or fear in it, simply annoyance as she dismissed all their attempts at conversation or ignored their questions. So since my girlfriend was being hounded by a bunch of men who couldn't take a hint, I wasn't polite to them. I looked toward one man a few inches shorter than me. He had mana within his body, so he was the first I reached out for. My hand went for the back of his neck, gripping it so hard that he let out an involuntary yell. Log. What the hell? Back off, please. I said that and threw him behind me, disregarding whether or not he went tumbling to the floor. As for the others, I put my hand on their chests and pushed them aside. Hey, hi, Yumara, let's go. I grabbed Yumara's hand after shoving another man off to the side, opening a gap she could slip out of, and then I started to walk away. Right as I did, though, I felt my free arm get grabbed by the wrist. My immediate action was to let go of Yumara and pull out my pistol, pointing it while turning around, and I met the eyes of a familiar individual. A knight, or as I knew him, my unwelcome mailman. He was the one who had delivered my welcoming letter on my first day at the magisterium. Having had a rude awakening and considering he had been a total asshole who threatened me, I ended up placing a gun against his head to drive him off. Later, I had found out that he was ranked 20 on the elites, someone who went by Ravon and had the nickname Severing Blade. He was blonde like Faden and was generally handsome, but he carried himself like he was above all. Still, when I saw him again, I smiled a bit. Well, isn't it my delivery boy? Come to give me another letter. Excuse me. Ah, you said that back then too. So, where's my letter, boy? You've got a loose tongue. He snarled and started tightening his grip. It wasn't much for him, but I could feel my forearm begin to compress more than I'd like. So I frowned and placed my gun right in front of his eye socket. Be careful, or I'll do what I said back then too and tear your pretty face a third hole. You just harassed a noble, and you think you can just walk away. I think you need to learn your place, John Cooper. You're a commoner, nothing more. Yay. Is that why I so easily passed up your rank in the elites? I gotta say, I was disappointed to learn that you were so low on the board. You son of a... Hey. Umara stepped in just as Ravon started to tighten his grip again. I could feel my arm start to tremble as pain racked my bones. Ravon, back off. Umara, are you really dating this disfigured troglodyte? I could name a dozen men off the top of my head who are better in every way than this fiend. What like you? John already has a higher kill count than you and he started just last month. I'll be coming back, so it'll be easy to surpass him. Surpass me. I chimed back in with a chuckle. You had a year's head start, and you still fell behind. Did you have your thumb up your ass the whole time? Watch yourself, peasant. You're nothing more than a cold summoner, and you're in the hands of a knight. I have you at my mercy, so if you want to feel as your arm is slowly crushed in my palm, just keep talking. I think you're the one who's misunderstanding the situation here, dickweed. I lowered my voice as my arm felt like it was going to fracture. You may have my arm, but I have your fucking life. If you did your fucking research, then you'd know that there is nothing you can do in this very moment to save yourself if I wanted to kill you where you stand. Do not make the mistake of thinking that I jumped into the elites out of luck, or that you are in any way stronger than I am. So let go of my arm, or break it and watch as I tear your fucking face in half. We were both silent while staring at each other, the stalemate continuing. I usually wouldn't be so aggressive, but being in the hands of a knight as a normal man was one step short of signing my life away. There was a reason I never let it happen. Habits ingrained into me after spending long enough in the trenches. The few times that I wasn't able to do so, I was very close to dying and relied on my coat's powers to save me. And I didn't have my coat on. So to put it lightly, the fear for my safety was screaming at me to simply put a bullet in his brain. But the reasonable part of me was suppressing that fear and keeping my itchy finger in check, making sure I wouldn't make an irreversible decision. But then, right as I wondered if he would really crush my bones into splinters, I heard a voice. Get your hands off of him. Who? Ugh. Phaedon flew in like a shooting star, grabbing Ravon's face and relinquishing his grip on my arm. And with righteous justice, he picked him up by his head and slammed him into the ground face first. Asterisk boom, asterisk ouch. I cringed a bit as the floor was cracked by Ravon's hard head. Simultaneously, while I sighed a bit in relief, Vetsman ran in from behind. Are you okay, John? Yay, I'm fine. Are you? Umara spoke and grabbed the arm that Ravon had been squeezing, pushing up my sleeve. I flinched at the pain, and once rolled up, I could see my forearm now purple from wrist to elbow. Shit, did he break it? He what? Phaedon lifted his head at Umara's words before gritting his teeth and looking back down at Ravon. In his hands, Ravon seemed like nothing more than a rag doll to be yanked around on a whim, like he was an ordinary man and not a knight. You're going to pay for that. Asterisk bang, asterisk og. Phaedon sent out a punch straight into Ravon's face, instantly creating a bruise as blood flew out of his nose. Then he shifted his focus and lifted his foot, slamming his heel down onto Ravon's arm. We could all hear it. Asterisk pop, asterisk Fu, listen to me very carefully. Phaedon grabbed Ravon's face just as he started to scream, turning his head toward him. Touch our summoner again, and I'll tear your damn arm off. That goes for everyone here. If John doesn't kill you first, then I'll hunt you down and make you regret ever hurting him. He is so drunk." I mumbled in surprise. I had never seen Faden so angry before, so although his flushed face seemed to be due to anger, I could definitely tell that he had more than a few drinks. The next moment, though, there was another voice that interrupted Faden's ramblings. "What's going on?" The president came walking over with measured steps. Next to him was the puppet master, surprisingly. Seeing them, Faden tossed Ravon aside, standing up and adjusting himself so he looked proper again. The puppet master watched Ravon's tumbling body before ignoring him and glancing at me. "Seeing my arm. Is it broken?" "Almost. HM. Thank you for not shooting. Pay for the healing and we'll call it even." "All right. Just go find Vizon at the hospital. Tell him I sent you." He nodded without question, causing President Carrion's eyebrows to raise. A moment later, though, the president took in the sight of a beaten Ravon, frowning. "John Cooper, you started this altercation after blatantly attacking your fellow students. That's grounds for punishment." "Wait. I was being harassed, and John was just helping me." Yumara stepped in front of me, her very presence acting as a shield, but he gave no more than a cursory response, as if she had nothing to do with the situation. "I can hardly call a conversation harassment, Lady Yumara. On the other hand, throwing a student to the floor and threatening the life of another is unacceptable behavior at this institution." "But President, John didn't. This isn't up for discussion." The president shot a glare at Faden right as he tried to explain, his aura exuding a deep pressure that nobody around could refute. Faden had no choice but to retreat. Not even Yumara could say anything, despite me having done the least amount of damage and having actually gotten hurt. He was clearly targeting me and wouldn't stand for any challenges to his authority. But by this point, I was already beginning to see red. These nobles were really starting to push all the right buttons. "Hey, President." "John," Yumara turned around, perhaps warning me after sensing how pissed I was. But my patience for bullshit was run through a while ago. Sure enough, the president turned to me with that high and mighty grin of his. It was a good thing that he wasn't any taller than me. I could face him on equal grounds. "What is it, Mr. Cooper? Perhaps you would like to offer an apology to Ravon." "Please, I would sooner shoot myself in the foot. In fact, I should be offering you the chance to apologize to me." HM. The president was surprised by my words, and it was clear from his frown that he found them to be quite insulting. I continued before he could refute. "I was grabbed by a knight. You might not understand, but a summoner like myself feels very threatened when a knight manages to get a hold on them. Any normal summoner would be at their mercy. Not to mention how my arm feels half broken right now. You see that?" I raised my arm, exposing the swelled bruise that was my left forearm. I could barely clench my fist without shooting pains. Regardless, the evidence was clear. I was injured because you failed to uphold order in a timely manner. More than that, a student from your magisterium has obviously failed to learn not to threaten or attack their fellow students, especially while at a party. That responsibility falls on your shoulders. So perhaps an apology is in order, to myself and Yumara for being harassed, and to all the other students here who may have been failed in their education at your institution. Be careful, Cooper. To dare question, my ability makes me question your right to be at my institution at all. Ho ho, President, you're misunderstanding something. I chuckled a bit as his aura started to become more ominous. I'm not questioning anything. The bruise on my arm is hard evidence. The only reason it's there is because of your oversight. There has been no such thing, and I will not stand for your slander or accusations. And I won't stand for your prejudice. You don't want accusations? Then put your dog on a fucking leash. Or don't be surprised when I put him down after he ruins my nice night. Now, I think you're the one misunderstanding something. The president suddenly stepped forward, pressuring me with his presence, standing less than a foot away. My jaw clenched a bit. He was a knight, not to mention a duke at authority 11. He could kill me with less than his fingernail, and I could clearly feel that looming death over me through his aura. But I continued to look him straight in the eye, as he growled with a low voice that only I could seem to hear. "You are a student at my magisterium, and a guest at my mansion. In both places, you have no authority nor right to dictate the law. I alone hold that right. My word is king here, and your very existence is a disturbance, let alone your feeble attempts at maligning my name." That's feeble, and yet it still gets you so worked up. Compared to that, your ridiculous attempts at pinning the blame on me are outright pathetic. I'm starting to doubt whether or not your word really is law. Yet another failure at educating your students. Then to teach you, I'll give you a 10-day suspension. You can take that time to reflect. Oh, now we're getting somewhere. Speak more and I'll simply expel you from the magisterium. Heh. I smirked, almost willing to take up the offer. Before I could talk more, though, Yumara stepped in between us under the eyes of everyone in the venue. "Stop, President, let's not cross the line. Yumara, do not tarnish your name by stooping to defend him. And do not tarnish yours by acting like you're a king, even within your institution. Your hospitality here has led to nothing but harassment toward me and injury toward my boyfriend. Do not make the blunder of thinking you can treat the daughter of Duchess Talaria in such a manner, nor the mistake of thinking that my boyfriend should not receive the same respect I demand as my equal. You've already done and said enough, so let's put a stop to this now before this escalates into something most undesirable." Everyone was silent, including me, but not out of a cold attitude. I was surprised. I had never seen Yumara step up and demand the respect inherent to her name. She didn't ever flaunt her status, so this was a first for me. And she was protecting me from President Carrion. While she was assuming the authority of her mother, she technically had the right to. It was her birthright as the daughter of a duchess. She held status within the wonderful world of nobles, and within that world, she could demand certain things and make others take a step back, or outright bend to her will. Only someone like President Carrion couldn't be culled by her words, but he also couldn't disregard her. If he pushed any more, then he would be invoking her mother by insulting her authority. And as she said, such a thing would escalate a situation that didn't need to be. But there was also a slight complication. She was doing it on behalf of a commoner. So if he took a step back, it would be no different from admitting that I held the high ground. His pride wouldn't allow him to. And sure enough, he didn't take a step back. We continued to stare eye to eye, equal in height but not equal in presence. Maybe I had won the battle of words, but at a certain point, that didn't mean anything. Still, it spoke volumes about his own character. I thought, if I were at that level of power, and some kid not even half my age came up to me and started challenging me, I wouldn't give him the time of day. The fact that he got so offended and enraged by my words only helped me understand that, in their mind, I was so far beneath them, that to even attempt to besmirch their name was unacceptable. And I wasn't surprised. Dictators didn't tend to accommodate criticism. But despite my insistence on escalating this situation thus far, I could tell that it was time for me to take a step back. With Yumara having stepped in, I couldn't only think about myself. So with a smile, I gave the president a wink before turning around. Glancing around, I could see that every eye, both adult and student, was on us. We had attracted quite a bit of attention, though I wasn't sure how much everyone heard. Still, this would be a story that got passed down for a while. I didn't know whether I felt good about it or not. I was simply challenging the unexpected tyranny of the magisterium's president. Where I came from, such a thing was not just allowed, but expected. To defy corruption is a virtue. After seeing a few familiar faces, I found the Duchess. She stood in the center of the doorway between the two halls, watching us with a neutral face, as if she were unconcerned about anything going on. I wondered, was she just apathetic to a squabble, even if it involved her own daughter? Or was she testing us? She didn't hide her intentions to ensure that I would be able to handle life among nobles. It came with the position of Yumara's boyfriend, so perhaps making sure that I wouldn't simply bend over at the slightest threat from a noble was a part of why she didn't interfere. Then again, I took this quite a bit further than it should have. It was intentional, but that also meant that her opinion of me may not be very high. Oh well, the only thing I could do now was leave. I surely wasn't welcome. I took measured steps out of the hall toward the exit. My shoes were the only things to make a sound as I did so. Halfway there, though, I heard the president's voice. I don't go back on my word. If I see you on magisterium grounds before 10 days are over, I will expel you on sight. I didn't respond. I didn't even acknowledge him with my gaze. I just kept walking. I felt incredibly isolated as I approached the exit. Before I could leave, though, there was another pair of feet that scampered on over to my side. I looked and saw Faden catch up to me. Then Vetsman ran over as well. He was followed by Yumara. As for Tana, well, I hadn't actually seen her in a while. I wasn't sure where she was. So the four of us walked out the door. We were silent for a while, as we walked the stone path through the mansion gates and onto the street. Before going any farther, I stopped and turned to the others. You guys don't have to worry about me. I ruined my night, not yours. You can stay. Stay just to get fucking surrounded by guys again. No thanks. Yumara spitefully rejected, causing Vetsman to chuckle. Heh, I wasn't really having fun either. I don't have many friends besides you guys. I would probably spend the rest of my night talking with my parents. Me too. Faden chimed in after him. Hearing their excuses, I just smirked. Well, you guys don't get the 10-day vacation. You mean suspension. Same difference. You know, I've never heard of someone getting suspended from the magisterium before. I guess you'll be famous as the first. Vetsman pat my shoulder with his bare paw, making me flinch. Yay, I guess. You also challenged the president. That's definitely never been done. I thought you were going to get kicked out on the spot. Yumara mumbled, going quiet for a second before suddenly punching my non-injured arm. Oh, why, you scared me. You were reckless. We're supposed to leave the magisterium together. And you just went and challenged the authority of the magisterium's president in his own home. And it wasn't even necessary. Not true. What? How is that not true? We could have just let it be and left. Why did you have to talk back? You said it yourself. Carrion was speaking as if he were the king. He's drunk on power, and he needed a slap to the face to bring him down a notch. Doing so is absolutely necessary. And apparently, I have to be the one to do it since nobody besides you seem to have the balls to. Besides, I told you that I don't stand for that kind of bullshit, no matter who it comes from. Yumara went silent, remembering my earlier words. I took out my cigar case with a sigh, preparing a stogie. The president is an old bitter asshole because his son is a little bitch who can't get a girl. So he holds a grudge against me and twisted the situation to pin all the blame on me. Not to mention how I'm a commoner who dared to speak to a noble like him that way. Unfortunately, he made it too easy to call him out, not expecting that I would. So he got butthurt when I did. Heh, it was quite satisfying seeing him so pissed off. You should try it sometime. I think I'll pass. Yumara smiled a bit, taking a calming breath. She gently linked her arm with mine, resting her head on my shoulder. I understand why you did all that, and I thank you. But if we want to stay together, you need to avoid getting expelled. Even though I never thought such a thing would ever be an issue. Even if just for me, I ask that you try to exercise a bit more restraint from now on, at least in front of people like the president who can take things away from you. I suppose I can do that, Thank you. In exchange, I'll take care of all the dogs who can't seem to leave me alone. Hee hee, woof. Be bad guy. I laughed while hugging her from behind, planting a kiss on her cheek and making her go red. Chapter 63. Tease. After walking down a few streets, I took out my cigar case and lit a stogie. The breath of smoke I took in washed over my body, dampening the pain of my arm. After that, Yumara paused and looked at her aerial. Tana just texted me. She's wondering where we are. If she doesn't want to stay, then she can come find us. If she does, though, just let her be. She says she's with Mira. They want to join us. Oh, all right then. I shrugged, finding a building to hang around. A few minutes passed like that, and soon the two girls found us. Hey guys. Hi Tana. Hey Faden. Mira walked over, cutely taking up a spot beside Faden. He smiled at her, but noticing my gaze, he got a bit embarrassed. I laughed as he scratched his head with a red face. He was probably still a bit tipsy. So what happened? Tana asked, prompting Vetsman to explain. When he finished, she looked at me incredulously. Why would you talk back to the president? That's suicide. I don't care. Besides, I'll be back soon enough. Still, the president is one of the most powerful and respected people in the entire kingdom. And you brought embarrassment to his mansion. That can't end well. You'll become the target of every noble's ire. I think I already was. I let out a breath accompanied by a long plume of smoke. At this point, I honestly didn't care what happened. In my mind, I thought about the worst-case scenario. If I got expelled from the magisterium, while I would be left with a bad record, it wasn't like I couldn't go and make money. It also wouldn't stop me from joining the military, where I could follow Yumara, and I was pretty sure that the church was also an avenue from what Maxwell had told me, though I wasn't sure exactly what they did. So the magisterium was really just a way to gain experience and time to advance my authority. It was in no way my lifeline. I could always fall back on something. And that put me in the position where I could shove a middle finger in the president's face and not regret it. I was quite satisfied with my actions back then. It was fun telling tyrannical authority to go eat a dick. Tana smiled wryly. All right, so you're suspended, and we've all left the party. What now? The party was boring anyway. How about we find a nightclub? A nightclub? I've never been to one. Me neither. First time for everything. Come on. I know a good one. Wait, what about your arm? Yumara stopped me with an important reminder before I could lead the way, causing me to chuckle a bit. Oh, right. Here, I'll send you all the location. Head over there, and I'll meet up with you guys later. It shouldn't take me that long to get patched up. I'll go with you. Yumara stepped up, and in the moment I just shook my head. You can stay, I'll be right back. No, I want to go with you. All right, fine. I shrugged and started walking off with her as the others made their way to the nightclub. Since I didn't feel like walking the distance, I hailed a carriage and had it take me to the Golden Trading Post. That's where we entered the Founders Market. Heading to the hospital I frequented, since going to the magisterium to cash in on the puppet master's offer was now off the table. Along the way, we also changed into our regular set of clothes. For me it was easy, and apparently Yumara had those special rings as well that let her equip clothes with ease. So we didn't attract tons of unwanted attention with our kingly attire, arriving at the hospital smoothly. It's John. And a girl. Hey Kayla. How's the night? Going well, can't complain. So what happened? Another run-in with friends? No. Had to deal with an annoying night. He crushed my arm. I pulled back my sleeve, showing off the massive purple bruise that covered my entire forearm. Her eyes widened. Wow, he got you good. If you're here though, that probably means he's dead in a ditch. All right, come on back. I'll grab the healer. Thanks. I smiled and grabbed a room with Yumara, and within just a minute, the healer came. Hello, John. Broken bone, I hear. Hopefully not completely broken. I showed him my arm, prompting him to cast a complex spell that lit my arm up like an X-ray scan. I see a few fissures going down both forearm bones, but no complete fractures. There's also a dislocation that I need to manually slip back into place first. First? Yes, it's going to hurt since moving a cracked bone usually isn't painless. All right, just get it over with. I handed him my arm, which he took in both his hands, smiling. I'll count to 3. Ready? Sure. 1 * pop * og. I grunted in shock as he jerked my bone back into place. My arm trembled for a while, the pain a bit overwhelming. Why you said 3? Ha, it's better if it's a surprise since you don't tense up. All right, I'll start the healing now. Take this pill. He handed me a large pill that dissolved the moment I put it into my mouth. After that, he cast some more spells that healed my bones, fusing them back together along with repairing a few ligaments. After about 5 minutes, the spell stopped. All right, you're all done. Give it a few days to rest and you'll heal without issue. Thanks, Doc. How much do I owe you? Give me a coin and we'll be good. I nodded and retrieved a gold bullion, flicking it to him. Getting the services of a healer who could fuse bones in a matter of minutes actually cost more. But because I frequented this place so much and treated them nice, I was a valued customer who got discounts occasionally. *ting, got it. Have a nice night, John. You too, Doc. With that, Yumara and I walked out of the hospital. We went straight out of the Founders Market, but instead of heading to the nightclub, Yumara pulled me somewhere else. Where are we? Just come. She didn't answer me as she linked with my arm and pulled. Eventually, we happened upon the Black Spider Hotel, which she pushed me into. Oh, it's John. How unexpected. You're as surprised as I am. High-key master. Excuse us. Yumara didn't give us the opportunity to talk as she pushed me straight into an elevator. Your room. HM. I gave her a side eye before inserting my key and punching in the numbers. Before long, we arrived in front of my room, which when opened was slammed shut as soon as we walked in. And the moment the door closed, Yumara jumped on me, wrapping her legs around my waist and planting her lips on mine. We kissed for several seconds before I barely managed to separate and spit some words out. Damn, what's got you going? Just shut up and kiss me. MMPH. She jumped back on me, the two of us tumbling to the bed. After that, I wasn't allowed to talk. And needless to say, we didn't end up making it to the nightclub. He's not answering. They ditched us. Well, maybe John's injury was pretty bad. It's been 2 hours. I said maybe. Faden scratched his head with a wry smile. Vetsman could only grumble, crossing his arms. They had arrived and entered the nightclub. It was a loud and dark place, filled with alcohol and fast music. After being seated in a more private booth, they got several bottles of alcohol and started the party. Along with all the other people in the club, they danced, sang along to some popular songs and drank. The place was new, but they quickly blended right in, enjoying themselves. But 2 hours later, everyone but Vetsman was half drunk, and John and Yumara had yet to show. It was obvious what they were doing, but Vetsman still wasn't happy. Not only that, but he was beginning to feel a bit out of place. After some moments of silence in the corner of his eye, he could see Mira and Faden subtly kissing in the corner. It made him scoff inwardly. It was like they were trying to hide it, but because they were drunk, they did a very poor job. The first few times it happened, Tana had spoken up and interrupted them, but after she had a few more drinks, she didn't even care. From the side, Vetsman saw her stealing glances with a flushed face. He watched her, finding it curious how she could stare at something like that so easily. But then, he suddenly saw her look at him. He whipped his head away far harder than he should have, his ears burning. In his mind, he reminded himself about how irresponsible it would be to engage in a relationship, especially during this phase in his life. They were fighting the scourge, and there was no room for distractions. only training to make sure they could keep their lives. But then, a voice came that seemed to shatter those thoughts, as if they were nothing more than delusions. "Hey, Vetsman, why yes." "Ah." The big man flinched when Tana's hand curled around his arm, her chin resting on his shoulder as she looked up at him. He saw her slightly messy blonde hair and her deep green eyes, and in that moment, there was nothing he could think of except how beautiful she looked. He hadn't really thought about that before. His mind was so filled with his training and strengthening that he never paid any heed to the women around him. And because he was from the church, it never seemed like anybody outside of that circle wanted to engage with him anyway. They held certain standards that needed to be met by anyone wishing to pursue them. But now, in this nightclub, he was captivated by this drunken blonde beauty whose breath reeked of cheap liquor. "I want to do what they are doing." I don't." Vetman's words couldn't seem to come out as Tana leaned in. Her lips approached his. He was so nervous in that moment that he froze like a statue, watching her face get closer in slow motion, every one of his senses working in overdrive and his adrenaline surging. He prepared himself for his first kiss, thinking that he would be fine if it was her. No, he wanted it to be her. But then, just as he thought of the future and what it might hold for them, Tana's eyes widened, and Vetsman watched as she jumped away from him, leaning over the booth and vomiting. Bleg. He sat there, his heart in shambles, as the blonde beauty spilled the contents of her stomach all over the floor. And slowly, he turned his head to find Faden and Mira continuing to make out. His head fell, slamming into the table dispiritedly. But deep inside, his heart pounded like it never had before, brand new thoughts surfacing like a fire and unable to be quenched. *HM. My eyes fluttered open as I heard the sounds of a call on my aerial. I groaned a bit before tapping it. "Hell, John, og." "Why?" I groaned more as Vetman's shout shook my ears. He continued. I need to talk to you when you get the chance." "Huh. Why? What happened?" "Nothing urgent. I suppose I just need advice. Can we meet for lunch?" "I guess." I answered back confusedly, hearing a relieved sigh on the other end. "Thanks. Bye." The call ended. For a while I stared at the aerial, but I was too tired to figure things out, so I just fell right back into my pillow. After some time, last night's memories came back, making me smile. And thinking about Yumara, I turned around to see her. When I did, though, I felt a jolt go through my body. There she was, sprawled out on my bed in a nightgown. We had changed at some point during the night, since we didn't want to roll around in bed in a suit or uncomfortable robes. Turns out Yumara had brought clothes for another one of these occasions, the naughty girl. But now, after rolling around in her sleep, the loose shirt she wore had slipped. I saw an entire exposed boob, and unlike Vetsman's shout, that sight woke me up almost instantly. The size, the firm shape, the perkiness. I don't know why, but I felt my head spin a bit. A holy seas. Fuck. I suddenly reached over and pulled the sheets over her before jumping out of bed, my movement waking her. "HM. John, good morning." Come here." She beckoned me over, but I just continued walking away. "I'm at half-mast, just give me a minute." "What?" she responded confusedly, as I entered the kitchen where I couldn't see her. Then I tapped my aerial and ordered some room service. After that I spoke. "Vetman called and he wants to see me, so I'll have to go after breakfast." "Oh, all right." She chimed back before yawning, simultaneously shifting in the bed. I could hear the sheets move, and after that, everything went silent for several seconds as if she were frozen. I then heard her jump out of bed. "I'm gonna use the bathroom. Go for it." After I spoke, I heard her scamper through and shut the door behind her. I just waited in the kitchen, channeling my inner zen and waiting for breakfast. Thankfully, it wasn't long, so once I brought it in, I diverted my focus and went to town on the platter. Yumara also came out in her normal robes, her face a bit rosy. More noticeable was how she didn't make much eye contact. After calming down, though, I looked straight at her and grinned. "You look gorgeous this fine morning." "Ew, stop it." She quickly covered her face with her hands, making me break out in laughter. She was too easy to tease. Chapter 64, Shattered I Need Advice. With what? Courting a girl. I went silent, staring at Vetsman across the table. We were in a nice cafe, and honestly, I expected him to have called me here with something a bit more serious in mind. But the topic was as flowery as the cafe around us. The big man needed some relationship advice. It was a bit comical, but I didn't give him anything more than a smile. "All right, you have someone in mind. Who is she?" "I'm not sure if I want to say." "Spit it out, you big lug." "I can't really help you otherwise." "Fine, it's Tana." I was stunned into silence once more, staring at him incredulously before covering my mouth. Don't laugh. I'm sorry." "Ahem. All right, I suppose Tana is one of the good ones. But I gotta ask, what changed? Something happened at the nightclub?" Nothing happened. I've just finally noticed her womanly charm. Charm. I guess that's a nice way of putting it. I chuckled a bit more. Whatever charm Vetsman saw, I was apparently oblivious to. But it wasn't like Tana wasn't pretty, and she at least had her good points. Any bad points were merely preference issues. All in all, she was a good pick. There were definitely far worse out there. There was only one issue, though. "Tana has no idea you like her, huh?" "No, she doesn't. That's what I thought. And she's the densest girl I've ever met. So you've got your work cut out for you, buddy." Anything less than slapping her in the face with a very clear confession probably won't get it through her thick skull, but that might also scare her. So what do I do? I scratched my head while lounging back into my seat. This was indeed a tough nut to crack. After a bit of thinking, though, I flicked my finger and pointed at him. "You're gonna have to wear her down. Bit by bit you need to grind through that thick shell until she realizes that you guys like each other." "Is that what you did with Yumara?" Haha, hell no. Yumara had been a bit flirty with me, until one night she just came and confessed. The rest is history. Wow. You're lucky, maybe a little. You're the one who picked Tana, though. I just smirked a bit while taking out a cigar. Vetsman sat there, brooding as I took a few puffs. "Hey, don't be so serious. You're a good guy, and Tana is lucky to have you interested in her. Sure, you'll have to work for it, but I have no doubt that once she manages to actually conceive of the concept, she'll fall right for you." "Thanks, but how do I, grind her down?" "Well, I'm not sure what the difference is between what I would do and what courting is. You tell me what usually happens when a man wants to date a girl." "I don't know much, but I suppose the man would appeal to her before asking her on a date." "That sounds good, so do that." I told him simply. At the same time, a waitress came and brought us some drinks. I took a sip as he thought about it with a frown, not so much as touching his drink. The sight made me smirk. "All right, don't fry your brain trying to think about this. I'm just trying to think about how to go about it." "Well, you have time. You've got the entire year at the magisterium to flirt and ask her out. But you need to be pretty straightforward with it. You can't beat around the bush with Tana. I can also do something, though. Maybe I'll get Yumara to talk to her. Plant the seeds, I would appreciate it." "Sure." I'll have helped 2 of my friends get a girl." "How fun." I chuckled while taking a sip of my drink. Then Vetsman asked, "What do you do that might be different from normal courting?" "With Yumara, I mean, me." "Well, since we both like each other, it's easy to push our relationship forward, and I'd say she's been pretty responsive." "Yay, she's all over you whenever you 2 are together. She even left the party with you last night. It's obvious that she likes you a lot." "I wouldn't say it's a matter of liking. Look, I have my own standards, and I'm going to do what I do regardless of what anybody says. Take last night, for example. I put Yumara on the spot by making a scene at a noble party. I may have just ruined my own reputation, along with her and her mother's. You would think that if I liked her a lot, I would have just let them trample on me for the sake of keeping the peace and not embarrassing her. I guess. Vetsman agreed with a frown, still looking a bit confused. I shrugged. Hey, all I'm saying is that I pursue you, Mara, the way I feel like doing so. And I don't worry about trying to be perfect. And neither should you. The biggest hurdle is actually doing something. So don't make the mistake of sitting back and waiting. Have some faith in yourself, you know. Yay. All right. I'll think of something the next time I see her. Vetsman smiled, looking encouraged by my words, and I smiled with him. After that, we continued to talk for a bit longer. So what are your plans now that you're suspended? Just waiting and Vetsman looked at me weird when I went quiet. Frowning, I sat there for a few seconds as my aura picked up some nefarious intent. Someone was looking at me, and they weren't friendly. I could barely tell their direction. So when the feeling sharpened, I looked outside the cafe through its glass front, and in the street outside, I could see a man standing there with a bow on his back. He noticed my gaze quickly, and without hesitation, he equipped the bow and nocked an arrow. I suddenly communed with a Springfield rifle as he pulled his string back, feeling it appear in my hands before taking aim, and I fired just as the bowman did. Boom, ah. There were screams when the explosion went off. I saw as my bullet shattered the glass window and sailed straight into the abdomen of the bowman. As for his arrow, I barely managed to shift my body, utilizing the time-dilating effects of my jacket's power, preventing it from piercing the center of my chest, and instead making contact with the jacket around my shoulder. But the force behind that arrow was shocking, and although it didn't pierce through, it threw my body back like I was kicked by a horse. Og, John. Vetsman jumped out of his seat, barely realizing what happened as I landed against some furniture. I'm fine. Help me up. All right. He reached out, grabbing my outstretched arm and pulling me back onto solid ground. I felt a few bruises, especially on my shoulder, but nothing that serious. I immediately looked out the window again. The bowman nowhere to be seen, but there was in fact some blood, so I went and sprinted out. Vetsman, go down that alley and find a bowman. All right. He answered quickly, his powerful legs launching him like a cannon as he dashed ahead of me. I followed as fast as I could, following a faint trail of blood, and several seconds later, I heard a yell. Got him. Over here. Coming. I answered back and followed the sound, taking a few turns before arriving in a secluded alley. Vetsman had the bowman pinned to the floor. All bowmen were knights, so they were strong. But apparently this one wasn't as strong as my squad's tank. I walked over, nodding to Vetsman. Thanks, he wasn't fast enough. And the blood was easy to sniff out anyway. Are you a hound? I chuckled a bit while squatting down toward the bowman. Did someone send you? Or are you looking for the pitiful bounty? Fuck you. Well, you don't reek of drugs, so you're not from the trenches. Clockwork. Actually, they wouldn't hire a weakling like you to kill me. Whatever. I stood and took out a shotgun, pointing it at his head. Wait. You're going to kill him. Vetsman suddenly stopped me, causing my brows to raise. Right, he's only ever fought the scourge. Definitely never killed a fellow man. I took out my cigar and blew out a bit of smoke. In the distance, I was starting to hear a commotion. Definitely the city guard. So I made a decision and pulled the trigger. Boom. Vetsman was shocked as the man died underneath him, standing with some blood splatter on his white clothes. Leaning down, I took the man's spatial sack before grabbing Vetsman's arm and walking off. Walk with me before the guard comes. He was silent as he followed, and after making our way to another street and hailing a carriage, we boarded and set our destination to the magisterium. As we rolled, I took a puff of my cigar. Surprised, you killed a man in an alleyway. Yes, he's what's known as a hunter. They kill people for the bounties on their head, collecting money once the job is done. I happen to have a recently increased bounty on my head, so hunters will occasionally try to kill me. And believe me, letting them go only causes more trouble down the road. You have a bounty on your head. Why? He lifted his head and asked. He didn't look angry, but he did look like I had shattered his view of me. I let out a sigh of smoke. If you haven't guessed already, I work in the black markets. I've made some enemies there, and since they haven't been able to kill me the conventional way, they pay a price to get others to do it for them. As you can guess, it hasn't worked so far. How many people have you killed like that? Does it matter? I looked him in the eye with that question. I suppose this was a question of morals, and as far as I knew, Vetsman was a man of principle. It was easy to fight against the Scourge. You could do so blindly, because they were such an easy enemy. But killing other humans would test your own principles. I didn't care because for me, it was a matter of survival. It was simply the world I lived in, and I was already in too deep to avoid it. Not that I wouldn't make the same decisions again anyway. Still, it also wasn't like I killed anyone who didn't try to kill me. Regardless of if they deserved it, they tried to kill me, so I killed them. If I didn't, they would keep trying to kill me until eventually they would succeed. I had no illusions that I was invincible, so I did what I needed to do to keep my life. After Vetsman remained silent for a while, I spoke again. Vetsman, what kind of person do you think I am? I mean from your perspective about 5 minutes ago. You're a courageous man who I would entrust my life to. Yea, well, I've been doing this for a long time now, long before I even came to the magisterium. It's only now that you've seen it. I can tell you now that I've never killed anyone who hasn't tried to kill me first. And for the most part, nobody who has died under the barrel of my gun was a good person. Believe me when I say that I'm not some secret underworld criminal. I'm just a guy trying to make his way in this place. And if you trusted me back then, you can still trust me now. He was silent, brooding over my words. Then he asked, "Does Yumara know about this?" "Oh, yay. I told her about all this a couple weeks ago." "Ah, really? I see." He leaned back, seemingly comforted by the fact that Yumara knew about it and was okay with it. Not long after, we arrived at the gates of the magisterium. "All right, go clean up your clothes. Try not to be conspicuous. Since I'm suspended, I probably won't see you guys for a while, unless we find some time to hang out. Still, remember what you said and do something with Tana. I'll be checking in with Yumara to make sure you aren't being shy. I'll be fine. And keep yourself safe." "I will. Oh, and try to keep this little event a secret for me. I don't need more infamy than I already have." I said that while shutting the door to the carriage, letting Vetsman go. After that, I set my destination for the Black Spider Hotel. There were 10 days before the next trip, exactly how many days my suspension was, so I buckled in for a nice vacation. Chapter 65. Science. The day after my cafe date with Vetsman, I met up with Yumara for an early dinner. After a nice time at a decent restaurant, we went to my room at the hotel, but it wasn't to passionately make out for 2 hours. Instead, Yumara wanted a comfortable place to focus on her advancement. She was close and just needed a bit more cultivating before jumping to Authority 5. We had the entire evening though. Yumara wasn't going to the puppet master's training since she was focused on her advancement. So after classes, she would come find me, and for the first 2 hours, I let her use my bed for her cultivation. Afterward though, she got distracted and came to talk to me, and our conversation went toward interesting topics, specifically how a warlock's power worked. It was no secret that there was no more dynamic power than the magic of a warlock. It could do seemingly anything, limited only by the complexity of the spell and the imagination of the warlock. However, there were a few things that imposed relatively strict rules and methods by which magic could be employed, specifically the system of elements they used and how magic was truly engaged. For warlocks, Their spells were classified in two ways. There were the creation spells and the manipulation spells. The manipulation spells were the easiest. With those spells, one could draw on the elements around you and utilize them whichever way you wanted. But in different areas, there were differing amounts of elemental mana. For example, an ocean would have prolific amounts of water mana and little to no fire mana. The opposite was true near a volcano, or maybe even around a wildfire. So sometimes, certain spells couldn't be used since there simply wasn't enough of a particular type of mana. That's where creation spells came into play. With those, you could generate a specific element, and thereby generate something like fire in an ocean or water near a volcano. However, creation spells used far more mana than normal, and the spells to engage them were several times more complex. Unless necessary, creation spells were very seldom used. Manipulation spells were always preferred, at least until one became powerful enough for it not to matter. This was easy to understand, however. It was the way spells manipulated the elements that was a bit more difficult to understand. Spells were like a set of instructions for an element to follow, like software driving the hardware of a machine. And the more complex the software, the more precisely and effectively you could control the hardware. But increasing the complexity of a spell wasn't as simple as adding more instructions. For warlocks, creating a spell wasn't a matter of drawing the instruction set, but feeling the elements and beckoning it to follow your will. And there were two things that determined how complex you could make any given spell: your affinity for an element and your understanding of an element. Interestingly, warlocks weren't born with set affinities. Instead, it was their advancement process that would grant affinities. When they first awakened, a warlock would choose which element they first wanted to start building. Yumara told me that she first picked air, hence why she was so good with dampening sound. And for her first 3 advancements, she built her mana core, and the quality of the mana core's development was determined by her understanding of the air element. If she advanced without a clear understanding, then her affinity wouldn't rise beyond a certain point. However, having inherited her mother's talent and receiving her guidance, she wasn't allowed to advance before she achieved a perfect affinity for the air element. Apparently, this was the only reason she wasn't well into Authority 5 by now. But the solid foundation was important. She now had a perfect affinity for the air element, and now she was working toward building the fire element. Her next advancement into Authority 5 would lay the foundation for another mana core that would grant her a higher affinity for the fire element. The affinity had already grown as much as it could during her time at Authority 4, so she was ready to advance. The way it all worked interested me. An element wasn't simply what its name was. For example, the water element didn't only encapsulate water. It encapsulated all kinds of liquids as well as certain concepts like healing, dissolution, corrosion, poison, and more. It was the same with air, which represented things like the wind, convection, polarization, pressure, and breathing. However, there was something I noticed about everything that Yumara told me about her understanding of the elements. All she was doing was describing scientific concepts, and in a way, that's really all she needed to know. If you wanted to muffle sound, you had to know that sound propagates through a medium, most notably air. If you knew nothing about how sound worked, then you wouldn't be able to muffle it. It was just that warlocks understood these scientific concepts intuitively, whereas I understood it academically. But that led me to an interesting thought. What if I taught Yumara about all the scientific concepts pertaining to her elements? If she understood it as it was, then how easily would she be able to figure out how to control things intuitively? While the two might not directly translate into each other, it would still be an incredible advantage to have, especially for her decision-making during battles. Not only that, but she would be able to develop special spells that achieved great effects only because she knows about obscure scientific principles. For example, If she knew that combusting different gases would result in flames of different temperatures, or that simply feeding oxygen to a fire would speed up the combustion process, then she could wreak untold devastation. What about water? If she knew how the human body was composed mostly of water, especially the blood, would she be able to make spells that could manipulate blood? Could she create vacuums of air, depriving her enemies of the ability to breathe? Could she amplify sound so much that they burst the eardrums of anyone that heard it? Could she use something like sonar to do long-distance scans of different landscapes? The possibilities were endless, and since my mind had been strengthened to an amazing degree, I was better equipped to explain this stuff to her. So I brought it up just to test it out. Hey Yumara, how difficult is it to modify a spell? Modify. It depends, but generally not too difficult. All right, I want you to try something with your sound spell. Okay. She nodded and came to where I was, the two of us sitting down in front of each other. I explained. All right, you obviously know that sound travels through the air, but do you know what sound is specifically? Kind of. It's hard to explain, but as far as I know, it's like a wave that spreads through the air. That's true, but that's not what creates sound. Here you know how the ground can vibrate. Yay. Well, that's what sound does. It vibrates through the air, oscillating back and forth really fast. And we hear it because our ears have a bunch of little hairs that vibrate with the sound. Do you understand? I suppose. Not really the ear part, but the vibration part, yes. She nodded, thinking intently as I continued. All right, well, those vibrations in the air can also go through other things, like water or the ground. Like here. I suddenly got up, going to the kitchen and grabbing a utensil and a cup. I filled the cup with water before setting it on the table. Yumara came over when I waved. All right, you've definitely noticed before. But when I tap the edge of the glass, the water ripples. Asterisk ding. Asterisk I tapped the glass with the utensil, sending ripples across the water that disappeared in the center.